In the country of Japan, inside a two-story house in the suburbs, a young man can be seen reading a comic book in his hand. He was reading a comic issue of Spider-Man. Poor Peter can't catch a break. Would it hurt the writers to give him just one peaceful day? He muttered. He puts the comic down on a nearby table. I should get myself some coffee. The doorbell of the house rang, and the young man looked toward the door. There was great anticipation that could be seen in his eyes. A delivery man was standing outside the house, carrying a large box. "Excuse me, you have a delivery," said the delivery man. Yes, I'm coming down," replied the young man. He came down to open the door, and the delivery man greeted him. "Good morning. Are you Yukio Ace-san?" The young man's name was Ace Yukio. He is 15 years old, has black hair, and is strikingly similar to the actor Hideyoshi Kansas. His body is well built because he is trained in martial arts. "That's me," Ace replied. "Please sign here to complete the delivery." Ace signed the package, and once he was done, the delivery man bowed and walked away to his truck to continue his deliveries. Ace brought the package inside his house with glee. "It is finally here," he murmured with excitement. Ace got a knife and cut open the tape around the box. He opened it, and inside were different toys and merchandise. They were all Kamen Rider Gav merchandise. The package contained all the drivers, Gochizos, figures, etc. Gav, Valen, Vram, and the rest are accounted for. Ace is happy all the stuff he ordered is accounted for. Ace comes from a wealthy family. His parents are currently working abroad, and he lives alone. He is a big fan of Kamen Rider and spends his allowance on building up his collection. He dreams of someday being a Kamen Rider. Flashback. In a cozy living room, a 6-year-old Ace Yukio sits in front of the television, completely absorbed in the latest season of Kamen Rider. Henshin. Ace's young eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched intently, not wanting to miss a single moment of the action. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat and began imitating the poses and action sequences he saw on the screen. "Henshin!" Ace shouted, his movements adorably mimicking the hero on TV. His parents, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile and began recording his cute performance. He ran up to his mother and hugged her leg, looking up with pure childhood innocence. "Mama, I want to be a Kamen Rider when I grow up," Ace said, his eyes wide with determination and excitement. "Oh, I'm sure you'll be, sweetie. Come now. It is time for lunch," Ace's mother replied, gently guiding him to the dinner table. The young boy, full of dreams and imagination, followed his mother, his mind still filled with the heroic images of the Kamen Rider he had just watched. End of flashback. As Ace grew older, he realized that Kamen Rider was just a television show, not real. This revelation broke his heart, but his love for the series remained unshaken. He found another way to become a Kamen Rider, by pursuing his dream of becoming a suit actor for tokusatsu. To chase his passion, Ace dedicated himself to learning various martial arts. He trained in boxing, karate, judo, and kendo, and he continues to learn new techniques today. He has also diligently studied stunt techniques and taken acting classes. "I might not be a real Kamen Rider, but I can still be part of that world," he would often tell himself. Ace puts all of his efforts and heart into accomplishing his dream, believing that someday he will stand on that stage and bring a rider to life. "Since everything is here, let's put them in the display," said Ace. In the basement of his suburban home, Ace carefully carried the newly arrived Kamen Rider Gav merchandise. The low-lit staircase descended into a room dedicated to his cherished collection. He stepped carefully, his hands sliding along the wall, searching for the light switch. He found a light switch and illuminated the low-lit basement. Rows of glass cabinets stretched before him, showcasing his impressive collection from the first Kamen Rider, Ichigo, to the latest Gotchard. Not just limited to heroes, Ace's collection also included the Dark Riders and monsters from each series. "Let's display these right here," he said, opening an empty cabinet next to the Gotchard series. Ace began placing each piece of Gav merchandise into the display, making sure they were neatly placed and displayed correctly. Hours passed as he arranged and rearranged, ensuring each item was perfectly positioned. "Phew, it is finally complete," Ace declared, wiping sweat from his brow. The basement felt stuffy despite being cooler than the August heat outside. Ace was drenched in sweat, but the satisfaction of completing his collection made every moment of effort worthwhile. After completing his work on his collection, Ace decided to take a shower. He walked to his room, grabbed a soft towel, and cleaned himself, washing away the sweat from his earlier efforts. Dressed in comfortable pajamas, he made his way to the living room, where a stack of Marvel comics lay scattered on the table. Marvel comics, he muttered, his fingers tracing the colorful covers. Ace was casually familiar with the Marvel Universe. He had watched several MCU movies and purchased a few comics, driven by a mild curiosity about the characters. While he didn't possess a deep knowledge of the Marvel world, he understood the basic narratives from his casual reading and online discussions. Spider-Man, like many others, was his favorite character, a choice that was far from unique. As interesting as Marvel is, Ace said to himself, a soft smile playing on his lips, I still prefer Kamen Rider. With practiced efficiency, he tidied up the comics, cleaned the table, prepared a simple meal for himself, washed the dishes, and then went to sleep in his bedroom. A few hours after settling into a deep slumber, a sudden, thunderous explosion jolted Ace awake. What is happening? He exclaimed, his heart racing. Rushing to the window, Ace peered outside with wide, alarmed eyes. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Burning buildings lined the streets, their flames casting an eerie orange glow across the neighborhood. Terrified screams pierced the night air, punctuated by continuous explosions in the distance. What is going on? Ace muttered, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and confusion. Without hesitation, he burst out of his house. The chaos that greeted him was beyond comprehension. Panicked civilians ran in all directions, their faces etched with terror. Distant explosions continued to rock the ground, and guttural, inhuman noises echoed from unseen monsters lurking somewhere in the darkness. In that moment, Ace's life was about to change forever. This was not just another ordinary night. This was the beginning of something extraordinary, a turning point that would reshape his entire existence. The world around Ace had transformed into a scene of unimaginable chaos. He stood bewildered, trying to comprehend the sudden apocalyptic landscape that had materialized overnight while he slept. Moments ago, everything had been peaceful, and now destruction reigned supreme. Desperate to understand what was happening, Ace grabbed one of the panicked people fleeing down the street. Hey, what is happening? He asked, his voice a mixture of confusion and urgency. Let me go, the man shouted, struggling to break free from Ace's grip. You should run while you can. The man wrenched himself away and continued running, leaving Ace even more perplexed than before. At the end of the street, a group of machines moved with calculated precision, causing widespread destruction. Their design was distinctly humanoid, crafted with a sleek combination of yellow, silver, and black colors. Each machine featured an angular head reminiscent of a bird's profile, heavily armored and wielding staff-like weapons that gleamed menacingly. Ace recognized them immediately. These were Cass-Hines, semi-sentient robotic servants that had first appeared in the Kamen Rider ZO series. But this wasn't a television show anymore. They seemed terrifyingly real. Cass-Hines, what are they doing here? Are they real? He muttered to himself, a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, one of the Cass-Hines fired a laser blast that landed dangerously close to Ace's position. The explosive impact created a massive shockwave that swept through the area, violently throwing Ace to the ground. Ace could feel the searing pain from the shockwave rippling through his body. This was not a dream. This was terrifyingly real. The young man's mind raced with disbelief. How could these creatures, these Cass-Hines he had only ever seen in fictional narratives, be standing before him now? They moved menacingly closer, their metallic forms gleaming under the chaotic light. Instinct took over. Ace scrambled to his feet and joined the panicked crowd fleeing through the streets. People ran in all directions, their screams creating a cacophony of terror. They turned a corner, hoping for escape, only to find more Cass-Hines blocking their path. Energy beams erupted from the robotic soldiers, cutting down dozens of innocent people. The street became a scene of unimaginable horror. Ace and the remaining survivors continued their desperate flight. Suddenly, more nightmarish figures emerged, creatures Ace recognized from countless Kamen Rider series. Grongi, Fangire, Orfnak, Imagine, Envies, Roidmeuds, Bugsters. Monsters from different eras and storylines now stood before them, their presence as real and deadly as the Cass-Hines. Questions flooded Ace's mind. How had these fictional beings become reality? But survival instinct overrode curiosity. He continued running, refusing to look back, hearing the sounds of destruction and carnage behind him. The monsters attacked indiscriminately, transforming the city into a battlefield of chaos and destruction. And Ace, a mere human caught in an impossible scenario, could do nothing but run. A young girl stood trembling, nearly surrounded by menacing Cass-Hine robots. Their metallic forms gleamed under the chaotic city lights, their single red eyes fixed upon her vulnerable frame. "Mama! Papa!" the girl cried, her voice a desperate plea that echoed through the destruction. Ace Yukio could not abandon her. With the swift movements honed from years of martial arts training, he dashed towards the girl. In one fluid motion, he scooped her into his arms, her small body pressed against his chest as he ran. The Cass-Hines unleashed a barrage of energy beams, their mechanical precision targeting the fleeing pair. "Don't worry," Ace said softly, his voice calm and reassuring despite the danger. "We'll get out of here." The girl's terrified sobs muffled against his shirt, her tiny hands clutching his jacket. Ace's determination burned brightly. He would protect her, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a beam struck a nearby wall. Chunks of concrete and debris exploded outward, catching Ace with unexpected force. He tumbled to the ground, instinctively curling his body to shield the girl from the impact. The Cass-Hines approached, their robotic steps methodical and emotionless. Their monotone voice cut through the chaos. "Do not resist. Surrender, and your deaths will be painless." Ace Yukio stared defiantly at the approaching Cass-Hines. "Never!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. "Why are you attacking us?" The robotic soldier's single red eye flickered mechanically. "We are under the orders of the great leader. Dai-Shocker shall rule over your world." Dai-Shocker. The Cass-Hines' response revealed a chilling narrative. Dai-Shocker was more than just another enemy. It was a multiversal evil organization that united villainous factions from across different Kamen Rider realities. Their ambition was grand and terrifying, to conquer all worlds and establish a new, oppressive order under their absolute control. Led by the mysterious Great Leader, this sinister organization recruited monsters and technological weapons from countless dimensions. Their goal was not merely conquest, but total domination, a relentless war against the multiverse itself. The Cass-Hines advanced menacingly, their mechanical voices cold and precise. "Now surrender or die." Ace rushed forward with lightning-quick reflexes, delivering a powerful kick to the front Cass-Hine and swiftly grabbing its weapon. "Run," he shouted to the girl, his voice urgent and protective. Despite Ace's valiant efforts, the Cass-Hine's overwhelming numbers quickly became apparent. Their coordinated assault proved too much for a single fighter. A precise strike from one of the robotic soldiers landed squarely on Ace's stomach, sending him crashing hard against a nearby wall. "Gah!" Ace groaned, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. "Onaikin," the girl cried out, her voice trembling with fear and concern. "Your attempt is futile," it declared in a monotone voice. The robot raised its weapon, the gun barrel aimed directly at Ace. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Ace realized the dire situation, understanding that his chances of survival were slim. "Damn it," he muttered, a mix of frustration and resignation in his voice. In the basement of his suburban home, Ace's meticulously arranged Kamen Rider collection began to tremble. The carefully displayed figures started to glow, coalescing into a brilliant white orb that shot out from the basement, heading directly towards Ace. Before the Cassine robots could fire their weapons, the orb swiftly entered Ace's body. A powerful shockwave erupted outwards, sending the robotic soldiers stumbling backward. What happened? One of the Cassine units monotonically inquired. Ace examined his body, noticing a subtle glow emanating from his skin. Confusion swept through his mind, but a strange sensation began to flow towards his waist. Slowly, a sleek, metallic belt materialized around his waist. Silver with golden accents, the belt featured a circular buckle that looked both ancient and futuristic. "This is," Ace whispered, recognition dawning in his eyes. The belt was unmistakably the Arkle, the legendary transformation device of Kamen Rider Kuga. When Ace touched it, he realized this was no mere toy. It had weight, a metallic texture that felt incredibly real beneath his fingertips. "With this," he muttered, a renewed fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Ace looked at the Cassine robots, his stance shifting from confusion to determination. "Aura!" he shouted, launching himself into attack. As his fist connected with the first robot, his right arm instantaneously became covered in armor. It changed. "Yes!" Ace exclaimed, his childhood dreams suddenly becoming a reality. He continued his assault, utilizing the martial arts techniques he had diligently practiced for years. Punching and kicking with precision, Ace moved with a fluidity that belied his excitement. White armor began to encase his body, contrasting against a black bodysuit with golden accents. Two red bug-like eyes emerged on his helmet, accompanied by small golden horns. The Amadam stone at the center of the Arkle belt turned a vibrant red. Ace had transformed into Kamen Rider Kuga's growing form, a state that granted him enhanced strength, speed, and agility beyond human limitations. The Cassine robots, once confident in their superiority, now faced an unexpected and formidable opponent. The Cassine robot's mechanical voice crackled with disbelief. "Kamen Rider, impossible. There shouldn't be one in this universe." Ace examined his transformed body, a surge of determination coursing through his veins. "I did it," he muttered, his eyes locked onto the robotic adversary. With a challenging cry, he shouted, "Come, you bucket of bolts." The battle erupted with explosive intensity. Ace's newfound armor granted him superhuman strength, transforming his movements into a dance of precision and power. The Cassine robots attacked in coordinated waves, their metallic forms converging on him from multiple angles. But Ace was ready. Two Cassines lunged simultaneously, their mechanical limbs extended for a synchronized strike. In a fluid motion, Ace flipped through the air, his body twisting with practiced martial arts technique. Mid-rotation, he executed a devastating drop kick, sending both robots crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and broken metal. More Cassines rushed forward, their programming demanding the elimination of this unexpected threat. Ace moved with a fluidity that seemed to defy physics, deflecting attacks, countering with lightning-fast strikes, and systematically dismantling their formation. The Cassine units fell one by one. Their numbers dwindled under Ace's relentless assault, and each robotic soldier met a spectacular demise. Metal fragments scattered across the battlefield. Only a single Cassine remained. Ace's muscles coiled like a predator's, then released. He launched himself skyward, a human missile targeting the final robot. His kick struck with pinpoint accuracy, driving into the Cassine's central chassis. The impact sent the robot careening backward, its systems overloading into a brilliant explosion. Silence descended, broken only by the fading echoes of mechanical destruction. "I did it! I did it! I defeated them!" The young girl nearby watched the entire confrontation with wide-eyed wonder. "You're amazing, Oni-chan." She ran toward Ace, wrapping her small arms around his leg in a grateful embrace. Relief washed over Ace. The girl was safe. He prepared to escort her to somewhere safe when a sudden, inexplicable sensation caused the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. Something was wrong. A thunderous crash erupted mere feet away. Instinctively, Ace shielded the girl from the flying debris, his body acting as a protective barrier. As the dust settled, he turned his attention to the crash site. A figure emerged from the swirling smoke, an armored being of black, gold, and crimson. Its design was unmistakable, a green bat-like visor crowned with a regal motif, a tattered black cape flowing with a gothic elegance. Ace's heart rate quickened with recognition. "Dark Kiva," he muttered. Dark Kiva is one of the Dark Riders Ace knew. He could already tell he was not friendly. Dark Kiva's gaze locked onto Ace, its presence radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. "You?" The voice was cold, authoritative. "Who are you?"
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ace stood motionless, acutely aware of Dark Kiva's overwhelming presence. The slightest loss of concentration threatened to overwhelm him. Behind him, a small girl trembled, her tiny hands clutching his leg with desperate fear. How unexpected! Dark Kiva's regal voice resonated through the space. Another rider in this universe. The two faced each other in a tense standoff. Ace's body was rigid with apprehension, while Dark Kiva exuded an unsettling calm, like a predator observing its prey. "Are you with Dai-Shocker?" Ace asked, his voice steady despite his inner turmoil. "Indeed," Dark Kiva declared, a hint of amusement dancing beneath his authoritative tone. "Dai-Shocker really exists?" A subtle chuckle escaped Dark Kiva. "I see you're familiar with our organization." "Fascinating." Ace's mind raced. He knew of Dai-Shocker's reputation, but encountering them directly was something else entirely. "Which Dark Kiva are you? King or Taiga Nobori?" "Neither," Dark Kiva responded, his voice a measured blend of pride and mystery. "I am something different." "Impossible," Ace challenged. Dark Kiva can only be wielded by members of the royal Fongire family. Dark Kiva's response carried a note of triumphant superiority. Typical rules no longer apply. Dai-Shocker has discovered methods to harness the powers of Dark Riders. The implication struck Ace like a physical blow. Dai-Shocker, a name whispered with fear in the Kamen Rider multiverse, now possessed the ability to wield Dark Rider powers. The potential threat was immeasurable, and Ace had no way of gauging their newfound strength. The little girl behind him whimpered, sensing the dangerous energy crackling between the two figures. Ace instinctively shifted, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his mind racing to understand the magnitude of this unexpected encounter. Dark Kiva's gaze swept over Ace and the scattered remains of the destroyed Cass-Hines. His voice carried a note of cold assessment. "You have proven yourself quite capable, which also makes you dangerous." Ace's body stiffened, the weight of Dark Kiva's killing intent pressing against him like a prey being watched by a predator. "I can see you have recently acquired your power," Dark Kiva continued, his tone calculating, "which makes things considerably simpler. How about you join Dai-Shocker? If you cooperate, we won't be forced to eliminate you." Without hesitation, Ace turned to the young girl standing nearby. "Run," he said firmly. "Get as far away from here as you possibly can." The girl, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded quickly and darted away, her footsteps echoing in the tense atmosphere. Ace turned back to Dark Kiva, his resolve hardening. "Join Dai-Shocker?" Ace's response was immediate and unwavering. "Never in a million years." He knew the reputation of Dai-Shocker from the stories, from the shows he had watched countless times. They were a cruel organization, driven by a dictatorial ideology that crushed individual freedom. Everything they represented was antithetical to his core beliefs. Joining them was simply not an option. Dark Kiva's response was a low, menacing chuckle. "What a shame. You would have been a remarkable asset to our cause." Slowly, deliberately, Dark Kiva began walking closer. Ace's body tensed instinctively, and he found himself taking an involuntary step backward, maintaining distance from the approaching threat. "I have terminated many riders with my own hands," Dark Kiva declared, his voice a blend of contempt and cold promise. "And you? You are not even a fraction of their strength. This battle will be child's play." Ace's body trembled, but his determination burned brighter than his fear. He rushed toward Dark Kiva, knowing full well the overwhelming difference in their abilities. Each of his attacks seemed to dance around Dark Kiva's imposing form, the Dark Rider effortlessly evading Ace's desperate strikes. The young rider punched and kicked with everything he had, but Dark Kiva treated him like a mere child, his movements so precise and dismissive that they seemed almost contemptuous. When Ace launched another punch, Dark Kiva's hand intercepted it with terrifying ease, capturing the fist like a predator seizing its prey. "Is this how much your strength amounts to?" Dark Kiva's voice dripped with cold mockery. A devastating kick struck Ace's stomach, sending him crashing into a nearby wall with bone-crushing force. The impact left a distinct foot imprint carved into his armor, a brutal testament to the vast gulf between their power. Ugh! Ace struggled to his feet, pain radiating through every fiber of his being. He understood the harsh truth. He was hopelessly outmatched. Yet surrender was not an option. Death would claim him if he stopped fighting, so he would fight, no matter the cost. Summoning what remained of his courage, Ace prepared to attack again. But before he could move, Dark Kiva's hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Your attempts are futile," the Dark Rider declared. Suddenly, dark energy surged through Dark Kiva's arm, invading Ace's body like a malevolent force. Ace's scream tore through the air as electricity and sparks danced across his armor. Each bolt a testament to the overwhelming power consuming him. Dark Kiva released his grip, and Ace dropped to the ground. Broken and barely conscious, he could scarcely muster the strength to even lift his head, a stark reminder of how completely outclassed he was in this brutal encounter. Come to think of it, you saved that girl, right? The tension in the air was palpable as Dark Kiva's gaze swept over the escaping figure of a young girl. His voice carried a chilling indifference. How young? Too bad her life is going to be cut short. Ace, driven by an overwhelming sense of desperation, clung to Dark Kiva's feet. "I won't let you hurt her," he declared, his voice trembling with determination. Dark Kiva's response was swift and merciless. He stomped on Ace's back, grinding his foot with calculated cruelty. Ace cried out in pain. "You have no right to stop me," Dark Kiva declared coldly. "Blame your weakness for not being strong enough." A sinister ball of dark energy gathered around Dark Kiva's hand, aimed directly at the girl. "No, stop it," Ace pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. The dark energy launched towards its target. "No," Ace screamed. A massive explosion erupted, leaving behind only destruction. Where the girl once stood, only a burning teddy bear remained. H. Ace's scream tore through the air, a mixture of anguish and something else, something primal. Black lightning began coursing through Ace's body, his eyes transforming from red to an intense black. Dark Kiva observed with intrigue. Interesting. Ace rose, now radiating a newfound power. He began striking Dark Kiva with unprecedented force. The Dark Rider could sense the transformation. Ace's attacks were now actually affecting him, if only marginally. Magnificent power. Dark Kiva caught Ace's fist, acknowledging the pressure behind the blow. But it is still not enough. Gathering energy in his arm, Dark Kiva delivered a devastating punch to Ace's midsection, sending him tumbling to the ground. The black lightning dissipated, and Ace's eyes returned to their original red. "It is time to end this," Dark Kiva declared. He tapped the bat on his belt. "Wake up, one." A bat symbol appeared on Dark Kiva's feet, and massive amounts of dark energy gathered around his right leg. Leaping high into the air, he prepared a devastating kick towards the helpless Ace. Suddenly, a wall materialized, gray with aurora-like patterns. It enveloped Ace just as Dark Kiva's kick connected, shattering the mysterious barrier. When the dust settled, Ace had vanished. He ran away. Dark Kiva muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice. This is a problem. You're a lucky young man. But if our paths cross again, I'll be sure to kill you. With that, Dark Kiva transformed into hundreds of bats, dissolving into the night sky. Ace landed in a remote alleyway, his armored form dissolving as exhaustion and severe injuries overwhelmed him. The young rider looked around, his senses picking up the distant sounds of cars and urban noise. The surrounding buildings were unfamiliar, and he realized with growing uncertainty that he was no longer in a place he recognized. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice weak and strained. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Ace summoned every ounce of willpower to push himself to his feet. Each movement was a battle against his rapidly failing body. With determination etched on his face, he stumbled towards the alleyway's exit. As he emerged onto the street, Ace's eyes widened. The architecture was distinctly different, not the familiar landscape of Japan he knew so well. Sleek buildings and bustling streets surrounded him, filled with yellow cabs, diverse pedestrians, and a rhythm entirely foreign to his experience. Something about this place felt different, almost like another world. His injuries, which he had been desperately holding at bay, finally caught up with him. The world began to spin, and Ace's legs gave way beneath him. He collapsed onto the sidewalk, his vision blurring. Nearby pedestrians rushed to his aid, their voices a distant echo. "Oh my God, are you okay?" someone asked, concern evident in their tone. As consciousness slipped away, Ace's fading vision caught a glimpse of a wall. A familiar logo stood out, Stark Industries, before darkness consumed him completely. The last thought that flickered through his mind was a mix of confusion and wonder. How had he ended up in this street? In the bustling heart of New York, a charming two-story cafe named Pol Pol stood as a beacon of warmth and tranquility. Soft jazz melodies drifted through the air, complementing the inviting interior with its wooden furniture, brick walls, and gentle illumination. The cafe exuded an atmosphere of comfort and relaxation. A line of eager women stretched before the entrance, their anticipation palpable. Among them, two friends, Emma and Mia, waited, their conversation filling the space around them. "Hey, Emma, the line seems endless. Why don't we find coffee elsewhere? There's a Starbucks just around the corner," Mia suggested, her impatience evident in her tone. Emma remained resolute. "No, trust me, this cafe is worth the wait." Mia's skepticism was written across her face. The cafe appeared ordinary, nothing extraordinary at first glance. "Is the coffee really that good?" "Not particularly. It's just average," Emma replied with a mysterious smile. "Then why are we standing here?" Mia exclaimed, frustration creeping into her voice. "I need my caffeine fix, or a migraine will set in soon." Emma placed a reassuring hand on her friend's shoulder. "Relax, Mia. You'll understand why I chose this place soon enough." Emma and Mia had waited for 30 minutes before finally reaching the front of the line. The anticipation was palpable, with Mia's patience wearing thin. "I swear, Emma, this better be worth it," Mia muttered, her frustration evident in her tone. As they entered the cafe, the cozy atmosphere enveloped them. However, their attention was immediately drawn to a handsome young man working behind the counter. His presence was magnetic, commanding attention without effort. "Welcome back, ladies. Would you like a table for two?" The young man greeted them. The young man was Ace, and he carried himself with a confident, charismatic demeanor that seemed to belong to someone far beyond his years. A crisp white shirt peeked out from beneath a green apron, and his hair was slicked back, accentuating his striking features. Mia found herself momentarily speechless. "Yes," she managed to reply, her eyes locked on Ace. With practiced grace, Ace escorted them to their seats. Mia's gaze remained fixed on him, unable to look away. "Would you like our special blend?" Ace asked, his voice smooth and professional. "Yes," Mia responded, still captivated. "Understood," Ace replied with a subtle smile. He walked away towards the barista, leaving behind a trail of intrigue. Emma looked at her friend with a knowing smirk. See? I told you it was worth the wait. Mia leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Who's that hottie? His name is Ace, Emma explained. He just started working here a month ago. Quite the looker, isn't he? Definitely, Mia agreed, her eyes still following Ace's movements. Moments later, Ace returned, carefully placing their coffees on the table. Thank you for waiting. Your special blends, he said, his movements precise and elegant. The aroma of the coffee was intoxicating. Emma and Mia took their first sips, finding the brew exceptional. Their enjoyment was only enhanced by the occasional glances they stole at Ace, who continued his work with an air of effortless charm. The cafe buzzed with quiet conversation, but for Emma and Mia, the world had narrowed to this moment, this coffee, and the captivating young man who had served it. Hours passed, and the clock struck 5 p.m., signaling the cafe's closing time. All customers had departed, leaving Ace diligently cleaning the tables with careful, precise movements. Nice job today, kid, Pops called out from behind the counter. Thank you, Pops, Ace replied, his voice carrying a mix of respect and gratitude. Pops was the owner of Cafe Pole Pole, a cozy establishment that had become a second home to many. A middle-aged man with a warm and approachable demeanor, he embodied the cafe's welcoming spirit. His slightly unkempt black hair and kind brown eyes spoke of years of experience and wisdom. Dressed in his signature yellow shirt and suspenders. Nice job these past weeks, Pops continued, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Hiring you was a smart move. Business is booming since you started. Can't believe it's already been a month, huh? Yes. I'm still very thankful for your help back then. Don't mind it. A month had passed since Ace's unexpected arrival in this unfamiliar world. When he collapsed in the middle of the street, it was Pops who came to his rescue. With compassion in his heart, Pops brought the unconscious young man to Cafe Pole Pole and carefully nursed him back to health. Ace found himself in a precarious situation. With no identification, no money, and no place to call home, he was truly lost. Recognizing the young man's vulnerability, Pops made a generous offer. He suggested that Ace could work in his cafe, and to sweeten the deal, he revealed a spare bedroom on the second floor where Ace could stay. Without hesitation, Ace accepted the opportunity. The kindness of Pops was nothing short of a miracle. For Ace, who had arrived with nothing but the clothes on his back, Pops' intervention was a godsend. As the day drew to a close, Pops prepared to leave the cafe. He carefully put on his coat and adjusted his hat, turning to Ace with a final instruction. Lock up carefully, all right? Leave it to me, Pops. After Pops departed, Ace meticulously checked the cafe, ensuring everything was in order. Returning to his room, Ace took in the simple space. Wooden floors stretched beneath his feet, complemented by a modest cabinet, a well-worn study table, a soft lamp, and a fan that gently circulated the evening air. A single bed with wooden frames stood against the wall, inviting him to rest. Ace collapsed onto the bed, a deep sigh escaping his lips. So tired, he murmured to himself. But it wasn't physical exhaustion that weighed on him, but it was a mental one. Ace sat in his room, his mind wandering through fragments of his memories. Had his world been destroyed? The possibility seemed more likely than not, especially given his knowledge of Dai-Shocker. After his traumatic battle with Dark Kiva, he found himself suddenly transported to an entirely different universe. He realized he was in a different universe when he saw newspapers with headlines about Stark Industries, glimpses of the Hulk's fugitive status, and a museum dedicated to Captain America. These were not figments of his imagination. Ace had landed in the Marvel Universe, a world he once knew only through fiction. He didn't know how he arrived in this universe, but he theorized that the Aurora Curtain was the reason. The Aurora Curtain appears as a shimmering, curtain-like rift infused with vibrant purple, blue, and green hues, resembling the Northern Lights. This concept originates from the Kamen Rider Decade series, in which Decade uses the Aurora Curtain to travel between various AR worlds of Kamen Riders. When his hand touched his waist, the Arkle materialized, a tangible reminder of his dream fulfilled. He was a Kamen Rider, yet the memories of his last battle haunted him. The little girl he couldn't save continued to echo in his nightmares. He has tried to transform again, but he finds himself stuck in Kuga's growing form. He cannot understand why he cannot access Kuga's other forms, and he knows he will need them to survive in the Marvel Universe. Threats like Thanos, Hela, Ultron, and other cosmic dangers will appear, and if he doesn't become stronger soon, he will most likely end up dead. The only good news is that Tony Stark had not yet departed for Afghanistan, which meant the Marvel Cinematic Universe's timeline had not started yet. This gives Ace ample time to gain strength. As he prepared for sleep, Ace forgot to consider the existence of Dai-Shocker. Their arrival in this universe was not a matter of if, but when. His eyes closed, and the night embraced him, filled with uncertainty and potential. It is late at night in the city of New York, yet the urban landscape remains vibrant and restless. In the suburban corners, small groups of young men gather, their shadows blending with the dim streetlights. Nearby bars hum with the sounds of conversation and clinking glasses, while automobiles navigate the bustling streets. Occasionally, the distant wail of police sirens cut through the night's ambient noise, a reminder of the city's constant pulse and underlying tension. The metropolis breathed with a life of its own, never truly sleeping, always moving, always alive. In the shadowy depths of a narrow New York alleyway, a drunken man swayed unsteadily. The stench of alcohol and vomit hung in the air, evidence of his excessive drinking. He had just emptied the contents of his stomach beside a rusted dumpster, his movements uncoordinated and clumsy. He mumbled, attempting to regain his balance. As he stumbled forward, a figure emerged at the far end of the alley. The dim lighting made it difficult for the intoxicated man to discern the stranger's features. Something about the silhouette felt unnervingly still, watching him with an intense, predatory gaze. "Why don't you walk away and mind your own business?" the drunk slurred, a hint of aggression in his voice. The mysterious figure continued advancing, each step measured and deliberate. Sensing danger, the drunk reached for his weapon, a small pistol tucked into his waistband. His hands trembled slightly as he raised it, attempting to appear threatening. "Hey, I'm warning you," he growled, the gun wavering in his unsteady grip. Before he could react, the stranger moved with impossible speed. In a blur of motion, powerful hands seized the drunk's throat, effortlessly disarming him. The gun clattered to the ground, forgotten. Where a human had stood moments before, a monstrous creature now loomed. Suza, the rat Grongi, revealed its true form, a nightmarish fusion of rat and humanoid. Fur-covered skin stretched over a muscular frame, bead-like eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. Elongated limbs and a serpentine tail completed its terrifying transformation. Sharp claws pierced the drunk's neck with surgical precision. Blood erupted from the wound, painting the alley's grimy walls. The Grongi effortlessly tossed the lifeless body aside, a casual display of superhuman strength. "That's 8, the creature muttered in the guttural Grongi language. With inhuman agility, Suza scaled the alley walls, its movements fluid and spider-like. Within seconds, it vanished into the urban darkness, leaving behind only a fresh crime scene. Sometime later, a woman's horrified scream shattered the night silence. She had discovered the brutalized corpse and immediately contacted the authorities. Hours later, the police arrived at the crime scene, carefully cordoning off the area and initiating their investigation. 2 officers stood near the victim, their voices low and uncertain. "What could have happened to this man?" one officer muttered, his gaze fixed on the gruesome scene. "These wounds, they don't look like typical knife injuries," his partner observed, studying the distinctive puncture marks with a mixture of confusion and professional detachment. Captain George Stacy soon arrived, his commanding presence immediately drawing attention. A tall, broad-shouldered man in his late 40s, he carried himself with the weight of years of law enforcement experience. His graying hair was neatly combed, and his weathered face spoke of countless investigations and hard-earned wisdom. "Report," George demanded, his voice firm yet controlled. "Captain, we have another murder," the younger officer explained. The victim was stabbed in the neck, but the wound characteristics are unusual, not consistent with standard bladed weapons. George's experienced eyes scanned the crime scene. "Security footage?" "Limited," the officer responded. "We only have footage of the victim entering the alley. No sign of the perpetrator." Examining the lifeless body, George's expression hardened. "This is the 8th such incident this week. We may be dealing with a serial killer." His tone carried a blend of professional concern and personal determination. "Understood, sir. We'll have the full report on your desk immediately." George nodded and left the crime scene. Beyond the police tape, curious onlookers craned their necks, some discreetly snapping photos with their phones. A local news crew approached, their camera trained on the seasoned police captain. "Captain Stacy, can you comment on the recent murder?" the reporter asked. George met her gaze. "The NYPD is already actively investigating. We're committed to finding and apprehending the individual responsible for these crimes." George leaves without responding to any more questions. It was another ordinary day at Café Pol Pol. Ace moved between tables, serving customers with his usual efficiency. In a corner of the cafe, a small television played the evening news. "Another brutal murder has shocked New York City," the journalist announced, his voice tense and professional. "The 8th victim has been found dead in an alleyway, and the police investigation remains ongoing." Pops paused in his task of wiping a coffee mug. The screen zoomed in on the crime scene, showing police officers carefully collecting evidence. Large, distinctive wounds marked the victim's neck, puncture holes that suggested something far from an ordinary attack. Eyewitness reports continue to describe a bizarre figure fleeing crime scenes. The reporter continued, "Multiple witnesses have described a creature that is part human, part animal, covered in fur, seen scaling walls and vanishing from the scene." The camera cut to grainy surveillance footage. A shadowy silhouette moved with impossible fluidity, scaling a wall with serpentine grace. The image was blurry, but the creature's unnatural movement was unmistakable. Pops set down the mug, a chill running down his spine. "These murders are quite disturbing. Wouldn't you agree, Ace?" Pops said, his voice tinged with concern. Ace nodded absently. "Yes. Something troubling you?" Pops inquired, noting the young man's distracted demeanor. "Huh? Oh, nothing," Ace replied, continuing to serve customers. Yet the description of the perpetrator nagged at the edges of his consciousness. A series of thoughts raced through his mind. "This sounds like the work of a monster. Could it really be? If I'm here in this universe, then it's possible. And if I'm here, Dai-Shocker could be here too." The mere possibility of Dai-Shocker emerging in this universe sent a chill down Ace's spine. A fleeting image of Dark Kiva danced across his thoughts, but he quickly pushed it aside. "Pops, do you think I could have the rest of the day off?" Ace asked, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. Pops looked up from wiping a mug, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Do you have something important to do?" "Yes, there's something I want to investigate," Ace replied, his tone serious yet measured. Pops studied him for a moment before nodding. "Well, all right. Just make sure to return before we close. I don't want to close the shop without you." "Yes, thank you, Pops," Ace said with a grateful smile. He carefully removed his apron, hanging it on the wall. He exited Café Pol Pol, his mind already racing with possibilities. The recent murders nagged at his consciousness. If a monster was responsible, he was determined to stop it. As a Kamen Rider, he felt a deep sense of responsibility to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Ace walked through the bustling streets of New York, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. The serial murderer could be anywhere in this concrete jungle, and he had no leads to follow. "This is harder than I thought," Ace muttered, stopping at a street corner. "I barely know my way around these streets, let alone where to find a killer." The young hero felt the limitations of his situation keenly. Unlike the detectives in crime shows, he didn't have sophisticated equipment to tap into police communications. And while he possessed incredible powers as a writer, mind reading or tracking abilities weren't among them. Ace noticed a commotion ahead as he made his way through the bustling New York streets. A crowd had gathered behind yellow police tape, their faces filled with concern and fear. Moving closer, he could see what had drawn their attention. Another victim lay motionless on the ground, a grievous wound visible on their neck. When will they catch this murderer? A woman in the crowd whispered anxiously to her companion. These streets aren't safe anymore, especially at night, replied another bystander, shaking his head. Ace studied the victim's wounds carefully from his position. The injuries weren't typical of a human attack. The neck bore marks that resembled those made by sharp, animal-like claws. These wounds, Ace thought to himself, his expression growing serious. The more I examine them, the more convinced I am. This has to be the work of a monster. His suspicions about the killer's true nature were growing stronger with each piece of evidence. The crackle of a nearby police radio caught Ace's attention, making him freeze in place. Two officers stood at their patrol car, receiving an urgent transmission through their radio unit. Possible sighting on Fifth Avenue. Suspect fleeing toward the alley behind the public library, the dispatcher's voice announced through the static. Copy. Converging now. One of the officers responded with determination. The two officers quickly entered their squad car and sped away from the scene, their sirens blaring through the streets. Not wanting to lose this opportunity to investigate, Ace stepped toward the street's edge and raised his hand, flagging down a passing taxi. Fifth Avenue, please, Ace instructed the driver as he settled into the back seat. The scene at Fifth Avenue was chaotic. A grotesque creature, known as the Rat Grongi, towered over several police officers, its monstrous form casting an ominous shadow across the street. The officers fired their weapons desperately, but the bullets simply bounced off the creature's tough hide and clattered uselessly to the ground. The Rat Grongi moved with frightening speed, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air. One officer was sent flying, his body tumbling across the rough pavement like a rag doll. His partner, face pale with fear, grabbed his radio with trembling hands. Officer down. We need immediate backup at Fifth Avenue. His voice cracked with desperation. Suspect is extremely dangerous. Repeat, extremely dangerous. Shots ineffective. Multiple units require. His transmission was cut short as the Rat Grongi's massive form lunged forward. With one powerful swing of its tail, the creature sent the officer crashing into a nearby wall. The impact was devastating and immediate. The screech of tires announced the arrival of another police car. Two more officers emerged, their faces contorting with horror at the sight before them. What the hell is that? One officer exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who cares? Shoot it, his partner responded, raising his weapon. Their bullets, like those before them, proved futile against the monster's impenetrable hide. The Rat Grongi turned its attention to the newcomers, its beady eyes gleaming with malice. The creature pounced with inhuman speed, its claws extended. The officers' screams of terror echoed through the street as they attempted to defend themselves against the unstoppable force before them. Ace arrived, and the scene before him was horrifying. The Rat Grongi is viciously attacking police officers, and many have already fallen. Grongi? He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Dark memories of his encounter with Dark Kiva resurfaced, but Ace pushed them aside, focusing on the present danger. Hey, he shouted. Without hesitation, Ace charged toward the monstrous creature. His fists and feet flew in practiced movements, each strike precise and purposeful. With every impact, pieces of armor materialized around his body until he stood transformed in the growing form. The Rat Grongi tilted its head, studying Ace with its beady eyes. It spoke in the ancient Grongi language, its words incomprehensible to human ears. Kuga, your horns are a lot smaller than I remember. Sorry, I can't understand you, Ace replied, maintaining his fighting stance. The creature's next words came in clear English. its voice carrying a sinister tone. Then, do you understand me now, Kuga? Are you part of Dai-Shocker? Ace demanded, his body tensing. So you know Dai-Shocker, the monster replied, almost seeming pleased by this recognition. Why are you killing people? The question burst from Ace, filled with righteous anger. The rat Grongi's response sent chills down Ace's spine. Of course, it is to start a new Jedgel, and to bring glory to the glorious mission of Dai-Shocker. As Ace processed these words, his heart sank. The Jedgel is a ritualistic game of killing humans conducted by the Grongi tribe. The presence of Dai-Shocker in this universe, combined with the start of a new Jedgel, could only mean devastating consequences for humanity. The rat Grongi's mocking words were met with Ace's defiant declaration. Not if I have anything to say about it. You cannot stop us, Kuga. I am Suzuda, and I shall have the pleasure of ending your life. The rat Grongi sneered, its beady eyes gleaming with malice. A fierce battle erupted between them. Ace launched into a series of precise strikes, his martial arts training evident in every movement. The rat Grongi responded with savage swipes of its claws, forcing Ace to weave and dodge. However, a sudden sweep of the monster's tail caught him off guard, sending him crashing into a nearby police car. The rat Grongi lunged forward, reaching for Ace's throat, but Ace managed to wrestle free and deliver a powerful kick that sent the creature staggering backward. With renewed determination, Ace pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless combination of punches and kicks that began to wear down his opponent. The arrival of additional police units, led by Captain George Stacy, changed the dynamic of the battle. The veteran officer's eyes widened at the sight before him. What are those things? George called out, his voice carrying authority even in the face of the extraordinary scene. All units opened fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted, but the bullets merely bounced off both combatants harmlessly. The shooting did, however, draw the rat Grongi's attention toward the officers. As the creature turned its predatory gaze toward the police, Ace intervened, pulling it back and resuming his assault. Finding itself increasingly pressured, the rat Grongi shoved Ace aside and scaled the nearest wall with surprising agility. Ace prepared to pursue, but the police's shouts stopped him in his tracks. "Stop right there. You're surrounded," George commanded, his stance firm and unwavering. Left with no choice, Ace took advantage of his enhanced abilities, leaping away with incredible strength. He bounded from building to building, easily clearing structures 3 to 4 stories tall, leaving the frustrated police force behind. George watched the mysterious figure disappear into the distance, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Damn it." In the dimly lit confines of his office at the police station, Captain George Stacy sat at his desk, his weathered hands spread across photographs that defied explanation. His eyes were fixed on the blurry images before him, evidence of something that challenged his understanding of reality. The photos, though not perfectly clear, captured 2 impossible figures, a humanoid rat-like creature and an armored warrior resembling an insect. These weren't costume-wearing criminals. The brutal serial killings linked to the rat creature proved that much. Earlier that day, after receiving reports of the murderous creature, George had mobilized his entire precinct. But when they arrived at the scene, they encountered not just one monster, but 2 locked in fierce combat. "What are we dealing with here?" George muttered, his fingers tracing the outline of the mysterious figures in the photographs. His years of experience as a police captain hadn't prepared him for this. Creatures that seemed to step right out of science fiction, bringing very real danger to his city. The blurry photographs on his desk might not be perfect, but they were undeniable proof. Something extraordinary and potentially dangerous was loose in New York, and as captain of the NYPD, it was his responsibility to protect the citizens from whatever these beings were. Someone knocks on the door, and a police officer stepped inside, his uniform wrinkled and his expression grim. "Captain," the officer said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. George looked up from his desk. "How are our men?" he asked, though the officer's demeanor had already given him a sense of the answer. "Not good, sir. We've lost several good officers, and most of the survivors are in critical condition, the officer reported, his eyes inadvertently drawn to the photographs spread across the captain's desk. God, George muttered, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. The officer's gaze lingered on the strange images, one showing what appeared to be an armored warrior, the other a grotesque, rat-like creature. What's our approach regarding these beings, Captain? George's weathered face hardened with determination. We'll neutralize them. I'm putting in a request for higher caliber weapons. These aren't ordinary perpetrators we're dealing with. Understood, Captain. One more thing, George added, his voice softening slightly. Notify the families of our fallen officers, but keep the details classified. We can't let word of these monsters reach the public. It would only cause widespread panic. Yes, sir. The officer straightened, offered a crisp salute, and left the office. Alone once more, George's attention returned to the photographs on his desk. His fingers traced the edges of the images, Kuga and the rat Grongi, as he made a silent vow to bring an end to this threat, whatever the cost. Moonlight filtered through the windows of Café Pol Pol as Ace stepped inside. The familiar bell chimed softly, announcing his arrival to the nearly empty establishment. Welcome back, Pops called out from behind the counter, his expression a mix of relief and concern. It's already so late. Ah, sorry, Pops, Ace replied, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. The streets around here are still unfamiliar to me. I got a bit lost. Pop's eyes softened with understanding. The more you explore, the better you'll know your way around, he said, then his tone grew serious. But be careful at night. There are gang wars in the streets, and those serial killings haven't stopped. Stay safe, all right? Yes, I'll keep that in mind, Ace assured him. I'll finish locking up the shop and then head back to my room. All right, see you tomorrow. With a gentle wave, Pops leaves the cafe, leaving Ace alone with his thoughts. After securing the cafe, Ace retreated to his room. He collapsed onto his bed, exhaustion seeping into his bones. That was tiring. His mind wandered to the earlier confrontation with the rat Grongi. The creature had slipped through his fingers, and now the police were aware of his existence. The image of George Stacy, a figure he'd only known through comics and movies until today, flashed in his mind. Ace knew the police would be hunting him now, and a wave of gratitude washed over him as he remembered how the armor had protected him from their bullets. Without it, he would have been riddled with holes. Fighting the Grongi was proving more challenging than he'd anticipated. His fingers unconsciously traced the outline of the arcle on his waist. If only he could access the mighty form, he could end these battles more swiftly. Why can't I transform into that form? He murmured into the darkness, his voice tinged with frustration and determination. Ace lay in bed, his mind drifting to Kamen Rider Kuga. The image of the mighty red warrior filled his thoughts, a hero who stood against darkness and fought for hope. Yusuke Godai was an ordinary young man until destiny called upon him. When he first discovered the Arcle, a mystical belt of ancient origins, his life changed forever. As he placed the belt around his waist, determination burned in his eyes, a fierce resolve to stand against the terrifying Grongi who threatened humanity. The power of mighty form awakened within him not through chance, but through his unwavering desire to protect others. While many would have run from such responsibility, Godai embraced it, channeling his natural compassion into the strength needed to fight. His mission wasn't born from a desire for power or glory, but from a simple, pure wish to preserve the smiles of people around him. I'll protect everyone's smiles, he would often say, his voice carrying both gentleness and iron resolve. Despite having no special abilities of his own before finding the Arcle, Godai's heart proved to be his greatest weapon. He transformed from an average person into humanity's guardian, taking up the mantle of Kuga with unwavering dedication. Maybe I'm still hesitating? Ace whispered into the darkness. That can't be right. Being a Kamen Rider has always been my dream. Why would I hesitate now? The memories came unbidden. Dark Kiva's imposing figure and the haunting image of the little girl he couldn't save. The weight of these thoughts pressed heavily on his heart. Ace remained silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the ceiling above. "I should get some sleep," he murmured softly, trying to push the troubling thoughts aside. He closed his eyes, knowing tomorrow would bring another day of work. As sleep began to overtake him, the memories of both heroes and failures continued to dance at the edges of his consciousness. Through the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. base walks Maria Hill, her movements precise and purposeful. Her athletic frame carries a tactical uniform adorned with S.H.I.E.L.D. logos on the arms, while her neatly styled shoulder-length brown hair frames piercing eyes that miss nothing. In her hands, she holds a glass tablet as she makes her way to meet her superior. A firm knock on the door is answered by a deep voice. "Enter." Inside the office stands Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His imposing figure, marked by a shaved head, neat goatee, and distinctive eye patch covering his left eye, commands attention in the room. "Director." Hill greets him with professional courtesy. "What do you have for me, Agent Hill?" "You might want to see this, sir." Hill extends the tablet toward him. Fury's remaining eye scans the contents displayed on the screen. Images and video footage showing Kuga engaged in combat with the rat Grongi. His expression remains unreadable as he studies the footage. 2 unidentified life forms surfaced in New York last night. Hill reports crisply, her tone sharp with professional concern. Local law enforcement uncovered them while investigating a string of homicides. Cut to the chase, Hill. Are these 2 the ones behind the killings? Based on our preliminary findings, the rat-like entity is responsible for the recent homicides. The armored subject intervened, initiating a confrontation with the rat creature shortly thereafter. Fury's attention returns to the footage, his gaze particularly focused on Kuga's movements. The silence in the room grows heavy as he analyzes every detail of the mysterious armored warrior. Is the armored one a potential enemy? Based on current observations, he hasn't shown any hostile intent towards civilians or law enforcement, Hill reported. She hesitated before adding, "Should we deploy our field agents, sir?" "Deploy them," Fury nodded, his leather coat creaking as he shifted his stance. "But keep them at a distance. I want eyes on this armored figure, detailed surveillance, and data collection. They're to maintain their position unless the situation deteriorates." "Sir, are you considering him for the project?" "We don't have any info on his identity or what he is capable of. For all we know, he might not even be human. That's precisely why we're going to learn everything we can about him." "Agent Hill," Fury replied, his tone leaving no room for further discussion. The project Hill was talking about is the Avengers Initiative. Under Nick Fury's guidance, the initiative sought to gather Earth's most extraordinary individuals into a unified team. Its purpose was clear: to combat catastrophic threats that conventional military forces simply couldn't handle. The world was changing, and S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to ensure humanity could face whatever challenges emerged from the shadows. Hill nodded curtly. "I'll brief the field agents immediately, sir." She turned and walked toward the door and left the room. As the door closed behind her, Fury returned his gaze to the tablet. The video replayed Kuga's dynamic movements against the rat Grongi, each frame revealing something new about the mysterious armored warrior. Fury's lone eye narrowed slightly. Times are changing. The rat Grongi perched atop a darkened building, his beady eyes scanning the streets below for potential victims. His elongated claws twitched with anticipation as he contemplated his next move. "I must kill more. I need more kills for the Jedgel." A solitary figure caught his attention, a man walking alone in the night. Without hesitation, the Grongi descended from his vantage point, his movements swift and precise. In one fluid motion, he plunged his razor-sharp claws into the unfortunate man's neck. As the victim crumpled to the ground, the rat Grongi's gaze fell upon an aging apartment building. His heightened senses detected the numerous occupants inside, and a cruel calculation formed in his mind. This target-rich environment could help him reach his quota. Slipping into the building's dimly lit hallway, the monster encountered his first witness, a startled resident whose eyes widened with confusion and fear. "Well, what are you?" The man stammered, his voice trembling. Is that a costume? The rat Grongi answered with brutal efficiency, lunging forward with inhuman speed. His claws found their mark, and the resident's questions ended in a wet gurgle as life drained from his body. The sound of a door opening drew the monster's attention. A woman, stepping out with her garbage, froze at the gruesome scene before her. Her scream pierced the night air, but was quickly silenced by the Grongi's lethal claws. With methodical precision, the monster began his systematic slaughter, moving from apartment to apartment. Each door became another target, each resident another victim in his cruel game of numbers. The rat Grongi's deadly mission continued, turning the quiet apartment building into a house of horrors. The television in Pol Pol crackled with urgent news. A serious-looking anchor leaned forward, her voice tense and rapid. We're bringing you live coverage of a horrific incident in downtown Manhattan. Police have cordoned off a residential building after multiple reports of a mass casualty event. Witnesses describe a masked individual moving through the building, leaving a trail of victims. Emergency services are on the scene, but details remain unclear. We emphasize that residents should stay away from the area. This is an ongoing investigation. Ace's eyes narrowed. He knew this was the Grongi acting up again so soon. Pops, he called out, already moving toward the door. I need to go. Pops looked up, confusion crossing his weathered face. Where are you heading in such a hurry? Something important, Ace replied, his voice carrying a mix of urgency and determination. He rushed out of Pol Pol, his mind racing. The police would be helpless against a Grongi. Only he can stop it. Outside, Ace flagged down a taxi. Downtown, and as quickly as possible, he instructed the driver. As the taxi wove through the city streets, Ace couldn't help but think how much easier this would be if he had his own motorbike, or better yet, a proper rider machine. Captain George Stacy led his NYPD officers into the apartment building, their high-caliber weapons at the ready. His weathered face was set with determination, his eyes scanning the corridor ahead. Stay sharp, he instructed his team. We don't know what we're walking into. Keep your weapons ready and watch each other's backs. The officers entered, and the scene before them was horrific. A bloody hallway stretched out, bodies scattered like broken dolls. Large punctured wounds marked each victim's neck, and blood dripped from walls and floor. The metallic smell of death hung heavy in the air. One of the younger officers couldn't contain himself, vomiting at the gruesome sight. George's jaw clenched, a single muttered "damn it" escaping his lips. Suddenly, movement caught their attention. Around the corner, the rat Grongi, Suzuda, was in the process of killing another helpless victim. Its rat-like form moved with terrifying precision, claws extended and eyes gleaming with predatory intent. George's eyes hardened. With a swift hand signal, he commanded his team, "Open fire. Take that thing down." A thunderous volley of gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes lighting up the dark hallway. But the rat Grongi was no ordinary target. It moved with inhuman speed, the bullets barely scratching its monstrous form. In a blur of motion, the creature lunged. Claws slashed. A powerful tail whipped through the air. Bones crushed under its assault. Officers falling like rag dolls against the blood-stained walls. "Retreat," George shouted, recognizing the futility of their current strategy. The rat Grongi pursued, its hunting instincts driving it forward. George reached for his radio, his voice calm despite the chaos. "All units, we need backup. Where's the SWAT team?" A crackling response came through. "Already on their way, Captain." The SWAT team entered the building with calculated precision. Their tactical formations were tight, weapons raised and ready. The team's leader barked quick commands, and they fanned out through the bloodstained hallway. The rat Grongi observed the new arrivals, a sinister gleam in its rat-like eyes. "More Linto to add to my count," it thought with predatory anticipation. Gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes cutting through the darkness. The Grongi moved like liquid shadow, dodging bullets with impossible speed. Its razor-sharp claws tore through tactical gear and flesh with brutal efficiency. SWAT members fell one by one, their extensive training no match for the monster's inhuman reflexes. The hallway transformed into a killing ground. Claws slashed, bones crunched, blood splattered against the walls. With methodical brutality, the rat Grongi decimated the team, leaving only silence in its wake. The creature's gaze locked onto George. The last one, it calculated. In a blur of motion, the rat Grongi lunged at George, razor-sharp claws extended. George braced himself, closing his eyes and awaiting the fatal strike. But the impact never came. A sudden blur of white and red intercepted the monster. Ace stood in his growing form, having delivered a powerful kick that sent the Grongi crashing into the wall. The plaster cracked, forming a spiderweb of fractures around the creature's impact point. "Are you okay?" Ace asked George, his voice steady and calm. "I'm fine," George responded, momentarily stunned by the unexpected rescue. The rat Grongi stirred, rising from the wall. As it moved, a nearby candle toppled. The small flame touched a curtain, which began to smolder and slowly catch fire, spreading across the fabric. "Kuga," the Grongi called out. Ace and the rat Grongi squared off, getting into their battle stances. The fire continued to spread, casting an ominous glow on their impending confrontation. The heat from the spreading flames filled the building, creating an intense atmosphere as Ace and the rat Grongi faced each other in a tense standoff. Captain George Stacy stood at a distance, carefully observing the unfolding situation. Despite the dangerous fire consuming the structure around them, both Ace and the monstrous Grongi remained laser-focused on each other. The silence broke when the rat Grongi, its beady eyes gleaming with malice, lunged forward with razor-sharp claws extended. Its movements were quick and precise, like a predator hunting its prey. Ace was ready. With the martial arts training he had practiced for years, he deflected the creature's deadly swipe with fluid motion. In the same breath, he countered with a powerful strike, targeting the Grongi's exposed form. The rat Grongi screeched, an inhuman cry piercing through the crackling flames. It twisted midair, its long tail whipping like a weapon, attempting to catch Ace off guard. Ace ducked, the tail slicing through the air where his head had been moments before. He rolled, using the burning debris as temporary cover, then launched a swift counterattack. His fist connected with the Grongi's chitinous body, sending it sliding across the scorched floor. The creature hissed, its claws scraping against the burning surface, preparing for another assault. Suddenly, a girl's scream cut through the chaos. "Mommy," she cried. The girl was trapped nearby, surrounded by flames with no apparent escape. Captain George Stacy tried to reach her, but the flames were too intense. "I need to help her," Ace thought. Just as he prepared to rescue the girl, the rat Grongi attacked. Its claws struck Ace, forcing him to the ground. The creature moved in for the kill, thrusting its claws forward. But Ace caught its hand, refusing to be defeated. "Get off of me," he shouted. The girl's continued screams echoed through the burning building. "Mama!" A memory surfaced in Ace's mind. A previous moment when he had failed to save a girl, watching helplessly as Dark Kiva's blast erased her existence. Determination and fighting spirit rose within him. The challenges he faced, fighting the Grongi, stopping Dai-Shocker, confronting Dark Kiva, were terrifying, but he would not let this girl die. He would not allow history to repeat itself. He was a Kamen Rider now, and he would protect people's smile. "I won't lose," Ace declared, his voice filled with resolve. A vision flashed before Ace's eyes. A red warrior, Kuga, surrounded by flames that seemed to dance around him like a divine blessing. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "When evil rises, don the stone of hope, and be the warrior who strikes down evil in flames." Kuga. Something shifted within Ace at that moment. He could feel power flowing from the Amadam, coursing through his entire body like electricity through a wire. With newfound strength, Ace gradually pushed against the rat Grongi. The monster's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how its prey had suddenly become so powerful. In one fluid motion, Ace delivered a powerful kick, sending the rat Grongi stumbling backward. He rose to his feet, the raging inferno behind him casting dramatic shadows across his determined face. His hand moved to touch the Arkle, and he raised his other arm skyward. Henshin, the Amadam responded with a brilliant red glow, and transformation began to sweep across Ace's body. His armor shifted and changed, taking on a striking red color adorned with black and gold accents. The golden horns on his helmet grew more prominent, and his eyes blazed a fierce crimson. The power of Kuga's mighty form had awakened within Ace. This new form enhanced his physical capabilities beyond their previous limits, granting him mastery over martial arts techniques. The versatile mighty form excelled in close combat, making it ideal for a wide range of battle situations. Like a well-forged sword, it struck a perfect balance between offense and defense, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Grongi is shocked and now felt a bit of fear. He instinctually knows that the opponent in front of him has changed and gotten stronger, but it still did not stop him from fighting. George, who watched from the side, was intrigued. The armor of the insect-looking warrior changed, and he is intrigued. The Grongi, more wary now, crouched low with predatory intent. Ace stood facing the creature calmly, his body settling into a practiced martial arts stance. In a blur of movement, the Grongi pounced forward, but Ace was prepared. He smoothly fell backward, using the momentum to kick the creature over him with practiced precision. Before the Grongi could recover, Ace was upon it. He pinned the creature to the ground, delivering a series of powerful strikes that showcased his extensive martial arts training. With a swift motion, he lifted the Grongi and hurled it against a nearby wall. The impact shattered the wall, sending debris scattering across the ground. The rat Grongi struggled to rise, its movements sluggish from the assault. But Ace did not relent. He pressed his advantage, moving with the fluid grace of someone who had trained extensively in multiple fighting disciplines. Each punch and kick was calculated, each movement a testament. When the Grongi attempted to counterattack, Ace's defensive skills shone through. He effortlessly intercepted the creature's strikes, his body moving with an almost instinctive understanding of combat. For every attack the Grongi launched, Ace had a swift and decisive response, turning the creature's own momentum against it. His right leg began to heat up, signaling the moment to end the battle. As the Grongi charged toward him, Ace responded with equal intensity. He slid across the ground, using his arms as a launch pad, and propelled himself forward. With precision, he drove his right foot into the Grongi's chest, sending the creature flying backward and crashing against a nearby wall. Kuga's symbol appeared on the Grongi's chest, and cracks started to spread across its body. In its final moments, the creature's broken language echoed with a desperate threat. "I'll kill you. Kuga, kill." Ace stood there, his right foot still emitting wisps of smoke, as the Grongi's form was consumed by the erupting green flames. A quiet resolve burned in his eyes, a testament to his triumph in the confrontation. "I did it," he murmured, the words a soft acknowledgement of his victory. Kuga's keen senses picked up the faint, desperate cries of a young girl trapped within the burning building. The flames roared around him, consuming everything in their path. Nearby, George Stacy was struggling, overcome by the thick, suffocating smoke. With a swift, purposeful movement, Ace helped the police captain to his feet. "Are you able to stand?" Ace asked, his voice steady and reassuring. "Yes," George replied, his words punctuated by a rough cough. "You must leave immediately," Ace urged, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. George hesitated. "But the girl—" "Trust me," Ace interrupted, his gaze meeting George's with a calm resolve. "I will save her." Something in Ace's expression convinced George. With a reluctant nod, the police captain made his way out of the burning structure, leaving Ace to face the inferno. The building groaned and crackled, its wooden frame succumbing to the relentless flames. The girl's cries had grown weaker, almost imperceptible beneath the roar of the fire. Ace burst through a charred doorway, finding the young girl barely conscious, her small form overcome by smoke inhalation. "Hey, can you hear me?" Ace called out, his voice cutting through the crackling flames. The girl stirred slightly, her response a mere whisper. "It's going to be all right," Ace said softly, his tone a mixture of compassion and determination. "I'm here to help you." Gently but swiftly, he scooped the girl into his arms. The floor beneath him was unstable, sections already collapsed or burning fiercely. The previous hallway was now a death trap of flames and falling debris. Ace's eyes quickly scanned the room, searching for an alternate escape route. Time was running out, but Ace remained calm. He would find a way to save the girl. That was his promise. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as George Stacy emerged from the burning building. His fellow officers greeted him with relief. "Captain Stacy, you're alive," one of them said, a mixture of surprise and admiration in his voice. "Yeah, I guess I got lucky," George responded, his weathered face showing the strain of the recent ordeal. Nearby, a distraught mother struggled against the police barricade. Her desperate cries pierced the smoky air. "Please, let me go. My baby is still in there," she screamed, her voice breaking with raw emotion. "Ma'am, it's too dangerous," an officer tried to restrain her. "I don't care," she shouted back, her maternal instinct overpowering all reason. George glanced back at the burning structure, silently hoping the armored warrior would rescue the child. Minutes passed, feeling like hours. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the building, sending a plume of smoke and debris into the sky. "No," the mother wailed, believing her worst fears had been realized. In that moment of despair, a sound of shattering glass drew everyone's attention. An armored figure leaped from a window, cradling a small girl in his arms. With graceful precision, he landed on the ground. Ace approached the mother, gently placing the child in her arms. The reunion was instantaneous. Tears, relief, and overwhelming joy mixed together as the mother embraced her daughter. "My baby girl, you're safe," she whispered, her voice trembling. She looked up at Ace, gratitude flooding her eyes. "Thank you." Ace, overwhelmed by the moment, found himself speechless. The weight of his successful rescue settled upon him. Unable to find words, he simply gave a thumbs up, a gesture that spoke volumes. The NYPD officers, including George Stacy, watched in amazement. George, in particular, couldn't quite believe what he had just witnessed. "Hey you, whoever you are, you need to be taken in for questioning," a police officer shouted, breaking the emotional moment. Ace, not wanting to be detained, made a swift decision. With superhuman agility, he bounded away, leaping across massive leaves and landing atop a nearby building before disappearing from view. "He's getting away." After him, the officers began to mobilize. "That won't be necessary," George interrupted, his calm voice cutting through the chaos. "Captain," his subordinate looked confused. "Let him go. There are more pressing matters to attend to," George said, his years of experience guiding his judgment. A swarm of news reporters descended, their cameras and microphones hungry for details. George could feel a headache forming. The aftermath of such an incident was always complicated. For a moment, he longed for the simple comfort of home, his wife and daughter waiting, blissfully unaware of the drama that had just unfolded. Ace stood in a secluded alleyway, carefully scanning his surroundings to ensure no cameras or people were nearby. With a subtle gesture, he canceled his armor, a sense of relief washing over him. He had successfully defeated another Grongi and saved a child, a mission that filled him with quiet satisfaction. After a month of dedicated training and inner struggle, Ace had finally unlocked Kuga's mighty form. The achievement brought a wide grin to his face. Getting to become Kuga is so cool, he muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of excitement and determination. Just as he was about to head home, a voice called out from behind him, breaking the momentary silence of the alley. Ace paused, his body instinctively tensing. You finally embraced your destiny as Kamen Rider. Interesting. A mysterious figure stood before Ace, his dark coat and wide-brimmed hat casting deep shadows across his face. Ace recognized him immediately. Narutaki, the enigmatic character from Kamen Rider Decade, a prophet with profound knowledge of the multiverse. Narutaki, Ace exclaimed, his voice trembling with a mixture of shock and excitement. The mysterious man simply nodded, his stern expression remaining unchanged. Indeed, Ace's mind raced with curiosity. "What brings you here?" he asked, intrigued by the unexpected appearance of such a legendary figure. A cryptic smile played across Narutaki's lips. "I am here to assist you," he replied, his words carrying a weight of mysterious intention that left Ace both fascinated and slightly unnerved. "Assist me?" Ace inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'm sure you're aware of Dai-Shocker," he said, his tone matter-of-fact yet laden with underlying tension. Ace nodded. "A multiversal threat intent on conquering every reality," he responded, recalling the stories he had heard. "They destroyed my world." "I know," he said softly, "and I was the one who saved you." Ace's eyes widened. "You saved me?" he asked, a mix of gratitude and confusion coloring his words. "Yes," Narutaki confirmed. "I couldn't allow a young rider like you to perish so easily. The Aurora Curtain allows me to traverse multiverses, to intervene when necessary." Overwhelmed with emotion, Ace bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving me," he said, his voice thick with gratitude. "But why couldn't you save more people from my world?" Narutaki's expression grew somber. "Even I have limits," he explained. "If Dai-Shocker were to notice me, they would hunt me down. I saved who I could, but the cost of saving everyone would have been too great." A moment of understanding passed between them. Ace, though still bearing the pain of loss, recognized the complexity of multiversal conflicts. "I understand," Ace said finally, his voice quiet but resolute. The weight of his lost world hung in the air. Ace looked at Narutaki with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Narutaki-sen, how did things become like this? I always thought Dai-Shocker was something from stories." Narutaki's expression grew serious. "Each world was never meant to connect with another. There's a risk of mutual destruction when different realities intersect. But Dai-Shocker is now conquering more worlds," Narutaki continued, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration. "Many worlds have already been lost. Didn't Kadoya, Tsukasa-san, and the other riders defeat them before?" Ace asked, his voice hopeful. A flicker of annoyance crossed Narutaki's face at the mention of Tsukasa. "Yes, Decade and the other riders have defeated Dai-Shocker in the past, but they have resurrected." "Resurrected?" Ace repeated, his eyes widening. "A new leader has emerged," Narutaki explained, "and we don't know who it is. The other riders are fighting in different worlds, but we are losing ground. We can't protect every reality." The news of Dai-Shocker's renewed threat alarmed Ace, but when he heard about other riders, excitement bubbled up inside him. "Other riders? Does that mean Tsukasa and the others are real? Can I meet them?" Narutaki's response was sharp. "They are real, but you cannot meet them right now. And why would you want to meet Decade?" "Narutaki," Ace couldn't help but smile. "Of course, I'm a fan of him. Do you still hate Tsukasa? He is the destroyer of worlds," Narutaki exclaimed, reflexively uttering his iconic phrase. "On or Decade?" The familiar words made Ace chuckle. "You know that's not all that he is." Narutaki's expression softened slightly. "I know, but that still does not change the fact that he is the destroyer of worlds." Suaka Kadoya, also known as Kamen Rider Decade, debuted in 2009. Decade travels to different Kamen Rider worlds as they begin to merge, which leads to the destruction of both worlds. Narutaki serves as an antagonist in the series because he believes Decade is the cause of this devastation. Although Narutaki has mixed feelings about Decade, those feelings have softened over time. A look of determination crossed Ace's face as he contemplated the ongoing battle. "Should I go and help the other riders?" he asked, his voice filled with an eager anticipation to join the fight against Dai-Shocker. Narutaki's response was sharp and decisive. He shook his head, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the young hero's limitations. "No, you're not strong enough yet," he replied, his voice firm with the weight of experience. Dai-Shocker is a formidable foe, and the other riders are struggling to contain them. You just became a Kamen rider. You will not be able to help them. I see, he said softly, his brow furrowing with a mix of frustration and acceptance. Then what should I do? You must get stronger in this world, he said firmly. Dai-Shocker has already begun to conquer it, and I leave it to you to stop their advance. Ace's eyes narrowed with determination. I will surely protect this world, he declared, his voice resolute. The weight of Naritaki's words settled upon him, spurring him to action. Good, and these belong to you. Naritaki handed over a collection of documents to Ace. They were his identification papers for this world, a bank account, passport, and school ID, among others. These should have arrived with you when you entered this world, Narutaki explained, his expression serious. But there was an accident during the transfer. Ace examined the documents with careful attention. It's all right, Narutaki-san. I'm just grateful to have them now. His eyes lingered on the school identification card. A school? You must integrate into this world, Narutaki replied matter-of-factly. Besides, someone your age should be attending school. I understand, Ace nodded, accepting the responsibility. Narutaki's stern expression softened slightly. I have one final gift for you. An aurora curtain materialized before them, its ethereal light illuminating the area. Through its shimmering veil emerged a motorcycle that made Ace's eyes widen with recognition. The Tricaser, he exclaimed. The machine before him was the Tricaser 2000, Kuga's legendary rider machine. Its sleek design and powerful frame were exactly as Ace remembered from the show, where Yusuke Godai had used it to pursue and battle the Grongi. Amazing, Ace whispered, running his hands along the bike's smooth surface, inspecting every detail with wonder. Can I really have it? He asked, his voice filled with a mix of hope and disbelief. Of course, Narutaki confirmed. A Kamen rider isn't complete without his motorcycle. Ace mounted the bike and turned the key. The engine roared to life, its powerful rumble sending thrills through his body. The feeling was beyond anything he could have imagined. I must take my leave now, Narutaki announced. Other worlds require my attention. I'll return periodically to check on your progress. Yes, thank you, Narutaki-sen, Ace replied with genuine gratitude. Narutaki acknowledged him with a simple nod before stepping through another aurora curtain, disappearing into its ethereal light. Time to head back to Pole, Ace said to himself, starting the Tricaser's engine. The bike purred beneath him as he guided it toward the cafe, ready to begin this new chapter in his journey. Nick Fury leaned forward, his eye fixed intently on the surveillance footage. The screen displayed Kamen Rider Kuga engaged in a fierce battle against the Grongi, his armor transforming from a pristine white to a vibrant red. More intriguing was the moment when Kuga rescued a child from certain death, a clear indication that this warrior was not a mindless destroyer. Hill, Fury called out, his voice cutting through the quiet of the monitoring room. I want a comprehensive report on this armored warrior. He's just become a potential candidate for the Avengers Initiative. Maria Hill, standing nearby, responded with her characteristic efficiency. Yes, sir. Fury's attention shifted. What have we learned about these unidentified creatures? Hill approached, her tablet displaying a detailed analysis. Our scientific team has examined the recovered remains from the latest incident. Despite significant damage from both fire and the warrior's final assault, preliminary genetic testing reveals something unusual. She paused, choosing her words carefully. The genetic structure of these creatures bears a striking similarity to human DNA. Fury's eye narrowed. Are you suggesting these monsters are somehow human? According to our laboratories, yes, Hill confirmed. The implications hung heavy in the air. A monster with human origins suggested either a clandestine organizational experiment or something far more sinister. Fury's mind raced through potential scenarios, each more concerning than the last. Do we have any information on their origin? Who created them? Fury's question was more a demand than a request. Hill shook her head. Negative, sir. Our investigation is ongoing. Fury's directive was immediate and uncompromising. Continue the investigation. I want to know everything. How many exist, their capabilities, potential weaknesses, and get our weapons division working on specialized armaments. Our standard arsenal is clearly ineffective against these creatures. Understood. Hill responded, already mentally compiling a list of next steps. As Hill left the room, Fury returned his attention to the footage. His fingers traced the outline of Kuga on the screen, analyzing every movement, every transformation. Something about this warrior intrigued him. A potential ally in a world growing increasingly complex and dangerous. A sleek sports car pulled up to a beautiful mansion by the beach. The driver's door opened, and out stepped Tony Stark. He carried himself with the confidence that came naturally to the billionaire CEO of Stark Industries. A beautiful blonde model in an expensive dress got out of the passenger side. She looked perfectly at home among the luxury of Malibu's elite neighborhood. "Welcome to my place," said Tony with his usual charm. He led the model through his mansion, showing her around like someone who was used to having everything. The rooms were filled with amazing technology mixed with expensive furniture. It was clear that this was Tony Stark's home. As they walked, Tony would stop now and then to point at different inventions. "Check this out, one of my latest creations," he would say, touching some shiny device that showed off why Stark Industries was so successful. The model watched him with great interest in her eyes. She knew exactly what kind of game they were playing. It was all about money, attraction, and opportunity. They came to a pair of fancy doors, and Tony turned to her with a playful smile. "And now for the best part," he said in a softer voice. Behind the doors was a bedroom that looked as expensive as the rest of the house. The model paused for a moment, making it clear she knew what would happen next. Tony and the model were about to take off their clothes on the bed when someone spoke up. "Sir, there's something you need to see." Tony felt annoyed that his fun was being interrupted. "This better be important, Jarvis," he said, moving away from the model to listen to his AI assistant. "Who's that?" the model asked. Tony looked at her with an apologetic expression. "That's just Jarvis, my AI helper. Don't worry about it." Jarvis was Tony's very smart artificial intelligence system that he created to help him with everything. He wasn't just a computer. He showed how brilliant Tony was and helped with all his inventions. Jarvis could do all sorts of things, from running Tony's house to controlling the Iron Man suits, and he was almost as funny and sarcastic as Tony himself. "Show me Jarvis." Jarvis's holographic display appeared between Tony and the model. The display showed clear footage of Kuga fighting against the Grongi. The armored warrior moved gracefully, his red and white form attacking and evading with incredible speed. The model stared at the display, no longer interested in flirting with Tony. "What are those things?" she asked, both scared and amazed by what she saw. Tony moved closer to the display, his curiosity taking over. "I'm not sure," he said quietly. He watched every detail of Kuga's armor carefully. Tony had never seen anything like it before. It wasn't like any power suit or technology he knew about. The smooth, curved design and the way the armor moved naturally with the person wearing it didn't make sense to Tony, even with all his engineering knowledge. During the battle, the armor changed from white to red, which made Tony think it had some kind of adaptive technology more advanced than anything his company had made. Every move the warrior made was careful and precise, showing it wasn't just regular mechanical engineering at work. Tony had many questions running through his mind. The suit didn't look like it came from the military or any advanced technology he knew about. Its origins remained a mystery that intrigued him. Tony quickly worked with the holographic controls, focusing intensely. Jarvis scanned both of them completely. "I want to know everything. Heat signatures, electromagnetic readings, what they're made of, everything possible." "Beginning scan now, sir," Jarvis replied in his proper British voice. After a short while, the holographic display changed to show complex data and three-dimensional models of both Kuga and the Grongi. Tony looked at all the information carefully. "Sir," Jarvis said, "the scan results are strange. I cannot find any technology in either of them." Tony leaned in closer, very interested in this discovery. "No technology at all? That can't be right." Something must be making those transformations and powers work. He pressed more holographic buttons, turning the digital models around. The model standing next to him was forgotten as she watched Tony study everything intensely, looking confused but fascinated. Could these be some new kind of super soldiers? Did someone actually succeed in making one? As more information appeared on the display, Tony found himself with more questions than answers. It was rare for Tony Stark to find something he couldn't understand right away, and this mystery really caught his attention. What Tony didn't realize was that Kuga's armor was more like a living thing than a machine, with supernatural powers. It worked because of the user's willpower and could hurt someone who wasn't strong enough to use it. This would make it very difficult for Tony to study Kuga. Tony looked toward his AI assistant. Any sign of a power source? Jarvis? I'm afraid not, sir, Jarvis answered. The energy patterns are unlike anything in our database. They don't appear to have any technological origin I can identify. A beautiful blonde model leaned closer to Tony, running her delicate fingers along his arm. Are you really going to keep working at a time like this? She asked softly, purposely trying to distract him from his work. Tony's eyes widened as he remembered he was supposed to be having a very different kind of evening. His burning curiosity about the mysterious armored warrior and the strange creature temporarily slipped from his thoughts. You make an excellent point, he said, turning to face the model with one of his signature, charming smiles. This investigation can wait until later. The holographic displays projected by Jarvis faded away, leaving the room illuminated by gentle ambient lighting. The model's seductive smile returned, having already forgotten her brief moment of jealousy over Tony's work. Tony's brilliant mind, which had been consumed with scientific questions just moments before, now focused completely on the beautiful woman before him. The mysteries of Kuga and the unusual creature would have to remain unsolved for now. Now, then, Tony said warmly, giving the blonde his complete attention, what were we discussing before? Ace stands in front of the mirror, adjusting his school uniform. The crisp white shirt and navy blue slacks are a stark contrast to his usual casual attire. Pops enters the room, a warm smile on his face. Looking good, Ace. You clean up nice. Ace turns to Pops, a hint of nervousness in his expression. Thanks, Pops. I'm kind of nervous entering a new school. Don't worry. You'll do great. Pops gives Ace an encouraging pat on the back. Midtown High is a good place. You'll make friends in no time. Ace nods, taking a deep breath. He knows he needs to face this new chapter with courage, just like he's faced every challenge before. Pops glances at the clock and gives Ace a gentle nudge. Better get going, or you'll be late on your first day. Ace nods, his expression resolute. Right. Thanks for everything, Pops. He turns and heads out the door, making his way to the Tricacer 2000 parked outside. With a rev of the engine, Ace takes off, the sleek motorcycle cutting through the city streets as he rides towards Midtown High School. His heart races with a mix of anticipation and nerves, but he refuses to let his anxieties hold him back. Ace arrives at Midtown High, the prestigious institution standing tall before him. The sprawling campus is a blend of modern architecture and classic design, exuding an air of academic excellence. Students mill about the grounds, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Ace takes a deep breath, his gaze scanning the crowd. He knows there's a high likelihood that Spider-Man attends this school, and the thought fills him with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He wonders if the webslinger has already received the spider bite, or if the fateful event is yet to occur. Steeling his nerves, Ace makes his way towards the entrance, determined to face this new challenge head-on. Ace navigates the bustling campus, his eyes scanning the crowd, when he accidentally bumps into someone. I'm so sorry, he says, his voice sincere. The person he collided with is a young woman with a striking Gothic appearance. She has dark, sleek hair and dramatic makeup, and her outfit consists of a black dress, fishnet stockings, and combat boots, giving her a brooding, edgy look. No worries, she says, her tone slightly sharp but not unkind. I'm Nico Minoru. I'm Ace, he replies, offering a friendly smile. It's nice to meet you, Nico. Ace asks, are you a freshman too? Nico nods. Yeah, I am. She pauses, then adds, I'm supposed to go to the orientation today, but I'm not sure where it is. Do you want to go together? Since you're new here, too. Ace brightens at the suggestion. That would be great, actually. I was just about to ask if you wanted to head there together. He gestures towards the bustling campus. Lead the way. Nico gives him a small smile and nods, turning to make her way towards the orientation venue, Ace falling in his step beside her. The two new students navigate the crowded hallways, both feeling a little less alone with a companion by their side. Ace and Nico make their way through the bustling campus, both feeling a little more at ease with each other's company. As they walk, they begin to chat, curious to learn more about one another. So Ace, what brings you to Midtown High? Nico asks, her tone less guarded than before. Well, I'm actually new to the city, Ace explains. I've been traveling a lot, but I'm hoping to put down some roots here. He glances at Nico, a friendly smile on his face. What about you? Nico shrugs, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I've lived in LA my whole life. Midtown is a bit of a change of pace, but I'm ready for a new adventure. The two continue to converse, discovering shared interests in art, literature, and even a mutual love for old movies. Ace is surprised by Nico's dry wit and perceptiveness, while Nico finds herself drawn to Ace's genuine warmth and curiosity. Ace and Nico make their way to the gymnasium, where the orientation is taking place. They find a couple of empty seats and take their places. Suddenly, the guy sitting next to Ace turns to him with a friendly smile. Hey, I'm Umberto Lopez, but everyone calls me Berto. He introduces himself. Berto has a lean, athletic build, with short black hair and warm brown eyes. His casual attire, including a green t-shirt and jeans, gives him a laid-back, approachable vibe. Nice to meet you, Berto. I'm Ace, he replies, returning the smile. Ace turns to Nico and gestures towards Berto. Nico, this is Berto. Berto, meet Nico. Nico offers Berto a small nod. Nice to meet you. Berto grins warmly. Likewise, I'm glad to see some new faces. He glances between Ace and Nico. You guys freshmen too? Nico rolls her eyes and says sarcastically, No, we're just sitting here for fun. Of course we're freshmen, genius. Berto scratches the back of his head sheepishly, realizing his mistake. Right, my bad. Guess we're all in the same boat here. Ace, Nico, and Berto sit together as the orientation begins. The principal takes the stage, welcoming the new students to Midtown High. I'm pleased to see so many bright faces here today, the principal says, scanning the crowd. You are the future of this school, and we're excited to help you reach your full potential. The principal goes on to explain the various clubs, sports teams, and academic programs available. Ace listens intently, eager to make the most of his new school experience. As the orientation continues, the students are informed of their class assignments. Ace perks up when he hears his name called, followed by Nico's and Berto's. Looks like we're all in the same class, Berto says, grinning at Ace and Nico. This is going to be great. Nico rolls her eyes, but Ace can see a hint of relief in her expression. Whatever, I guess it could be worse, she says, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ace chuckles softly, already sensing the dynamic between his new classmates. He wonders what adventures and challenges await him at Midtown High, but he's determined to embrace this new chapter with an open mind and a willingness to grow. As the orientation concludes, Ace, Nico, and Berto gather their belongings and prepare to head to their first class together. Ace can't help but feel a sense of anticipation, eager to see the cafeteria hummed with the sounds of lunchtime chatter. At a corner table, three friends, Ace Yukio, Umberto Berto Lopez, and Nico Minoru, sat with trays of half-eaten food before them, engaged in an animated discussion about movies. Berto leaned forward, his hands gesturing emphatically. The original Spirited Away cut is absolutely the definitive version. The director's extended scenes completely transform the narrative. Nico's response was immediate, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You're completely wrong. The theatrical release represents the purest form of the film. Those extended scenes are nothing more than unnecessary padding. Their voices rose, drawing curious glances from nearby students. Berto's dramatic hand movements punctuated his passionate argument, while Nico's sharp-wit cut through his points like a knife. "Ace," they called out simultaneously, turning to their friend, "you're going to settle this." Ace looked up, momentarily pulled from his thoughts. He had been absently pushing around a piece of cafeteria pizza, only half listening to their debate. "Wait, what? Who's right about this Spirited Away cut?" Berto pressed. Nico crossed her arms, waiting. "Yeah, break the tie. I think they're both fine." Ace offered, his response deliberately neutral. As lunchtime drew to a close, the trio gathered their belongings and prepared to head to their respective classes. Berto, brimming with excitement, invited Ace and Nico to his home for an afternoon of video games. "Hey, want to come over and play Mario Kart?" he asked, adjusting his backpack. "How about the latest version? And my setup is pretty impressive." Nico's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "Oh, you're going down. I'll destroy you so thoroughly, you won't know what hit you." A competitive spark ignited in Berto's eyes. "Bring it on. I've been practicing, and my Rainbow Road skills are legendary." "Legendary?" Nico scoffed. "More like delusional. I'll lap you so many times, you'll get dizzy." "Is that a challenge?" Berto raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely," Nico replied. "Get ready to eat my dust." Berto laughed. "My place. After school. Be prepared to lose." As they walked, Ace accidentally bumped into someone. "I'm sorry," he said quickly. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." The person he'd bumped into was a blonde girl with an edgy, punk rock aesthetic. Gwen Stacy stood before him, her hair styled in a messy, carefree cut that framed her face. She wore a leather jacket over a band t-shirt, complemented by ripped black jeans and combat boots that completed her rebellious look. Her piercing eyes studied Ace with a mixture of curiosity and mild annoyance. A choker adorned her neck, and multiple rings decorated her fingers. The outfit was a carefully curated statement of individuality, speaking volumes about her independent spirit. Gwen's makeup was dramatic yet understated, dark eyeliner that accentuated her eyes, and a hint of pale foundation that gave her complexion an almost porcelain quality. Her posture was confident, shoulders squared, radiating an energy that suggested she could handle herself in any situation. "You okay?" she asked, a hint of sarcasm threading through her words. Berto and Nico paused, watching the interaction with interest. Ace nodded. "Yeah, totally fine. Sorry about that." Gwen adjusted her leather jacket, a slight smile playing at the corner of her mouth. The hallway continued to bustle around them, other students weaving past their momentary encounter. Ace offered a friendly smile. "I'm Ace. Nice to meet you." Gwen's expression softened slightly. "Gwen, sorry about that. I should have been paying more attention." Ace stood momentarily stunned after his encounter with Gwen Stacy. She was a notable figure from Spider-Man lore, a character well known among comic book enthusiasts. "I should get going." "It was nice meeting you, Ace," Gwen said, her voice carrying a hint of casual friendliness. As she walked away, Berto and Nico positioned themselves beside Ace, their curiosity piqued by the interaction. "So that's Gwen Stacy," Berto remarked, his eyes following her departure. "You know her?" Nico inquired, raising an eyebrow. Berto's chest puffed up with enthusiasm. "Know her? She's practically legendary. Top grades, stunning looks, and her father's a police captain. Getting a date with her would be like winning the lottery." Nico rolled her eyes, her sarcasm sharp as a knife. "Huh, keep dreaming, Romeo." Undeterred, Berto flashed what he clearly believed was an irresistible smile. "Confidence is key. The ladies appreciate a man who knows his worth." "Oh, I'm sure women are just lining up to date Mr. Confidence," Nico retorted, her voice dripping with playful mockery. "All right, come on, you two. Let's get to class before we're late." Ace looks back at Gwen's retreating figure one last time before following Berto and Nico. In the dimly lit depths of a New York aquarium, a group of individuals gathered. Their bodies bore intricate, tribe-like tattoos, and they conversed in the ancient Grongi language, their voices low and measured against the soft bubbling of fish tanks surrounding them. "How much longer must we wait?" one muttered impatiently. Patience, another responded. She will arrive soon. The hallway echoed with a sharp click of heels. A woman approached, her movements deliberate and commanding. She wore a black dress draped with a crimson shawl, her long black hair cascading down her back. A distinctive rose tattoo adorned her forehead, a mark of her status and power. La Balvada had arrived. Everyone is assembled, she announced, her voice cutting through the aquarium's ambient sounds. One of the Grongi stepped forward, eagerness burning in his eyes. Let me be next, he proclaimed. In an instant, La Balvada's hand struck him, sending him sprawling. Her message was clear. She would not tolerate interruption from those beneath her. Migera Oiri, she called. A Grongi emerged from the group. His body was a vibrant green, textured like a frog's skin, with large, bulging eyes and webbed limbs that spoke of ancient, primal power. Migera Oiri's form was both beautiful and terrifying, a living weapon of the Grongi tribe. How delightful. I shall be next, he said, a hint of malevolent excitement in his voice. La Balvada's eyes narrowed. 81 people in 3 days, she stated, her words a challenge and a command. La Balvada extended her hand, inserting the Jejel ring, adding explosive energy into Riz Gitarudo, the buckle in his weight. The ritual was clear. If the Grongi failed to complete his assigned mission, the explosive energy would trigger, causing his belt buckle to detonate. However, should Migera Oiri successfully execute his killing quota, the energy would be absorbed, powering him up and potentially advancing him within the Grongi hierarchy. That will be easy, Migera Oiri responded, confidence radiating from his monstrous form. As he prepared to depart, La Balvada's final instruction hung in the air. When you encounter Kuga, she warned, ensure you finish him. Migera Oiri nodded, a silent promise of destruction to come. The aquarium's fish continued to swim, oblivious to the ancient, deadly game being played out among their tanks. A game where humanity was nothing more than prey. A woman navigated the riverbank, her recently purchased groceries carefully loaded into her vehicle. Her phone pressed against her ear as she spoke. I know, Mike. Don't worry, I got everything. I'll be home in an hour, she reassured her companion. As she ended the call, a vibrant green head emerged slowly from the murky river waters. Migera Oiri, the frog Grongi, watched with predatory intent. His amphibian eyes locked onto the unsuspecting woman, calculating his moment of attack. In a lightning-fast motion, Migera Oiri projected his elongated, toxic tongue. It wrapped around the woman's neck with precision, pulling her towards the water with inhuman strength. Her shocked scream was quickly muffled as he dragged her deeper into the river's cold embrace. The woman struggled, her movements growing weaker with each passing moment. Her eyes, once filled with life, gradually lost their spark. Migera Oiri maintained his grip, methodically executing his hunting technique, a ritualistic method perfected by generations of Grongi before him. When the struggle ceased, Migera Oiri released the lifeless body, allowing the river's current to carry it away. With calculated precision, he marked another tally on his gazepa, the tribal bracelet that tracked his kills. That's 15, he croaked in the ancient Grongi language. Blending seamlessly with the water, Migera Oiri began swimming downstream, his amphibious form searching for the next unsuspecting prey in his deadly game of hunting. The police have cordoned off a section of the riverbank, where multiple bodies have washed ashore. Investigators document the grim scene, their faces etched with concern as they examine the victims. All the victims seem to have been killed in a similar manner, one officer remarks, his brow furrowed. Cause of death appears to be strangulation, but we haven't found any signs of a struggle on land. Another officer shakes his head, perplexed. It's as if they were pulled into the water and drowned. We need to figure out how this is happening before more people fall prey to this killer. Captain George Stacy arrived at the riverbank, his weathered face grim as he surveyed the crime scene. He approached the lead detective, who was reviewing case files and photographs. What do we have? George asked, his voice steady and professional. The detective flipped through his notes. Multiple victims, all killed near water sources. Forensics suggest they were pulled into the river and drowned. We've identified at least 6 bodies so far, all with similar wound patterns. George studied the riverbank, his trained eye scanning the environment. Have you identified any connection between victims? Nothing concrete, the detective responded. Different ages, backgrounds, no apparent link except the method of killing and proximity to water. George's mind raced through potential scenarios. After a moment of careful consideration, he made a decisive command. Increase river patrol. I want additional security along all riverbanks. Set up checkpoints, increase surveillance, and brief all units about potential water-based threats. We need to prevent more killings. The detective nodded, immediately beginning to relay George's instructions through his radio. Captain Stacy continued examining the scene, his professional demeanor masking the growing concern beneath his calm exterior. Detective Michael Rodriguez approached George Stacy, his face etched with a familiar concern. They had worked together for years, and Rodriguez knew how to read his captain's body language. "George, this doesn't look like a typical serial killer," Rodriguez said, his voice low. "Reminds me of those rat monster incidents we investigated last week." George initially scoffed, dismissing the comment. "Michael, we can't jump to supernatural conclusions without evidence." Rodriguez persisted. "Just hear me out." George paused, his professional skepticism wavering. He turned and carefully examined one of the bodies, his experienced eyes scanning every detail. That's when he noticed something unusual, a strange, translucent mucus surrounding the victim's neck. The mucus was unlike anything he'd seen in standard forensic reports. It wasn't blood, wasn't typical bodily fluid. It was something different. The mucus had an almost iridescent quality, with a slight green tinge that seemed almost deliberate. "That doesn't look normal," Michael said, his voice low and uncertain. George's eyes narrowed. "Yep," he muttered. The school bell rang, signaling the end of another academic day. Ace, Nico, and Berto stood together, their conversation drifting to Berto's unique family background. "Your parents are paleontologists? That sounds incredible," Ace exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Nico chimed in with a playful grin. "I bet you've dusted off countless dinosaur bones during your adventures." Berto let out a soft chuckle, his expression revealing a hint of weariness. "It's not as exciting as it sounds. Sure, dinosaurs are cool and all, but the reality of it is far less glamorous. My parents dragged me across the globe to dig out bones, and let me tell you, the process is anything but thrilling." The sound of police sirens filled the air as multiple patrol cars rushed past Ace, Nico, and Berto. "What's got them in such a hurry?" Nico asked, her eyes following the disappearing vehicles. Berto pulled out his phone, his expression changing as he read the notification that had just appeared. "According to this news alert, there's some strange creature battling with law enforcement down by the river," he explained, his voice carrying a hint of worry. The 3 friends huddled around the small screen of Berto's phone as the news reporter's voice emerged from the device's speakers. "Breaking news. We're currently tracking reports of an unusual amphibian-like entity engaged in conflict with local police forces near the riverbank. Eyewitnesses described the creature as resembling a massive frog, displaying extraordinary physical capabilities. The entity has been observed dragging victims into the water. The full extent of the danger remains unknown at this time. Law enforcement officials are advising all residents to stay clear of the area while additional units are being deployed to the location." Ace's heart began racing as he recognized the telltale signs of another Grongi attack. His mind quickly worked to formulate an excuse to leave. "Oh, would you look at the time?" he said, checking his watch with exaggerated concern. "My part-time job starts soon. I'll catch up with you both tomorrow." Before either of his friends could respond, Ace had already turned and sprinted away, leaving Berto and Nico standing there, their goodbyes caught in their throats. With practiced urgency, he mounted his tricaster motorcycle and sped toward the scene of the confrontation between the police and the frog Grongi. The riverbank erupted with chaos as police surrounded me. Tactical units formed a tight perimeter, assault rifles trained on the amphibian-like creature. The frog Grongi stood motionless, its massive green form glistening with an unnatural sheen. Suddenly, Oiri moved. A lightning-fast tongue whipped out, wrapping around the nearest officer. Before anyone could react, the policeman was yanked violently through the air, smashing into a nearby patrol car with a sickening crunch. "Open fire!" Captain Stacy screamed. Bullets sprayed across the Grongi's body. Oiri's skin rippled, deflecting most rounds. Those that connected merely bounced off harmlessly. The creature leaped impossibly high, landing amid the police formation. Its webbed hands crushed one officer's helmet like tissue paper. Another officer found himself lifted and hurled 30 feet into the river within human strength. Tactical teams regrouped, but Oiri was faster. Its tongue lashed out again, pulling another officer close. Sharp teeth tore through tactical gear, ripping flesh. Blood sprayed across the riverbank. More officers fell. Bones crunched. Screams echoed. Oiri moved like liquid lightning, each movement a deadly dance of destruction. Police formations collapsed under the relentless assault, unable to slow the Grongi's murderous rampage. George Stacy watched in horror as another officer was flung like a ragdoll by the monstrous creature. Blood and broken equipment littered the riverbank. A young officer, barely keeping his composure, turned to George. "Captain, what do we do? Our weapons aren't stopping it." George's jaw clenched. Bodies of his fellow officers lay scattered around them, some motionless, others writhing in pain. The frog Grongi continued its brutal assault, moving with impossible speed and strength. "Keep firing," George shouted, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Concentrate your fire." Internally, panic churned beneath his professional exterior. He had no real plan. No strategy could combat this inhuman threat. Each bullet seemed to bounce off the creature's skin like rubber pellets against armor. The tactical teams were being decimated, and George knew it. More officers fell. The riverbank transformed into a killing ground. Oiri moved between them like a phantom, striking with brutal efficiency. George gripped his weapon, watching helplessly as another wave of officers was torn apart. The young officer beside him trembled. "Captain, we can't." "Keep shooting," George repeated, his voice a mix of command and desperate hope. The Tricaster 2000's engine roared as Ace approached the police barricade. Red and blue lights flashed, creating a chaotic scene of emergency vehicles surrounding the riverbank. Officers stood shoulder to shoulder, creating a tight human barrier to keep civilians away from the unfolding disaster. "Stop! Halt immediately!" An officer shouted, waving his arms frantically. Ace didn't slow down. Instead, he spotted a makeshift ramp formed by an overturned police vehicle. The Tricaster's engine revved louder as he aligned his approach. In a breathtaking moment, the motorcycle launched into the air. Officers ducked and scattered as Ace sailed over their heads. The Tricaster's wheels briefly silhouetted against the afternoon sky. Debris and dust exploded around the landing point as he touched down on the other side of the barricade. One of the shocked officers grabbed his radio. "Captain Stacy, we have a civilian breach." Unidentified rider just jumped the barricade and is heading toward the riverbank. The radio crackled with George Stacy's immediate response. "What?" "Do not let him approach the combat zone." Ace continued forward, the Tricaster cutting a straight path toward the sounds of chaos and destruction. The riverbank massacre continued behind the police lines, with still wreaking havoc among the officers. George Stacy whirled at the distinctive sound of an approaching motorcycle. Through the chaos of battle, a rider emerged, cutting through the police barricade with shocking precision. The rider stopped, standing tall amid the carnage. His hands moved to his waist, and suddenly a golden belt materialized the Arkle. In a fluid motion, he raised his arms. Henshin, a burst of energy erupted. Where moments before stood a young man, now an armored warrior in brilliant red and black stood ready. Kuga. George is shocked because he didn't expect the rider to be the armored warrior he saw last week. Ace gunned the Tricacer's engine, pushing it to maximum speed. The motorcycle became a blur of motion. At the last possible moment, he yanked the handlebars, using the bike's momentum. The back wheel struck me, Gara Ari, with devastating force. The Grongi's body sent spinning from the unexpected impact. The frog Grongi crashed into a nearby police vehicle, metal crumpling under its weight. Kuga dismounted in a smooth motion, the Tricacer skidding to a stop behind him. Ace dismounted the Tricacer, his red and black armor gleaming in the afternoon light. Gara Ari slowly rose from the crumpled police vehicle, green skin rippling with an unnatural sheen. The frog Grongi's bulbous eyes locked onto Kuga, and it began speaking in the ancient, guttural language of the Grongi. I have been expecting you, Kuga. You will now face me. Shadow of the swamp, Gara Ari. Behind the police barricade, officers gripped their weapons nervously. Tactical teams shifted uneasily, fingers hovering near triggers. The monstrous forms of both Kuga and Gara Ari looked equally terrifying. One a red armored warrior, the other a grotesque amphibian creature that had just massacred dozens of police officers. Captain George Stacy raised his hand, a clear signal of restraint. "Hold your fire," he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. The officers looked at him, confusion and fear etched on their faces. "But, sir," a young officer protested, "those things just—" "Observe," George interrupted firmly. "Do not engage." The police watched, weapons still raised, but not firing, as Kuga and the Grongi faced each other. The riverbank, moments ago a scene of brutal carnage, now fell into an eerie silence broken only by the soft lapping of water and the distant wail of emergency sirens. Gara Ari lunged first, a blur of green amphibian muscle. Its webbed hand slashed at Kuga, razor-sharp claws seeking to tear through red armor. Kuga shifted, blocking the strike with his forearm. The impact echoed like metal striking metal. The frog Grongi twisted, using the blocked strike as a pivot. Its legs swept low, aiming to knock Kuga off balance. Kuga jumped, avoiding the sweep and countering with a rapid punch. Gara Ari's head snapped back, but the creature immediately recovered. They separated, sizing each other up. Gara Ari's tongue suddenly whipped out, a lightning-fast attack aimed at Kuga's face. The rider twisted, narrowly avoiding the toxic appendage. The tongue struck a nearby police car, instantly corroding the metal where it touched. Kuga charged. His fist connected with Gara Ari's chest, driving the Grongi backward. But the creature used the momentum, spinning and launching a devastating counterattack. Its claws raked across Kuga's armor, sparks flying from the impact. The battle continued, a dance of superhuman speed and strength. Neither combatant gained a clear advantage. Gara Ari's amphibian agility matched Kuga's martial precision. Punches were blocked. Kicks were dodged. The riverbank became their arena, each movement potentially fatal. Ace landed a powerful strike against Gara Ari, driving the frog Grongi backward. The creature's skin rippled with each impact, but remained unervingly resilient. Suddenly, Gara Ari's body began to secrete a thick, greenish vapor that quickly expanded into a dense toxic cloud. The noxious mist spread rapidly across the riverbank. George Stacy and the surrounding officers immediately began coughing violently. Their eyes watered, and lungs burned as the toxic cloud enveloped them. Ace felt the first waves of the poison hitting his system. His vision blurred, and his movements became sluggish. The toxic cloud worked quickly. George tried to shout a warning, but only a weak, strangled cough escaped his lips. Around him, police officers collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground with heavy thuds. Some twitched involuntarily, while others lay completely motionless. Ace struggled to maintain his footing. The Kuga armor seemed to offer some protection, but the toxic cloud was overwhelming. His movements became increasingly uncoordinated. Each breath felt like fire in his lungs, and his vision swam with disorienting patterns of green and gray. Megara Oiri watched with predatory satisfaction as its toxic cloud did its work. The frog Grongi moved closer to the struggling Ace, its massive form looming over the weakened rider. With calculated precision, it struck. A powerful blow sent Ace crashing to the ground. The impact broke through his weakened defenses, driving him hard against the riverbank's muddy surface. Ace could barely lift his head, the toxic cloud continuing to disorient and incapacitate him. "It's time to die, Kuga." Megara Airi's massive clawed hand descended toward Ace, a killing blow ready to crush the weakened rider. At the last moment, Ace rolled, the toxic cloud still clouding his senses. His movement was instinctive, survival-driven. The Grongi's hand smashed into the mud where Ace had just been. Ace kicked upward, his boot connecting with Megara Airi's chest. The creature flew backward, splashing into the river's edge. Water erupted around its massive form. The riverbank became a battlefield. Megara Oiri moved with terrifying speed in the water, using the liquid environment to its advantage. Each movement was a blur, webbed hands cutting through water, creating devastating splash attacks that disoriented Ace. Ace struggled to maintain his footing. The water made his movements sluggish. Megara Airi darted between shallow and deep sections, using the terrain strategically. A webbed hand lashed out, catching Ace's leg and pulling him partially underwater. The frog Grongi had clear dominance here. Its amphibian body moved like liquid mercury, striking from impossible angles. Ace fought defensively, blocking rapid attacks and trying to find solid ground. Water sprayed with each violent exchange, creating a chaotic battle zone where river met land. Megara Airi's advantage was absolute in this watery arena. "You will never beat me in the water, Kuga." Megara Oiri leaped across the riverbank, his amphibian body defying gravity with each impossible jump. Water droplets scattered like glass shards around his massive form. Ace watched, tracking the Grongi's erratic movements, frustration building with each missed strike. The frog Grongi cackled, his webbed hands slapping against rocks and water's edge. Each movement was a taunt, showing complete mastery of the terrain. Ace's attacks continued to miss, sliding off Megara Airi's slick skin or meeting only empty space where the creature had been moments before. Ace's mind raced. The battle was slipping away, the Grongi's aquatic advantages overwhelming his human limitations. Megara Airi's toxic cloud still lingered, making each breath difficult, each movement slower. Suddenly, a vision materialized before Ace. He can see Kuga fighting in blue armor, holding a staff. A voice echoed with ancient wisdom. "When evil rises, let your strikes turn formless and become the warrior who washes away evil like the waves of the sea." Ace's eyes focused. Understanding dawned in an instant. "I got it," he said. Megara Airi jumped at Ace, its frog-like body ready to strike. Ace quickly dropped to his back and kicked upward with all his might. The powerful kick sent the frog Grongi flying through the air, and it crashed into the riverbank with a loud thud. Ace got back on his feet and raised his arms. Johenshin. His armor changed color, becoming a beautiful shade of blue with golden highlights. The shoulder pieces turned black, completing the transformation. Ace spotted a stick nearby and picked it up. The moment he touched it, the stick transformed into a magnificent blue staff, the dragon rod. This was Kuga's dragon form, which traded raw power for incredible speed and agility. While his punches weren't as strong as in mighty form, the dragon rod gave him an advantage in mid-range combat. In this form, Ace could easily leap over tall buildings, higher than he could in any other form. The frog Grongi tried to twist its body mid-jump, but Ace moved faster than ever before. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, impossible to predict. The dragon rod extended with a bright gleam, and Ace struck the Grongi's side before it could retreat. There was a loud crack when the rod hit its target. Megara Oiri let out a terrible screech as its body spun from the hit. Ace didn't stop there. He became a blur of blue and gold, striking again and again. Each hit pushed the monster further away from the water, taking away its advantage. The Grongi tried to grab the rod with its webbed hands, but Ace was too quick. He spun around gracefully, using the rod like it was part of his body. He blocked attacks, struck back, and kept pushing. The creature tried desperately to dodge, but it couldn't keep up. Ace swept the dragon rod low, catching Megara Oiri's legs. The monster fell, splashing water everywhere. Without waiting, Ace jumped high into the air, holding the rod above his head, and brought it down with perfect accuracy. When Megara Oiri tried to escape back to the river, Ace was there to stop it. The dragon rod blocked its path, and another powerful strike lifted the creature off its feet. Ace wielded the rod with controlled power, each hit pushing Megara Oiri further from the water. With one final, powerful strike, Ace sent the Grongi flying toward the shore, its massive body spinning helplessly through the air. Megara Oiri leaped away from the battle, its frog-like body pushing through the air with desperate energy. Ace followed closely behind in his dragon form, his movements swift and precise as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop. The dragon rod extended in Ace's grip as he pursued the fleeing Grongi. Megara Oiri twisted around mid-jump and sprayed toxic mucus that splashed against the surrounding buildings. Ace skillfully avoided the attack, his blue armor shining under the sun. They landed heavily on a rooftop, breaking tiles beneath them. Megara Oiri swung its webbed hands wildly at Ace, but he blocked each attack with the dragon rod, deflecting the creature's strikes with careful precision. Kuga cannot defeat me, Megara Oiri croaked out. Ace remained quiet, letting his actions speak for him instead. Moving the dragon rod with incredible speed, Ace pushed Megara Oiri back. The Grongi's attacks became wilder and less controlled as Ace's dragon form maintained its calculated assault, transforming the rooftop into their arena. Megara Oiri tried to fight back, but Ace proved too quick. Each of his strikes flowed smoothly into the next, leaving the Grongi with no chance to recover. A strange warmth spread through Ace's right hand, pulsing with an ancient power. His fingers tightened around the dragon rod as he prepared to end the fight. Ace jumped high and struck with the dragon rod. The weapon hit Megara Oiri directly in the chest, blue energy making the impact even stronger. The frog Grongi flew backward, sliding across the broken tiles. As Megara Oiri struggled to stand, Kuga's symbol appeared on its chest. Cracks spread across the Grongi's belt buckle, the Gerudo like a spider's web. In a final burst of energy, Megara Oiri exploded. Smoke and debris filled the air around the rooftop. A thin trail of smoke drifted past Ace's right hand as his dragon form powered down. The fight was finished. Ace had won, and a feeling of accomplishment washed over him as he stood quietly on the damaged rooftop. Ace pushed open the door to Pol, the familiar bell jingling overhead. The cafe's warm interior welcomed him, a stark contrast to the intense battle he'd just finished. Pops looked up from wiping down the counter, his eyebrow raised. "Where have you been? You were supposed to start your shift after school," Pops said, setting down the cloth. Ace straightened his jacket, quickly composing himself. "There was an accident on the road. Some crazy traffic situation. I'm really sorry I'm late." Pops studied him for a moment. The boy looked tired, with a hint of something else, determination perhaps. But Pops was used to Ace's occasional mysterious absences. He waved a hand dismissively. "It happens. Just get changed and start work. Those tables won't clean themselves." Ace bowed slightly. "Thank you. I'll get right to it." He disappeared into the back room to change into his work uniform, relief washing over him. Another day, another secret kept safe. Ace changed quickly into his work uniform and emerged from the back room, tying on his apron. The cafe hummed with its usual afternoon energy, and he began wiping down tables. The television, mounted in the corner, caught his attention. A local news broadcast was reporting on the recent incident at the riverbank. Breaking news on today's violent confrontation, the newscaster announced. We go live to our field reporter. The screen switched to footage of the chaotic riverbank scene. Police tape cordoned off the area, and emergency vehicles surrounded the location. This is Jessica Reyes, reporting live from the scene, she announced, her voice sharp and professional. A violent confrontation has left local authorities baffled. Witnesses describe a scene of unprecedented destruction, with multiple police officers injured and dead. She leaned slightly toward the camera, her eyes intense. We are hoping to get insight from Police Captain George Stacy about this extraordinary incident that has left the entire city stunned and searching for answers. She turned toward Captain Stacy. Captain Stacy, can you describe exactly what transpired here today? The question hung in the air, weighted with the collective anticipation of journalists and citizens desperate for answers. The camera cut to George Stacy, looking weary but composed. He cleared his throat. We responded to reports of a strange creature attacking civilians, George explained. During our engagement, an unidentified armored warrior appeared. Suddenly, a toxic smoke incapacitated my entire team. When we regained consciousness, the creature and the warrior had disappeared. Back in the studio, the newscaster continued. Witnesses report scene jumping throughout the city between the monster and the armored figure. At this time, we have no further information about their whereabouts or the warrior's identity. Ace paused, listening intently to the broadcast while continuing to clean tables. Captain, do you have any additional information about this mysterious armored warrior? No comment. She pressed further. Is this the same armored figure from the downtown building fire last week? Yes, he did appear during that incident, George replied curtly. Jessica's eyes narrowed. Can you elaborate on? I'm not answering any more questions, George interrupted, turning away from the cameras. His posture was stiff, his body language clearly signaling the end of the interview. The news broadcast continued, but Ace's attention remained fixed on the screen, his cloth suspended mid-wipe across a cafe table. A monster and now an armored warrior. This world has gone crazy. Don't you agree, Ace? Pop said. Huh? Ah. Yes, Ace responded, his mind clearly elsewhere. This is only the beginning, Pops. Soon it is going to be an age of super soldiers, gods, aliens, a man in armor, gamma monsters, witches, and wizards. And now, with Dai-Shocker looming in this world, I don't know how this age is going to shake up. Ace said in his thoughts. The surveillance room at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was dimly lit, with screens covering the walls. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., stood before the largest screen, which displayed footage of Kuga's latest battle. His single eye focused intently on the blue-armored warrior as he fought against the frog Grongi. So he's blue now, Fury muttered, watching the warrior's movements with keen interest. He turned to face his companion. What do you think, Agent Romanoff? Natasha Romanoff, known professionally as Black Widow, stood nearby. Her presence was both elegant and dangerous, a testament to her complex history. She was a woman of medium height, with striking red hair and piercing green eyes that seemed to analyze everything with clinical precision. Her lean, athletic build spoke of years of intense training and combat experience. Born in Stalingrad, Natasha had been recruited into the Soviet Union's infamous Red Room program, a covert training facility that transformed young girls into perfect spies and assassins. Her background was a tapestry of espionage, manipulation, and survival. Enhanced by a Soviet version of the super soldier serum, she possessed heightened physical abilities that made her one of the most formidable agents in the world. She walked closer to the screen, studying the footage carefully. Her fingers tapped against her arm as she watched the blue warrior's precise movements. He's skilled, but green, she said simply. Look at his footwork. He knows the moves, but he hasn't been in many real fights. Fury raised his eyebrow, silently asking her to continue. The red form is all about close combat, Natasha explained. Strong, direct attacks, But this blue form is different. It's faster and more agile. It makes up for less power with better speed. She pointed to where Kuga was jumping between buildings with amazing grace. See how he moves? His jumping ability is incredible. And that staff, she paused thoughtfully, it's special. He can turn any wooden stick from the ground into that weapon. Our lab checked the stick, Fury replied. It's just normal wood. That's what makes it interesting, Natasha said. It might be part of his abilities. Nick Fury turned from the screen, his gaze fixed on Natasha. Could you take one of those down? He asked, referring to the grongy creature displayed on the monitor. It would be challenging, she said, her voice calm and analytical. Their biology is completely unknown. Their strength seems to exceed human capabilities by a significant margin. Fury waited, knowing Natasha would continue her assessment. With proper preparation, she continued, specialized equipment, and a strategic approach, yes, I could neutralize one. Her green eyes narrowed as she analyzed the creature's movement patterns. I'd need custom weaponry, something that could penetrate its skin, probably a combination of high-impact rounds and potential chemical neutralizers. Nick Fury nodded, his decision already made. We'll equip you with whatever you need. Our weapons division is already developing countermeasures for these creatures. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. And the armored warrior? That's your primary assignment, Fury said, turning back to the surveillance screens. Find out who he is. I want him vetted for the Avengers Initiative. His single eye focused intently on the blue-armored figure moving with surprising agility across the screen. The warrior demonstrated skills that intrigued Fury, raw potential that could be molded into something extraordinary. These monsters seem to be targeting specific victims, he observed, and our candidate here appears to be tracking them. Natasha listened intently, her posture relaxed but alert. Finding the monsters might lead us directly to more information about the armored figure, Fury said. His eye locked with Natasha's, conveying the strategic importance of the mission. I want you to trace their patterns, understand their movements. She nodded, understanding the assignment immediately. Track the predator to find the hunter, Natasha summarized succinctly. Fury gestured toward a secondary screen showing geographical data of recent monster attacks. We've mapped their kill zones. They're not random. There's a methodology. Natasha stepped closer, analyzing the map. I'll need access to local police reports, forensic data, and our own intelligence files, she stated. Granted, Fury responded. Just find out who, or what, we're dealing with. Natasha accepted the assignment and left the room. A few weeks had passed since the fight with the frog Grongi. The young writer found himself adapting to the stark differences between American and Japanese culture. The bustling streets, towering skyscrapers, and diverse mix of people were a far cry from what he was accustomed to. Perhaps the most challenging adjustment was dealing with technology that seemed primitive compared to his own time, more than a decade behind what he knew. One morning, Ace made his way through the crowded hallways of his new high school. A brown messenger bag hung casually over his shoulder as he approached his history classroom. The familiar sounds of teenage life filled the air, students laughing, sharing gossip, and frantically reviewing notes before class began. As Ace scans the room, his eyes fall upon a familiar face. Gwen Stacy, a blonde girl, sits near the window, her attention focused on writing in her notebook. Is this seat taken? Ace asked, pointing to the empty chair beside Gwen. Oh, Ace, right? Take a seat, Gwen replied, looking up from her notebook. Ace placed his messenger bag on the floor and settled into the chair next to Gwen. Around them, the sounds of teenage life continued, pencils scratching against paper, hushed conversations, and the rustling of school supplies. The door opened, and Ms. Rodriguez walked in. She wore a navy blazer that gave her a professional appearance. The teacher carried a leather portfolio, which she placed on her desk before turning to face the class with her keen eyes. Good morning, everyone, said Ms. Rodriguez with authority in her voice. I hope you're ready for today's lesson on American Revolutionary War dynamics. Ms. Rodriguez moved to the center of the classroom. The sound of her heels clicking against the floor echoed through the room. Her gaze moved across the students until it stopped on Ace. "Who can tell me," she asked, "what critical strategic advantage did the Continental Army have over the British forces during the Battle of Saratoga?" The classroom became quiet. Some students shifted in their seats, trying to avoid making eye contact with their teacher. No one. Ms. Rodriguez's eyes settled on Ace. Then, "Mr. Yukio, would you like to give a guess?" Ace muttered, caught off guard by the sudden question. The classroom was quiet as Ace sat at his desk, his mind racing to find an answer to Ms. Rodriguez's question. History class had always been challenging for him, especially American history. While he was familiar with Japanese historical events, the historical facts of this universe differed from his original one, adding another layer of complexity to his studies. The silence in the room grew heavier with each passing moment. Ace could feel the weight of Ms. Rodriguez's gaze upon him, waiting for his response. His hands fidgeted slightly under his desk as anxiety built within him. A soft whisper caught his attention. Beside him, Gwen Stacy leaned closer, her voice barely audible. "Terrain knowledge and local support," she breathed, her words reaching only Ace's ears. Taking a deep breath, Ace straightened in his seat. "Terrain knowledge and local support," he repeated, his voice carrying more confidence than he felt. The stern expression on Ms. Rodriguez's face melted into approval. "Correct, Mr. Yukio," she said, nodding. The Continental Army's intimate understanding of the local terrain and strong support from local populations gave them a significant strategic advantage over the British forces. Ace turned his head slightly toward Gwen, catching her eye. She responded with a subtle smile, acknowledging his silent thanks. As Ms. Rodriguez resumed her lecture about Revolutionary War strategies, Ace felt the tension leave his shoulders, grateful for his friend's timely assistance. Ace approached Gwen after their history class ended, his steps carrying a hint of hesitation. "Hey, Gwen, thanks for the save back there," he said, his voice sincere and grateful. Gwen turned to face him, a friendly smile playing across her features. "It was nothing. I guess you're not good with history." "Huh. Yeah, just got here a few months ago," Ace replied, running a hand through his hair. "Didn't really have time to learn all of America." A soft chuckle escaped Gwen's lips. "Well, if you need any help, I can teach you, you know." Ace's eyes widened with surprise and hope. "Really? You will really do that?" "Sure," Gwen responded, a playful glint in her eye. "If you want to make up for it, me and my band have a performance later this weekend. You can buy a ticket to watch us live." A warm smile spread across Ace's face. "Great, you got yourself a new fan." "Then, see you next time, Ace," Gwen said, adjusting her backpack before walking away. As Ace watched her disappear down the hallway, he couldn't help but feel that he had found an unexpected connection with Gwen. After the final bell rang, Ace made his way to Del Mar's Deli Grocery. The small store was a familiar sight in the neighborhood, with its faded green awning and neatly arranged storefront. He pulled out the crumpled list Pops had given him earlier that morning, smoothing it out as he entered the store. The bell above the door jingled, announcing his arrival. Del Mar looked up from behind the counter, offering a friendly nod to the young man. Ace began methodically moving through the aisles, checking items off the list one by one. He grabbed a loaf of bread, some eggs, milk, and a few other essentials Pops had requested. As he approached the counter, Ace carefully placed the items down. Del Mar began scanning each item, making small talk as he worked. "How's Pops doing?" Del Mar asked, bagging the groceries. "He's good," Ace replied, pulling out some cash to pay for the items. After completing the transaction, Ace gathered the bags. He turned to Del Mar and spoke clearly. "Goodbye, Del Mar," Ace said. Del Mar waved back. "Take care, kid." Ace left the store, the bell jingling behind him as he stepped out onto the street. As Ace walked down the bustling street, the grocery bags swinging from his hands, a commotion caught his attention. Down a narrow alleyway to his right, he heard raised voices and what sounded like a struggle. Pausing, he turned and saw 4 men surrounding a woman, their body language aggressive and threatening. The woman pressed herself against the alley wall, her voice trembling. "Please, just leave me alone." One of the men leaned in closer, blocking her potential escape route. Another laughed, a harsh sound that echoed off the brick walls. Something inside Ace shifted. Without hesitation, he walked toward the alleyway. "Hey," Ace called out, his voice clear and firm. "Get away from her." The men turned, surprised by the interruption. The largest of them, wearing a leather jacket, stepped forward. "This doesn't concern you, kid. Walk away." Ace stood his ground, positioning himself between the woman and the group of men. "I said get away from her." The leader of the 4 men sneered. "Get him, boys." 2 of the men lunged at Ace simultaneously. Without breaking his stance, Ace shifted, carefully balancing the grocery bags on a nearby trash can. "Watch the groceries," he called out, almost more concerned about the bags than the incoming attackers. The first attacker swung a wild punch. Ace ducked smoothly, using the man's momentum to throw him off balance. The second attacker grabbed for Ace, but the young rider stepped aside, causing the man to stumble. One of the men pulled a knife, brandishing it with a threatening gesture. Ace's eyes narrowed. "Seriously? A knife?" he muttered. The knife-wielding attacker charged. Ace sidestepped, catching the man's wrist and twisting it with practiced precision. The knife clattered to the ground. In one fluid motion, Ace swept the man's legs, sending him crashing down. The leader watched in disbelief as his friends were systematically dismantled. Each of Ace's movements was calculated, controlled, and precise. He never once lost sight of the grocery bags, ensuring they remained undisturbed on the trash can's edge. "Your turn," Ace said calmly to the leader, who now stood alone. The remaining man hesitated, watching his companions groaning on the ground. Some were struggling to get up, others remained motionless. The woman behind Ace pressed herself against the wall, watching in stunned silence. The leader backed away, helping his fallen companions retreat from the alleyway. Ace remained standing, his posture relaxed but alert. After the men disappeared, Ace turned to the woman. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice calm and concerned. The woman nodded. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice steady. She looked at Ace with gratitude. "Thank you for helping me." She straightened her clothing, gave Ace a quick smile of appreciation, and then walked out of the alley, leaving him alone. Ace retrieved the grocery bags from the trash can. As he lifted them, he noticed a wet spot spreading across the bottom of the paper bag. Peering inside, he saw that several eggs had cracked during the scuffle, their contents slowly leaking out. "Oh no," Ace muttered, realizing he would need to return to Delmar's to replace the damaged eggs. It is the weekend, and Ace is working in pole as usual when he hears the conversation of a group of 3 women seated themselves near the window. "Did you hear about Catalina's bodega?" one woman said, leaning in close. "Completely taken over. Just like that." Another responded, her bracelets jangling as she gestured dramatically. "I'm telling you, it's getting worse. These gangs are getting bolder by the day." The third woman nodded, her voice tinged with dramatic concern. 3 businesses on 42nd Street have already been seized. 3. Can you believe it? Ace continued his work, his ears subtly attuned to their conversation while maintaining a professional demeanor. He poured coffee, arranged pastries, but listened intently to the women's gossip about the city's growing unrest. "It's not just the gangs," the first woman continued. "The police seem completely overwhelmed. Nobody feels safe anymore." Ace approached the table, a fresh pot of coffee in hand. "Refills, ladies?" The women looked up, their conversation momentarily interrupted. The first woman, wearing a bright red scarf, smiled. "Oh yes, please." As Ace poured their coffee, he asked casually, "Sounds like something serious is happening in the neighborhood. What's going on?" The women exchanged glances before the woman with the jangling bracelets leaned forward. "Let me tell you, Ace, a lot of gangs and dangerous people are being more active lately. They have even been taking some small businesses. One time, I saw some men in suits threatening the owner of the meat store I went to, and the owner was pale as a ghost. They're ruthless," the third woman added, her voice dropping to a whisper. "My cousin's convenience store was hit last month. They broke everything and told him he now works for them and demands protection money." The woman in the red scarf nodded emphatically. "Police can't seem to stop them. They move fast, hit hard, and disappear before anyone can do anything. Ace listened intently, his hand steady as he continued pouring coffee. Sounds dangerous. You be careful, the woman with bracelets warned, pointing her finger at him. A young man like you could easily get caught up in something bad. These aren't ordinary street thugs. They can snap you like a twig. The other women murmured in agreement, their faces etched with genuine concern. Ace smiled politely at the women. I appreciate your concern. I'm stronger than I look. The women chuckled, their bracelets jingling as they waved him off. After finishing their coffee and pastries, they departed, leaving Ace to his thoughts. He walked to the break room, his mind processing their conversation. The small room was quiet, with a worn couch and a small table. Sunlight filtered through a narrow window, casting soft shadows across the floor. Ace sat down, his fingers drumming against the table's surface. The women's words about gang activity and urban threats echoed in his mind. It is true that recently, crime has gone up around New York. Heroes like Spider-Man are not born yet. So, essentially, nothing is stopping these criminals except the police, who are dealing with the situation poorly. Ace knew he couldn't simply stand by and watch innocent people suffer. The core of being a Kamen Rider wasn't just about fighting monsters. It was about protecting people, defending those who couldn't defend themselves. I have the power, Ace muttered to himself. And if I do nothing, I'm betraying everything the Kamen Riders stand for. His resolve solidified. Ace possessed the skills, determination, and a sense of justice of a rider. The name Kamen Rider meant something. It represented hope, protection, and standing against darkness. Ace approached Pops, who was wiping down the cafe counter. The afternoon light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the cafe's interior. Pops, I'm going out for a bit, Ace said, adjusting his jacket. Pops looked up, his weathered hands pausing mid-wipe. Oh, something important? Ace nodded. Just need to check something out in the neighborhood. Those women's conversation got me thinking about the recent gang activity. Pops raised an eyebrow. Be careful. These streets aren't like the ones back home. I'll be careful, Ace assured him. Pops simply nodded, returning to his cleaning. All right, just make sure you're back in time for your next shift. Ace grabbed his jacket and headed towards the door, the bell jingling softly as he stepped out into the bustling New York street. From the rooftop, Ace surveyed the bustling New York street below. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the concrete landscape. His eyes scanned the sidewalks, moving from one block to another with practiced precision. A few blocks down, he spotted a teenager attempting to steal a bicycle from a bike rack. Without hesitation, Ace leaped down from the rooftop, landing with a controlled roll that absorbed the impact. He approached the would-be thief quickly. Hey, Ace called out, his voice firm but not aggressive. That doesn't belong to you. The teenager froze, bicycle chain halfway detached. He looked up, startled by Ace's sudden appearance. Walk away, Ace said. Find a better path. The kid dropped the chain and backed away, intimidated by Ace's confident stance. He melted into the crowd, the attempted theft abandoned. A block further, Ace noticed a group of teenagers surrounding another student. Their body language suggested an impending fight. He moved closer, positioning himself where they could see him. His presence alone was enough to make the potential bullies reconsider their actions. They dispersed, muttering under their breath. The potential victim looked up, confused but relieved. Ace continued his patrol, moving silently across rooftops and street levels, watching. Small interventions, preventing trouble before it escalated. Ace suddenly hears police sirens echoing in the distance. Ace's head turned sharply, his instincts immediately alert. He moved quickly, jumping onto the Tricacer 2000 with practiced ease. The motorcycle roared to life, its sleek red and black frame cutting through the New York streets. Ace followed the sound of the sirens, weaving between traffic with precision. His eyes narrowed, scanning the road ahead. Suddenly, a black sedan burst into view, police cruisers in hot pursuit. The vehicle swerved violently, cutting across lanes and narrowly missing other cars. Ace accelerated, positioning the Tricacer to get a better view of the chase. The runaway vehicle spotted Ace, and seemed to take the challenge personally. It swerved directly toward him, attempting to force him off the road. Ace countered, leaning into a sharp turn that brought him alongside the sedan. They raced neck and neck, the vehicle's driver trying to ram Ace off the road. Ace matched every move, refusing to be intimidated. The chase became a dangerous dance of speed and skill through the busy streets. Up ahead, Ace spotted a horrifying scene. A young girl had stepped onto the crosswalk, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The runaway vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. Without hesitation, Ace gunned the Tricacer's engine. He aimed directly for the child, not to hit her, but to intercept her path. In a split second, he stretched out his arm and scooped the girl off the street, pulling her close to the motorcycle just as the sedan thundered past. Ace brought the motorcycle to a smooth stop, setting the girl down gently on the sidewalk. His eyes quickly scanned her for any signs of injury. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice calm but concerned. The girl nodded, her pigtails bouncing with the movement. She looked shaken but unharmed. Ace placed a gentle hand on her head, giving her a reassuring pat. His gaze then hardened, shifting toward the direction of the fleeing sedan. The muscles in his jaw clenched as anger flickered in his eyes. Without another word, he revved the Tricacer 2000's engine. The motorcycle roared to life, its sleek frame cutting a sharp line through the street as Ace accelerated in pursuit of the black sedan. The Tricacer 2000 roared closer to the black sedan, its engine a fierce growl cutting through the city noise. Ace's eyes narrowed, calculating the perfect moment to strike. With a swift, practiced motion, he activated the Arkle belt. Chohenshin. In a brilliant flash of blue energy, Ace transformed into Kamen Rider Kuga's dragon form. The sleek blue armor materialized around his body. With superhuman precision, Ace leaped from the motorcycle, crashing down on the sedan's hood with devastating force, crushing the engine block. He yanked the stunned criminals from their seats, shoving them to the ground. One man's attempt to reach for a weapon was met with a lightning-fast punch, knocking him unconscious. The second criminal's escape was cut short by Ace's next strike. The street fell silent, save for the hissing engine and distant police sirens. The police cruisers screeched to a halt, their lights flashing red and blue against the urban landscape. Officers burst from their vehicles, weapons drawn and pointed directly at Ace. Ace remained in his Kuga dragon form, blue armor gleaming under the streetlights. The two unconscious criminals lay at his feet, the crushed sedan smoking behind him. Multiple officers surrounded him, their pistols trained on his armored figure. Some were positioned behind their car doors, using them as makeshift shields. "Freeze! Do not move," the lead officer commanded, his voice sharp and authoritative. "Hands where we can see them," another officer shouted. Ace stood motionless, the tense situation palpable. Civilians who had gathered now stood at a distance, their faces a mix of fear and curiosity. Ace could see the fear in the officers' eyes, their fingers hovering near their triggers. One wrong move could escalate the confrontation. More police vehicles converged on the scene, their sirens wailing. Officers poured out, creating a tight perimeter around Ace. Captain George Stacy emerged from one of the lead vehicles, his authoritative presence immediately cutting through the chaos. George stepped forward, his hand raised to signal the other officers to hold their positions. His eyes locked onto Ace's armored form, assessing the situation. "Stand down and identify yourself," George commanded, his voice firm and clear. "Remove your helmet and explain what happened here." Ace remained motionless, the blue armor of Kuga's dragon form reflecting the flashing police lights. After a moment, he responded, his voice steady and measured. "Sorry, but I can't reveal my identity," Ace said. "But you can call me Kamen Rider." Captain George Stacy stood his ground, the tension palpable in the air. Other officers shifted nervously, their hands hovering near their weapons. "I can't just let you walk away," George said, his voice cutting through the background noise of sirens and scattered debris. "You've destroyed property and taken the law into your own hands. I just caught two criminals who were endangering innocent lives, Ace replied coolly. "I'm not looking to cause trouble with the police. That's not how this works. You're an unknown vigilante with extraordinary abilities. I need answers." "You're really making this harder than it is, Captain," Ace responded, a hint of frustration in his voice. The standoff continued, with George blocking any potential escape route, surrounded by a ring of tense police officers waiting for his next command. In a sudden burst of movement, Ace leaped high into the air, his blue dragon form silhouetted against the night sky. Police officers watched in stunned silence as he sailed over their heads, landing with precise grace beside the Tricacer 2000. With a fluid motion, he mounted the motorcycle. The engine roared to life, its sleek design cutting an impressive figure against the urban backdrop. Captain George Stacy's eyes narrowed. "After him," George shouted, pointing toward the Tricacer. "All units, pursue that motorcycle." Police vehicles immediately sprang into action, sirens blaring and lights flashing. The chase began, with Ace weaving through the city streets on the Tricacer, police cruisers close behind him. The Tricacer 2000's engine roared as Ace navigated the city's narrow streets, police cruisers hot on his tail. Sirens wailed behind him, their piercing sound echoing off concrete buildings. He leaned into a sharp turn, the motorcycle's tires barely gripping the wet pavement. Spotting an opportunity, Ace veered suddenly onto a construction site. Wooden barriers and half-finished concrete structures became his obstacle course. Police cars screeched to partial stops, some officers jumping out while others attempted to follow through the tight spaces. Ace gunned the engine, launching the Tricacer over a stack of metal scaffolding. The motorcycle sailed through the air, landing with a thunderous impact on the other side. Dust and debris exploded around him as he continued his escape. Captain George Stacy's lead car pushed through the construction site, its heavy frame smashing through wooden barriers. "Keep him in sight," he shouted to the driver. The chase continued onto a dirt path leading away from the city. Ace weaved between trees, using the dense forest as cover. Police vehicles struggled to maintain pursuit, their standard cruisers ill-equipped for the rough terrain. One by one, police cars dropped back. Their headlights became distant pinpricks in Ace's side mirrors. He pushed the Tricacer harder, the motorcycle's advanced suspension absorbing the uneven ground. A narrow trail appeared. Ace took it without hesitation, the Tricacer cutting through the wilderness with precision. The sound of pursuit grew fainter, and Ace thought he had evaded the police. But a single car was still chasing after him. Ace glanced in his rearview mirror and saw Captain George Stacy's vehicle still pursuing him through the forest trail. The police captain's determination was evident, his car navigating the rough terrain with surprising skill. "He's persistent," Ace muttered to himself. The Tricacer 2000's engine roared as Ace increased his speed, the motorcycle cutting through the dense woodland with precision. George's vehicle bounced and lurched over roots and uneven ground, but the captain remained focused. His hands gripped the steering wheel, eyes locked on Ace's blue-armored form ahead. The chase continued, a testament to George's stubborn nature. Ace pushed the Tricacer harder, weaving between trees and using the landscape to his advantage. Yet George remained close behind, refusing to let the mysterious rider escape. The forest trail twisted and turned, but neither rider nor pursuer showed any sign of giving up. Ace increased his speed, the Tricacer responding with a burst of acceleration that kicked up dirt and leaves in its wake. George's car followed, matching Ace's maneuvers. The Tricacer 2000's engine hummed as Ace glanced back at the pursuing vehicle. In one fluid motion, he reached down and grabbed a fallen branch from the forest floor. With a subtle gesture, the stick transformed, elongating and shifting into the familiar blue and silver dragon rod of Kuga's dragon form. Ace's grip tightened on the rod. He calculated the angle, timing his throw with precision. The dragon rod sailed through the air, spinning like a precise missile toward the police car's front wheels. The rod struck with surgical accuracy. George's vehicle suddenly lurched, its wheels losing traction. The car skidded violently, spinning out of control across the forest floor. Branches whipped against the windshield as the vehicle careened sideways, finally coming to an abrupt stop against a large oak tree with a thunderous crash. It didn't slow down. The Tricacer 2000 continued its escape, weaving through the dense woodland. In the rearview mirror, he could see the police car wedged against the tree, motionless. Captain George Stacy sat in the crumpled vehicle, momentarily stunned. As the dust settled, he pushed open the damaged door and stepped out. His eyes narrowed, watching the blue-armored rider disappear into the forest. "Damn it," George muttered, frustration clear in his voice. The mysterious Kamen Rider had escaped once again. In his luxurious Malibu mansion, Tony Stark swirled a glass of expensive Chateau Lafite Rothschild, the deep red wine catching the evening light. The room's ambient lighting created a soft, sophisticated atmosphere. "Sir," JRVS interrupted, "I've detected another sighting of the unidentified armored subject you've been monitoring." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Show me." Holographic screens materialized around him, displaying multiple angles of footage. One screen showed the blue-armored warrior, Kuga, engaged in a fierce battle with a grotesque frog-like creature near a riverbank. Another sequence captured the same warrior fleeing from police vehicles through a dense forest, skillfully maneuvering the Tricacer motorcycle. The footage revealed Kuga's dragon form, throwing what appeared to be a staff-like weapon, causing a police car to crash dramatically into a tree. The rider continued his escape, leaving behind a stunned Captain George Stacy. Tony leaned forward, studying the screens intently. JRVS, run a full analysis on these images. JRVS began processing the video footage, his holographic interface flickering with complex data streams. Multiple windows opened, showing detailed breakdowns of the blue-armored warrior's movements and transformation. "Analyzing unknown subjects' biomechanical parameters, Sir," JRVS reported, detecting significant variations between red and blue combat forms. Tony leaned closer, fascinated by the color shift. "Show me the differences." Holographic charts materialized, comparing the mighty form and dragon form. Detailed metrics displayed side by side revealed dramatic changes in the warrior's physical capabilities. Strength readings dropped by 22% in dragon form, while agility increased by 37%. Speed metrics showed a remarkable 45% enhancement in the blue configuration. "Interesting," Tony muttered. "A deliberate trade-off between power and mobility." JRVS continued parsing the data. Muscle group activation patterns, energy expenditure, and combat efficiency metrics populated the screens. The blue form showed more refined movement patterns, suggesting a specialized combat approach different from the balanced red configuration. "Analysis complete," JRVS announced. "Shall I compile a comprehensive report?" The holographic displays flickered as Tony heard the distinctive click of Pepper's heels approaching. He didn't need to turn around to know she was about to launch into one of her trademark lectures. "Tony," Pepper's voice cut through the room's technological ambience. "You missed another board meeting." Again, he waved a dismissive hand without looking away from the screens. "Obadiah will handle it." Pepper sighed, a sound that was equal parts exasperation and resignation. She was well accustomed to Tony's perpetual disregard for corporate formalities. "A plane has been waiting for you for over an hour. The flight was scheduled ages ago." Tony turned, a sardonic smile playing across his lips. "It's my plane," he said with characteristic confidence. "It'll wait." Tony continued studying the holographic displays, his fingers swiping through various frames of the blue-armored warrior's combat sequences. Pepper glanced at the screens, pausing when she recognized the figure. "Is that the Kamen Rider?" she asked, leaning closer to the display. Tony raised an eyebrow. "The what?" "Kamen Rider," Pepper repeated. "He's been all over the news lately. Some kind of vigilante fighting strange monsters in the city." Tony snorted. "Kamen Rider? That's a bit moronic. Sounds like a bad anime character." Tony watched the holographic footage intently, his scientific curiosity piqued by a peculiar moment in the combat sequence. The blue-armored warrior, Kuga, appeared to be holding a simple stick that suddenly elongated and transformed into a complex staff weapon. JRVS, zoom and enhance, Tony commanded. The hologram magnified, revealing the moment of transformation in exquisite detail. The stick seemed to grow, its molecular structure shifting with impossible fluidity. Tony's eyes narrowed. Matter manipulation at this level defied everything he understood about current scientific capabilities. Run spectral analysis, he muttered. JRVS began scanning, displaying complex molecular diagrams that only deepened Tony's confusion. The transformation appeared to occur instantaneously, with no visible energy expenditure or mechanical mechanism. Impossible, Tony whispered, leaning closer to the holographic display. Did someone figure out how to manipulate matter? The staff's molecular restructuring continued to play on repeat, each replay revealing nothing new, yet somehow more perplexing. Tony's mind raced with potential explanations: quantum manipulation, advanced nanotechnology, something beyond current scientific understanding. JRVS, run every analysis protocol we have, Tony instructed, his scientific curiosity burning with intensity. Tony studied the holographic displays, his fingers dancing across the translucent interface. The blue-armored warrior's movements continued to fascinate him, each frame revealing something new and perplexing. Sir, JRVS interrupted, spectral analysis complete. Results are inconclusive. Pepper watched from the side, her arms crossed. Another mystery? Tony nodded, his mind racing. The warrior's transformation defied conventional technology. No power source was visible, no mechanical augmentation detected. Just pure, inexplicable energy manipulation. Pepper crossed her arms, her patience wearing thin. Tony, you need to get on that plane. Now. Tony spun dramatically in his chair, facing her with a trademark smirk. And why exactly is my presence so urgently required? Rhodey's already waiting at the airport, she said firmly. Happy's ready to drive you. You've missed 3 consecutive board meetings, and this one is non-negotiable. He waved a dismissive hand. I'm sure the board can survive without my sparkling personality for one more day. Pepper's eyebrow arched. Really? Absolutely, Tony replied, turning back to his holographic displays. Well, I have plans after dropping you off, Pepper added casually. Tony's head snapped around. Plans? What plans? A hint of a smile played on Pepper's lips. It's my birthday, Tony. I'm allowed to have plans. His eyes narrowed. Your birthday? Already. Pepper looked at Tony with a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Isn't it strange? It's the same day as last year, she remarked. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Well, get yourself something nice for me. I already did, she replied, her tone measured and professional. And Tony prompted, raising an eyebrow. It was very nice. Very tasteful. Thank you, Mr. Stark, Pepper said, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You're welcome, Miss Potts, Tony responded, his voice carrying a mix of fondness and formality. With that, he gathered his belongings and prepared to depart for his plane. In the dimly lit warehouse, shadows stretched across concrete walls. Sue Wolfida, a massive wolf-like Grongi, paced back and forth with barely contained rage. His claws scraped against the floor, leaving thin metallic marks that echoed through the empty space. Another week passes, he growled, his voice a low rumble. No Jedgel, no kills, no advancement. Nearby, Ladia Ba sat perfectly composed, her ladybug-like form positioned with elegant precision. She watched the wolf Grongi's tantrum with thinly veiled disdain, one delicate appendage raised in a gesture of refined disapproval. Your behavior is most unbecoming, she said, her voice crisp and controlled. Sue Wolfuda whirled around, his muscular frame tensing. What did you say? His claws clenched into tight fists, muscles rippling with aggressive energy. Ladia Ba's antennae twitched slightly, the only sign of her irritation. Decorum, dear colleague. The Jedgel will commence when our leaders determine the time is right. Su, Wolfu Da's hackles rose, his wolf-like form bristling with aggression. Are you looking for fight? He snarled, taking a menacing step toward me. Ladia Ba. Me Ladia Ba lifted an elegant appendage, her posture remaining perfectly composed. You have a remarkably short fuse, she remarked, her tone cool and dismissive. Before Wolfu could respond, a massive tiger-like figure stepped between them. Me, Gadra Da's striped form radiated calm authority, one muscular arm extended to separate the two potential combatants. Enough, Gadra said, his voice deep and measured. He turned first to Wolfu, fixing the wolf Grongi with a stern glare. Control yourself. Wolfu looked like a chastened teenager, his aggressive posture deflating slightly. He kicked at the concrete floor, muttering under his breath. Gadra then addressed Ladia with equal gravitas. And you, provocation serves no purpose. Me Ladia Ba inclined her head slightly, the gesture of a refined aristocrat acknowledging a respected peer. Her antennae twitched with subtle irritation, but she remained silent. The warehouse's heavy metal door creaked open, casting a sharp silhouette across the concrete floor. La Balva entered, her imposing figure radiating authority. The other Grongi immediately straightened, sensing her presence. Su Wolf stepped forward. Balva, why haven't we started a new jedgel? He demanded, his voice a low growl that echoed through the warehouse. La Balva turned her gaze toward Wolfu, her eyes cold and calculating. She took a measured step closer, her movements deliberate and precise. Tell me, she said, her voice cutting through the tension. What is our ultimate goal? Wolfu's muscles tensed. Without hesitation, he responded, to bring the ultimate darkness and conquer this world for Dai-Shocker. Yes, that is correct. The only problem in our way is Kuga. Su Wolfuda's chest puffed out, his wolf-like muscles rippling with confidence. Kuga will not be a problem, he declared, extending razor-sharp claws. I will tear him apart with these claws. La Balva's gaze hardened. Her voice cut through the warehouse like a cold blade. You are naive, Wolfu. The other Grongi fell silent, sensing the weight of her words. We have already fallen to Kuga before, she continued. Even with Dai-Shocker's revival, we remain too prideful to recognize our previous failures. Our arrogance will be our downfall if we do not learn from our mistakes. Su Wolfuda's confident posture deflated slightly. The warehouse echoed with a heavy silence, broken only by the distant drip of water and the tension of a rebuke. La Balva's gaze swept across the assembled Grongi, her voice low and measured. Furthermore, the Linto are not as fragile as we once believed. Given time, they will develop technologies, weapons that could potentially harm us. Su Wolfuda's ears perked up. What do you suggest we do? Discretion, she replied coldly. Our previous methods were too aggressive. Killing too many Linto in a short time draws unnecessary attention. We risk exposing ourselves, risk attracting Kuga's notice. The wolf Grongi's claws retracted slightly. His earlier bravado melted into a more calculated stance. So we must be more careful in our approach? La Balvada nodded, her rose tattoo seeming to pulse with an ancient rhythm. Yes, we cannot repeat the mistakes of our past encounters. The warehouse fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a cold, sharp blade. La Balvada's cold gaze swept across the warehouse, settling on a small, fidgety figure in the corner. Me, Ivy Ba, she called. The fly Grongi shuffled forward, his insectoid form twitching nervously. He bowed repeatedly, hands rubbing together in a frantic motion. I'm here, yes, right away, Ivy stammered. So sorry for being slow. Please forgive me. La Balva's eyes narrowed. Approach. Ivy scurried forward, wings buzzing with anxiety. Yes, of course, right away. Sorry for buzzing so loudly. I'll be quieter. His hands continued their constant ringing motion. You will be next to begin the jedgel, she stated flatly. Oh, me? Ivy's antennae quivered. I'm not sure I'm worthy. Sorry for being so uncertain. He bowed again, hands still rubbing together. I'll try my best, I promise. Sorry if I disappoint. The other Grongi watched the interaction with a mix of annoyance and mild contempt, observing Ivy's submissive behavior. La Balva da extended her hand, the jegel ring glinting with an otherworldly energy. Her fingers moved with precise, ritualistic movements as she pressed the ring against me. Ivy Baz Gedarudo. A surge of crackling energy transfer between the devices, causing Ivy's insectoid form to twitch and shudder. Listen carefully, Balva's voice cut through the warehouse like a blade. Your jegel begins now. You will kill exactly 70 humans within 14 days. No more, no less. Ivy's antennae vibrated with nervous energy. 70 humans? In 14 days. His wings fluttered rapidly. I will try my best. I promise not to fail. Balva's eyes narrowed. Her tone became razor-sharp. You will not try. You will accomplish this. Failure means your Gedarudo will detonate, destroying you completely. The other Grongi watched silently. Su, Wolfu Da's wolf-like form tensed with predatory anticipation. Me, Ladia Ba, observed with clinical detachment. Ivy bowed repeatedly, his movements jerky and anxious. Yes, understood. 70 humans. 14 days. I will not fail. La Balvata stepped back, the jegel ring's energy now fully transferred to Ivy's Gedaruto. The device pulsed with a menacing light, a constant reminder of the deadly countdown. Me, Ivy Baz wings hummed with nervous energy as he emerged from the warehouse into the bustling New York City streets. His compound eyes scanned the crowds, darting from one potential target to another. The Gedaruto pulsed against his body, a constant reminder of his deadly mission. 70 humans. 14 days. The fly Grongi's antennae twitched, sensing the vibrant human life around him. Pedestrians walked past, completely unaware of the predator in their midst. Ivy's wings beat rapidly, lifting him slightly above the crowd, allowing him to observe without drawing attention. A businessman talking on his phone, a jogger with headphones, a group of teenagers laughing. Potential targets, potential kills. Ivy's insectoid form moved with surprising stealth, weaving between buildings and street signs. His wings created a soft, almost imperceptible buzz that blended with the city's ambient noise. He watched. He waited. The hunt had begun. Aces in Kuga's mighty form, tying up a bunch of teens on a rooftop. They were causing a ruckus, lighting up a bunch of fireworks illegally, and causing a disturbance. Stay put, he instructed firmly. The police will be here soon to handle this. The teens remained silent, partially out of fear and partially out of embarrassment at being caught setting off illegal fireworks so early in the morning. Ace glanced at his wrist, realizing he was cutting it close to being late for school. I'm going to be late. With practiced efficiency, he moved to the edge of the rooftop and jumped down into the nearby alleyway where the Tricacer 2000 was parked. In a quick motion, he canceled his transformation, reverting to his civilian clothes. Ace swung his leg over the Tricacer, revved the engine, and sped out of the alley. The streets blurred around him as he navigated through the morning traffic, determined to make it to Midtown High before the first bell rang. The motorcycle's engine hummed as Ace weaved through the city streets, his mind already shifting from the morning's heroics to the day's upcoming classes. Ace skidded the Tricacer 2000 into the school parking lot, quickly locking it and sprinting toward the main building. His backpack bounced against his shoulder as he dodged clusters of students congregating near the entrance. The hallways buzzed with morning activity. Ace weaved between groups, muttering quick apologies when he accidentally bumped shoulders. A teacher near the lockers gave him a stern look, but he was moving too quickly to engage in any potential conversation. He checked his watch, 7 minutes until first period. The classroom was 3 corridors away, and the hallways were packed with slow-moving students chatting and moving at a leisurely pace. "Excuse me," Ace called out, sliding between 2 seniors blocking the hallway. He ducked under a raised arm, pivoted around a group of freshmen, and maintained his momentum. The bell would ring soon. Ace's athletic training from his Kamen Rider experiences gave him an edge in navigating the crowded hallways. He moved with precision, each step calculated to avoid collision while maintaining maximum speed. Just ahead, the classroom door came into view. Ace slid into the classroom just as the bell rang, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He dropped into the seat between Birdo and Nico, breathing slightly heavily from his rushed arrival. "Safe," he muttered, catching his breath. Birdo turned to him with a playful smirk. "You know, most people actually arrive before the bell rings. This is like your signature move now." Nico raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Seriously, how do you always manage to cut it this close?" Ace leaned back in his chair, a casual shrug accompanying his response. "Maybe I just have good luck." The science teacher, Mr. Henderson, walked into the classroom carrying a stack of papers and a determined expression. He set his briefcase down with a loud thunk that immediately silenced the room. "Today," he announced, "we'll be starting our semester-long science project. This will be a significant portion of your grade, and everyone will be working in pairs." Birdo immediately leaned toward Ace, whispering urgently, "Dude, we should totally be partners." Nico, overhearing, leaned across Ace from the other side. "No way. Ace is teaming up with me." Both looked at Ace expectantly. He glanced between them, looking slightly overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Mr. Henderson cleared his throat. "To ensure fairness, we'll be drawing lots for your partners." Birdo and Nico's faces fell simultaneously, their hopes of choosing their own partner crushed by the teacher's announcement. Mr. Henderson reached into the box, pulling out slips of paper and calling out names. Students shuffled around, trading disappointed or excited glances as partnerships were formed. "Umberto Lopez and Nico Minoru," the teacher announced. Birdo and Nico exchanged looks of mutual disappointment. Birdo slumped in his seat while Nico rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath about bad luck. Mr. Henderson continued drawing names, pairing students systematically. The classroom buzzed with a mix of whispers and shuffling papers. When only a few names remained, the teacher pulled out the final slips. Ace Yukio and Peter Parker. Ace looked up, surprised. He glanced across the classroom, catching sight of Peter Parker, a slim, bespectacled student who seemed equally startled by the pairing. Their eyes met briefly, a moment of mutual curiosity passing between them. Peter adjusted his glasses, offering a small, nervous smile. Ace returned a more confident nod. Ace knows about Peter Parker. He is famously known as Spider-Man, which needs no explanation. Ace doesn't recognize him at first because of how normal he looks. He still hasn't been bitten by the spider yet, so he was just regular Peter Parker. Ace stood up and walked across the classroom to Peter's desk. The room buzzed with the sounds of students shuffling papers and discussing their new project partnerships. "Hey," Ace said, extending his hand. "I'm Ace Yukio. Looks like we're going to be science project partners." Peter looked up, pushing his glasses slightly higher on his nose. He seemed a bit nervous, but managed a friendly smile. "Peter Parker," he responded, shaking Ace's hand. "Nice to meet you." The two stood awkwardly for a moment, surrounded by the classroom's ambient noise. Mr. Henderson continued organizing project materials, paying them no particular attention. Peter adjusted his glasses and looked at Ace. "So, should we start planning our science project?" Ace nodded, sensing the awkwardness between them. "Yeah, probably a good idea." An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Ace wanted to break the tension, remembering Peter's reputation as a science and comic book enthusiast. He decided to use that as a conversation starter. "You read comics?" Ace asked, trying to sound casual. Peter's eyes lit up slightly. "Yeah, I do. Are you into them?" "Totally," Ace responded. "What kind of comics do you like?" "I'm a big Star Wars comics fan," Peter said, a bit more animated now, "especially the ones that explore stories between the movies. Have you read any of the Dark Horse series?" Ace leaned in, genuinely interested. "The Star Wars comics are awesome. Which series are your favorites?" They began discussing Star Wars comics, the initial awkwardness melting away as they found common ground in their shared interest. As the class concluded, Ace and Peter gathered their notebooks and began discussing their science project. They quickly discovered a mutual interest in scientific research and agreed to meet at the school library after classes to start planning their assignment. How about Wednesday after school? Ace suggested. Peter nodded. Sounds good. We can review some potential research topics. They stepped into the hallway, continuing their conversation about potential project ideas. Suddenly, Gwen Stacy walked past them, her blonde hair catching the light. Peter immediately tensed up, his words becoming slightly more jumbled. Gwen noticed Peter and Ace standing together. Hey, Peter, she said with a friendly smile. Hi, Gwen, Peter stammered. I didn't know you two knew each other. Ace looked between them. We just met. Peter's my new lab partner for the science project. Gwen's eyes brightened. Cool, Peter's an amazing lab partner. He's really smart and always comes up with clever solutions. You're lucky to work with him. Peter's face flushed at her compliments, a mix of embarrassment and happiness spreading across his cheeks. His stammering increased as he tried to respond. Thanks, Gwen, he managed. Gwen waved and continued walking down the hallway. Peter watched her go, his words catching in his throat as he attempted to say goodbye. Ace grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye as he watched Peter's reaction to Gwen. His teasing tone was light but pointed. Looks like somebody's got a little crush. Peter immediately began to stammer, his face turning a bright shade of red. What? No, me liking Gwen? I mean, I do, but it is not like that. His words tumbled out awkwardly, hands fidgeting with the strap of his backpack. Ace could see Peter was genuinely flustered and decided to show some mercy. Hey, I get it. Gwen is a pretty girl, but I'll stop teasing you. See you on Wednesday, Peter. Peter's nervous energy seemed to settle slightly at Ace's casual dismissal. Yeah, see you too, Ace. The night air hung heavy and cold over the city streets. An elderly homeless man shuffled along the cracked sidewalk, his worn shoes scraping against the concrete. A persistent buzzing sound echoed inside his head, a constant irritation he couldn't shake. His movements were unsteady, each step a careful negotiation with balance. The man mumbled incoherently, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, he bumped into a group of young gang members lounging near a dimly lit alleyway. They wore matching leather jackets and looked up with immediate annoyance. Watch where you're going, old man, one of them shouted, pushing the elderly man back. The old man stumbled, his hands raised in a placating gesture. I'm sorry, he mumbled. Didn't mean to cause any trouble. The gang members exchanged irritated glances. One of them stepped closer, towering over the frail, elderly man. You deaf or something? Another gang member called out. The old man continued to apologize, his voice trembling slightly. The buzzing in his head grew louder, more insistent, but he said nothing about it. The gang members surrounded the elderly man, their faces twisted with mockery and aggression. They pushed him roughly, laughing as he stumbled. Look at this pathetic old man, one sneered. Can't even walk straight. Another shoved the old man harder. What's wrong? You lost Grandpa. The buzzing in the old man's head intensified. It grew from a soft drone to a thunderous roar that filled every corner of his consciousness. His hands began to tremble. The gang members continued their verbal assault, each curse and insult making the buzzing louder. The old man's eyes glazed over, becoming distant and unfocused. Without warning, he pulled a knife from inside his tattered coat. In a sudden, mechanical motion, he lunged at the nearest gang member. The blade plunged repeatedly into the young man's body, each strike precise and ruthless. The old man moved as if in a trance, his movements completely detached from any human emotion. The gang members recoiled in shock as their companion collapsed, blood pooling around his motionless body. Stunned silence hung in the air for a split second before chaos erupted. Two of the younger members pinned the old man against the wall, their hands gripping his arms with brutal force. The elderly man's eyes cleared, horror washing over his face as he realized what he had just done. You killed him, one of the gang members screamed, spittle flying from his mouth. The old man's hands began to shake. I don't understand, he whispered. Rage consumed the remaining gang members. One reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol, hands trembling with anger. Another followed, drawing a second weapon. Both guns pointed directly at the old man's head. Distant police sirens cut through the tension. The gang members exchanged panicked looks. Their wounded companion lay dead, and the police were approaching. Suddenly, survival instinct kicked in. The gang members dropped the old man and bolted, running in different directions. Footsteps echoed against the alley walls as they scattered, leaving behind their dead friend and the bewildered elderly man. The police sirens grew louder, drawing closer to the scene of the crime. Police cruisers screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance. Officers burst from their vehicles, weapons drawn. "Freeze! Drop the knife!" An officer shouted, his pistol trained on the old man. The elderly man stood frozen, the bloody knife still clutched in his trembling hand. His eyes darted between the officers, confusion etched across his weathered face. I didn't mean to," he stammered. Something was wrong. The buzzing. Two officers rushed forward. One grabbed the knife while the other tackled the old man to the ground. The concrete scraped against his cheek as an officer's knee pressed into his back. "You're under arrest," the officer growled, roughly pulling the old man's arms behind his back. Metal handcuffs clicked tight around his wrists. The old man winced, his body going limp against the cold ground. "I don't understand," he mumbled. "I didn't want to hurt anyone. Something was in my head." The officers ignored his protests, lifting him roughly to his feet. Blood from a nearby victim stained the alley floor, a stark reminder of the violence that had just occurred. "You have the right to remain silent." One officer began reciting the Miranda rights as they led the old man toward the waiting police car. The old man continued to mutter, his voice a mixture of confusion and despair. "I didn't do it. Something made me do it." From a distant rooftop, Ivy Ball watched the scene unfold with compound eyes that reflected multiple angles of the violent encounter. The fly Grongi's wings twitched slightly, a barely perceptible movement against the night sky. "BZZZBZ. So sorry, but all according to plan," the creature muttered, its voice a low, buzzing resonance that seemed to vibrate through the air. Detective Yuri Watanabe stood at the center of the precinct's investigation room, her sharp eyes scanning the wall of connected case files. Photographs of victims and perpetrators were pinned with red strings, creating a complex web of seemingly unrelated incidents. She was a striking woman in her mid-30s, dressed in a crisp dark blazer and tailored slacks. Her hair was cut in a precise, shoulder-length style that framed a face marked by years of dedicated police work. Unlike many of her colleagues, Yuri carried herself with a quiet intensity that spoke of both professional determination and deep personal investment in her cases. The old man from the alley sat in a nearby interrogation room, his hands still shaking. Around him, several other individuals waited: a young college student, a middle-aged accountant, a delivery truck driver, each with the same haunted expression. Yuri pulled another file, examining the details. Each case shared a disturbing pattern. Seemingly ordinary people suddenly committing violent acts, all reporting the same strange symptom, a persistent buzzing sound in their head just before the incident. The college student had attacked his roommate with a kitchen knife. The accountant had driven his car into a crowded sidewalk. The delivery driver had strangled a customer during a routine package delivery. Each perpetrator claimed they weren't in control, that something else was driving their actions. Yuri's fingers traced the connection between the files. Something wasn't adding up. These weren't typical criminal profiles. These were people who seemed genuinely confused and horrified by their own actions. She goes into the interrogation room and talks to the old man, her voice calm but direct. "My name is Detective Yuri Watanabe. Can you please tell me what happened last night?" The old man looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and confusion. "I didn't mean to kill the guy. I swear. I keep hearing this buzzing sound. It was everywhere," he whispered. "It was getting louder and louder until I couldn't think anymore. Before I knew it, I had a bloody knife in my hands." Yuri thanked the old man for his cooperation and stepped out of the interrogation room. Detective Dean Marcus approached her, his notepad filled with scribbled notes. "Same story as the others?" Yuri asked. Marcus nodded. "Word for word. Buzzing in the head, sudden violent outburst, complete shock afterward." Yuri's brow furrowed. Something fell off about these cases. The pattern was too consistent, too precise to be random mental breakdowns. She leaned against the wall, her mind working through the connections. "This isn't just a series of mental health incidents," she said quietly. Marcus scoffed. "What else could it be? We've got multiple witnesses, clear evidence. These people committed violent crimes." "It's too uniform," Yuri pressed. "Every single perpetrator describes the exact same experience. The same buzzing, the same loss of control." The other detective crossed his arms. "Without other evidence, they're still guilty. We can't ignore the facts. People died. These individuals are responsible." Yuri knew Marcus was looking for a straightforward solution, but her years on the force had taught her that straightforward solutions were rarely the truth. Something was happening beneath the surface of these cases. "We need to dig deeper," she insisted. Marcus shook his head. "We got confessions. We got evidence. What more do you want?" "I'm going to get to the bottom of this," she declared, her voice steady and resolute. "Something doesn't add up, and I'm not going to stop until I understand what's really happening." Marcus watched her with a mixture of respect and resignation. He knew Yuri well enough to recognize that look. Once she locked onto a case, nothing could deter her. Her investigative instincts were legendary in the precinct, and her persistence was unmatched. "Just don't go too far out on a limb," Marcus warned, but there was no real attempt to stop her. He knew better than to try and rein her in when she was onto something. Yuri was already gathering her files, her movements quick and purposeful. She pulled on her jacket and checked her service weapon out of habit. Marcus called after her as she headed toward the door. "Hey, Watanabe," he said, his tone serious but supportive. "If you need backup, just give me a call. I'll be there." She paused at the doorway, turning back with a slight nod of acknowledgement. No further words were necessary between them. Marcus understood Yuri's method, and she knew he had her back when it mattered most. The door closed behind her with a decisive click, leaving Marcus to return to his own work, confident that Yuri would uncover whatever mystery was hiding beneath these seemingly random violent incidents. The cafeteria buzzed with typical high school noise as Ace, Berto, and Nico sat at their usual corner table. Nico scrolled through her phone, her Gothic-styled fingers tapping the screen with quick precision. Suddenly, she looked up, her expression shifting from casual to serious. "Hey, guys," she interrupted their conversation about a recent video game. "Tony Stark has disappeared." Berto leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean disappeared?" Nico held up her phone, showing him a news article. "He was on a trip in Afghanistan, and now there's no trace of him. The military is conducting a search, but so far, nothing." Ace glanced at the screen, his eyes scanning the headline. The name Tony Stark was familiar to him, though he knew little about the billionaire beyond his reputation as a genius inventor and weapons manufacturer. "When did this happen?" Berto asked, taking the phone from Nico to read the details more closely. "Just recently," Nico replied. "It's all over the news right now." The cafeteria's ambient noise faded into the background as Nico continued scrolling through her phone. More headlines populated her screen, each one more dramatic than the last. Breaking: Stark Industries CEO missing in Afghanistan. Billionaire weapons manufacturer vanishes during weapons demonstration. Search and rescue teams deployed for Tony Stark. Berto leaned closer, his eyes wide. "Wow, this is huge. It's literally the top trending story right now." Ace glanced at the phone screen, noting the multiple news sources and the consistent reporting. The headlines were splashed across every major news network: CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, each with their own variation of the story. "Look," Nico pointed to the trending topics section. "Tony Stark is the #1 search term globally right now." The phone showed real-time search statistics, with Tony Stark's name dominating social media and news platforms. Hashtags like #FindTonyStark and #StarkMissing were trending worldwide, reflecting the global interest in the billionaire's mysterious disappearance. Berto whistled softly. "This is crazy. A guy like Stark just doesn't vanish." Nico's expression darkened. She set her phone down and looked directly at Berto and Ace. "I'm actually glad he's gone," she said flatly. Stark is a war profiteer who's been selling weapons of mass destruction under the guise of global peace. Berto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He's the merchant of death, Nico continued, her voice sharp with disdain. Stark Industries has been supplying weapons to militaries and conflict zones worldwide. He's an egotistical billionaire who profits from human suffering while claiming he's making the world safer. Her Gothic-styled fingers curled into a fist on the table. The cafeteria's background noise seemed to fade as she spoke, her words cutting through the typical teenage chatter with a raw, passionate intensity. People call him a genius, Nico said, but he's just another rich guy who makes money from destruction. Global peace? More like global conflict, funded by Stark Industries. Berto chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Wow, Nico, you really don't like big corporations, huh? Nico's dark-lined eyes narrowed. Of course I don't. Big corporations are always hiding something. Who knows how many skeletons are hiding in their closet? She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. And I'm sure Tony Stark has a mountain full of them. Nico turned to Ace. What do you think, Ace? Ace nodded absently, his mind clearly wandering. Yeah, totally, he mumbled, his thoughts drifting to a different narrative entirely. In his mind, he was tracing the early moments of what would become the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Tony Stark was currently being held captive in a desert somewhere, unaware that he was about to create the first Iron Man suit that would change everything. Ace knew the sequence of events that would unfold. Tony would soon craft his initial crude but revolutionary armor, using scraps and his incredible ingenuity to escape his captors. The desert would become the crucible of transformation, where a weapons manufacturer would become a hero. He calculated it would take a few months before Tony would make his dramatic escape, with the threat of Ironmonger looming in the near future. Nico's fingers scrolled through her financial app, her dark-lined eyes narrowing at the screen. Stark Industries stock is starting to drop, she muttered, showing the graph to Berto and Ace. The stock price hovered just above its current baseline, showing slight but noticeable downward movement. Ace leaned closer, studying the numbers with unexpected interest. He said, calculating silently. The stock wasn't crashing, but it was definitely experiencing some instability due to Stark's disappearance. Ace considered the potential investment opportunity. He knew something about Stark's future trajectory that others didn't. The stock would eventually rebound dramatically, making this a potentially lucrative moment to invest. What are you thinking? Nico asked, catching Ace's contemplative expression. If the price gets lower, Ace replied carefully, I might consider buying some stocks. Nico stared at Ace in disbelief. Her dark-lined eyes narrowed. Skepticism etched across her Gothic-styled features. You want to buy Stark Industries stocks? Are you serious? Ace shrugged, a casual gesture that seemed to infuriate Nico even more. It wouldn't hurt to make some extra money, he said simply. How can you be so sure the stocks will rise? Nico challenged. Her fingers drummed against the cafeteria table, a rhythmic counterpoint to her growing frustration. For all we know, this could be the beginning of a total crash. The company could bottom out completely. Ace met her gaze with a calm smile. I've got a good feeling about it, he replied. Berto, who had been listening intently, suddenly perked up. Wait, if Ace is buying stocks, I want in on this too. His enthusiasm bubbled over, eyes bright with the prospect of potential financial gain. Nico stared at Berto in disbelief. Her eyes narrowed, a mix of frustration and incredulity crossing her Gothic-styled features. You can't be serious, she said. You want to invest in Stark Industries? After everything I just said? Berto grinned, his enthusiasm undiminished. Come on, Nico. Think about it. If we make a profit, we can celebrate together. And if we lose money, we can wallow in our financial misery as a team. He leaned closer, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. What do you say? Are you in? Nico's fingers drummed against the cafeteria table. Her internal conflict was visible, her deep-seated hatred for corporate giants battling with a potential financial opportunity. She looked at Ace, then back at Berto. I'm only doing this because you two are doing it, she emphasized, her voice sharp. Not because I want to support this multi-billion-dollar weapons manufacturer. I want that to be absolutely clear. Berto's grin widened. Great, he exclaimed. Nico sighed, her dark-lined eyes rolling as Ace chuckled at her dramatic reaction to their potential stock investment. The tension for moments before dissolved into a more relaxed atmosphere. Hey, she said, changing the subject entirely. There's this art house theater showing an unreleased sequel to a B-movie I've been dying to see. Want to come? Berto perked up immediately. What movie? It's the sequel to Midnight Chainsaw Massacre, Nico explained. The director's cut that was never officially released. Ace grinned. I'm in, he said without hesitation. Me too, Berto added enthusiastically. Sounds like a perfect way to spend an evening. Nico looked surprised, but pleased that both of her friends were so quick to agree. The cafeteria buzzed around them, a typical high school backdrop to their spontaneous movie plans. A young man named Oliver is running down the sidewalk, his messenger bag bouncing wildly against his hip. New York's morning traffic blurred around him as he dodged pedestrians and street vendors. Not again, he muttered, checking his watch. 8:47 a.m. The art house cinema opened at 9 o'clock, and he was supposed to be there early to prep for the morning screenings. His boss, Margaret, was notorious for her sharp tongue and zero tolerance for tardiness. Last time he was late, she lectured him for 20 minutes about professional responsibility and millennial work ethic in front of the entire staff. Oliver cut through a narrow alley, hoping to shave precious minutes off his commute. The shortcut was cluttered with trash bins and graffitied walls, but he knew every inch of it from previous mad dashes. Another block. Another quick glance at his watch. 8:52 a.m. He could already imagine Margaret's disapproving stare, her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in that particular way that made employees feel 2 inches tall. Almost there, Oliver whispered to himself, rounding the final corner toward the cinema's vintage marquee. Oliver rushed down the sidewalk, his messenger bag swinging against his hip. The morning traffic of New York blurred around him as he dodged pedestrians and street vendors. A faint buzzing sound caught his attention. He paused, glancing around the empty alley. Nothing seemed out of place. When he turned back, a set of large, red compound eyes stared directly into his face. Ivy Ba the fly Grongi stood inches from him. I'm so sorry to interrupt, the creature whispered, its voice trembling slightly. But I need a small favor from you. Oliver froze, unable to move or speak. I apologize in advance, Ivy Ba continued, but you must kill as many people as you can. It's quite important for my mission, if you don't mind. A strange sensation washed over Oliver. His eyes glazed over, pupils dilating. The Grongi's compound eyes seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. Oliver closed his eyes. When he opened them moments later, the strange encounter had vanished from his memory. He blinked, suddenly remembering he was late for work. Oh no, he muttered, and sprinted toward the cinema. Ivy Ba watched Oliver from a shadowy corner of the alley, compound eyes glinting with a nervous excitement. The Grongi fidgeted, wringing translucent hands. I'm so sorry for watching, Ivy mumbled to himself, but this human seems perfect. Oliver burst through the cinema's back door, breathless. Margaret, the manager, stood with her arms crossed, her face a storm of fury. You're late. Again, she snapped. Her voice cut through the quiet morning prep area. Oliver stammered an apology, but Margaret wasn't listening. Her eyes narrowed as she gestured toward the uniform rack. Get changed, and when you're done, restock the entire snack bar. Every single container. As Oliver turned to grab his uniform, something caught his eye. A sharp box cutter lay on a nearby shelf, its blade glinting under the fluorescent lights. A strange buzzing began to fill his ears, soft at first, then growing louder. His vision blurred. The buzzing intensified. Margaret's sharp voice broke through the sound. Oliver, are you even listening to me? Oliver blinked, the buzzing momentarily receding. Margaret stood inches from his face, her expression a mix of anger and concern. Get changed. Now, she repeated, pointing toward the staff room. Yes, ma'am. Oliver quickly gets changed, but he can still hear the buzzing noise slightly. Ace walked toward the art house cinema, and the sun has just set. Nico stood near the entrance, her Gothic-style clothing a stark contrast to the morning soft light. "Hey," Ace called out, waving as he got closer. Nico turned, a slight smirk crossing her face. Birdo's running late. Something about some errands he had to run. They stood together, the quiet evening surrounding them. After a moment of silence, Nico looked at Ace with a curious expression. "So, Ace," she began, "what do you like? I don't really know much about you, to be honest." Ace chuckled. "I'm into hero shows. You know, where the hero transforms all cool and stuff." Nico's eyebrow raised. She let out a small laugh. "Seriously? You like kid shows?" "They're not kid shows," Ace defended immediately, his voice rising slightly. "They're complex narratives about heroism and sacrifice." "Right?" Nico teased, drawing out the word. "Complex narratives about guys in colorful spandex fighting monsters." Ace crossed his arms. "They're way more than that. Each series explores deep themes about humanity and—" Nico interrupted, her tone playful. "Totally serious adult entertainment." Ace raised an eyebrow, turning the tables. "Okay, fair enough. What do you do in your free time?" Nico's expression shifted. Her eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity. "Supernatural stuff. Spiritual research. The kind of things most people write off as impossible." "Oh, really?" Ace's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. "Ghost hunting and crystal healing." "Not exactly," Nico said, her tone sharp. "I'm talking about real occult knowledge. Magical traditions, spirit communication, dimensional research. Stuff that goes way beyond cheap parlor tricks." Ace leaned in, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "So basically ghost hunting and crystal healing with extra big words." Nico's eyes narrowed. "Careful, or I'll hex you." "Sure you will," Ace teased, mimicking her earlier sarcastic tone. "I'm absolutely terrified of your mystical powers." Both got serious for a minute before the two burst out laughing. Ace and Nico's laughter gradually subsided. As they stood together, Ace noticed a slight bulge in Nico's pocket. His eyes caught a glimpse of something rectangular. "Are those tarot cards?" he asked, pointing subtly. Nico pulled out a worn deck, its edges slightly frayed. "Good eye," she said. "These have been with me for a while." Ace looked intrigued. "Do you actually know how to read them?" A confident smirk crossed Nico's face. "Know how to read them? I've been doing tarot readings since I was 12. She shuffled the deck with practiced hands, the cards moving smoothly between her fingers. "Want me to read your fortune?" Nico offered, her tone a mix of challenge and invitation. Ace nodded. "Sure, why not?" They found an empty table near the cinema's window. Soft evening light filtered through dusty glass as Nico spread her tarot cards with practiced movements. "Cut the deck," she instructed Ace, her voice calm and authoritative. Ace complied, splitting the deck with a single motion. Nico began turning cards, her fingers moving deliberately across the worn surface. The first card revealed itself, the Fool. Nico's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're at the beginning of a journey," she said. "A new chapter. But this isn't going to be easy." She turned another card. The Tower appeared, its imagery stark and dramatic. "Difficulty and sacrifice are ahead of you," Nico continued. Her tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of melodrama. "This path will test you in ways you can't yet understand." The next card emerged, the Hierophant. Nico paused, studying its symbolism. "You'll only overcome these challenges by learning from those who came before you," she explained. "Your friends, mentors, previous generations. They hold wisdom you'll need to survive what's coming." Ace listened intently, his expression a mix of curiosity and concentration. Nico's fingers traced the edge of the next card. Her expression remained neutral as she spoke. "You will face many challenges. Each one will be more difficult than the last." She paused, turning another card. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "The next challenge," Nico said deliberately, "will involve a fly." Ace leaned forward, confusion etching his features. "A fly? What does that mean?" Nico simply shrugged. "It's what the cards say. she replied, her tone matter-of-fact and devoid of further explanation. The tarot deck sat between them, the cards spread out on the cinema's dusty window table, catching the last hints of evening light. Ace studied Nico's face, searching for more context, but she remained impassive. As Nico and Ace continued their conversation, Berto rushed up to them, slightly out of breath. "Sorry I'm late," he said, adjusting his backpack. Nico raised an eyebrow and smirked. Well, look who finally decided to grace us with his presence." Berto rolled his eyes. Traffic was crazy. Some weird police activity near the river. He paused, catching his breath. "You know how New York can be." Excuses, Nico teased, her voice dripping with mock sarcasm. "Some of us actually know how to be on time." "Oh, really?" Berto shot back with a grin. "Says the person who's always fashionably late to everything." Ace looked between them, a smile playing on his lips. Then he interrupted their banter. "Okay, guys, we should get inside already, or else we'll miss the movie." The trio entered the dimly lit cinema lobby. Soft ambient music played in the background, mixing with the low hum of the air conditioning. Berto led the way, checking their tickets while Nico and Ace followed close behind. At the snack bar, Oliver stood motionless. His eyes were glazed, staring blankly at the rows of candy and popcorn containers. The buzzing in his head grew louder, a persistent, maddening sound that seemed to pulse with increasing intensity. A voice whispered inside his mind. "Cold, calculated, commanding. Kill," the voice said. "Simple, direct." Oliver's hand slowly moved toward the box cutter sitting near the cash register. His fingers trembled slightly, muscles twitching between resistance and compliance. The buzzing crescendoed, drowning out all other sounds. "Kill," the voice repeated. Louder now, more insistent. As the credits rolled, Berto leaned back in his seat and burst out laughing. "That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen." Nico wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. "Did you see that scene with the chainsaw and the rubber chicken? Who even writes this stuff?" Ace chuckled, shaking his head. "I can't believe they managed to make a horror movie this absurd. It was so bad it was actually entertaining." The three friends stumbled out of the dark theater, still giggling about the most ridiculous moments from the Midnight Chainsaw Massacre. The lobby of the art house cinema was nearly empty, with a bored ticket attendant scrolling through his phone and a few other moviegoers looking equally amused and bewildered. "We have to tell everyone about this," Berto declared, pulling out his phone to type a review. "This movie is so bad it needs to be experienced to be believed." Nico nodded in agreement, her dark hair falling across her face as she leaned over to see Berto's screen. "Absolutely. It's like a masterclass in how not to make a horror film." Ace smiled, watching his friends' animated discussion about the movie's most outrageous scenes. As they exited the theater's dimly lit corridor, Berto turned to his friends with a grin. "I'm starving. Pizzas sound good to everyone." Ace nodded enthusiastically. "Definitely. I know a great place nearby." Nico shrugged. "I'm in, as long as we're not getting that weird artisan pizza with kale or something." Just as they approached the lobby, a sudden commotion erupted from the snack bar. A red-faced customer towered over Oliver, who stood motionless behind the counter. The man's voice rose in angry waves, his hands gesturing wildly. "Are you even listening to me?" the customer shouted, slamming his hand on the counter. Oliver remained completely still, his eyes unfocused and distant. Something about his vacant expression seemed off. Nico rolled her eyes and muttered sarcastically, "Great. Another entitled jerk making a scene." The angry customer continued his tirade, his face reddening with each word. Suddenly, Oliver's hand moved mechanically, grabbing a sharp box cutter from behind the concession stand. In one swift, unexpected motion, he plunged the blade into the customer's side. The man's angry shouts transformed into a horrified gasp. Blood began to spread across his shirt as he staggered backward. Oliver stood motionless, his eyes blank and unseeing. Under his breath, he kept repeating a single word, "Kill, kill, kill." Screams erupted throughout the art house cinema lobby. People scrambled in panic, knocking over display stands and pushing each other in their rush to escape. Ace, Birdo, and Nico stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. The scene before them unfolded like a nightmare. Oliver, typically quiet and reserved, now standing over the bleeding customer with a blank expression and a bloodied box cutter. The wounded customer collapsed to the floor, clutching his bleeding side. The bored ticket attendant had dropped his phone, mouth hanging open in disbelief. Oliver continued to mutter, his voice a monotone chant of kill that seemed to cut through the chaos of screaming and panic. As the initial shock subsided, Oliver's blank eyes scanned the lobby. His movements became mechanical, targeting other customers with a blood-stained box cutter. A young woman screamed as Oliver lunged toward her, his arm raised menacingly. Ace stepped forward, his instincts kicking in. I have to stop him. Nico grabbed Ace's arm, her voice sharp and urgent. Don't do something stupid. You don't know what's happening. But Ace was already moving. He approached Oliver cautiously, hands raised in a calming gesture. Hey, put the cutter down. You don't want to do this. Oliver showed no sign of hearing Ace. His eyes remained unfocused, a distant buzzing seeming to control his movements. The box cutter trembled in his hand as he turned toward Ace, his body moving with an unnatural, jerky motion. Without warning, Oliver attacked. He lunged at Ace with surprising speed, the box cutter slashing through the air. Ace quickly shifted, blocking the strike with his forearm. In one fluid motion, he grabbed Oliver's wrist, twisting it to force the weapon from his hand. Using his training, Ace swept Oliver's legs and pinned him to the ground. Oliver struggled beneath him, still muttering incomprehensible words, his eyes wild and unseeing. The lobby remained chaotic, with panicked customers scrambling for the exits, leaving behind overturned popcorn machines and scattered movie posters. Oliver thrashed beneath Ace, his movements erratic and uncontrolled. Despite Ace's firm grip, the young man continued to mutter incoherently, his eyes glazed and distant. Detective Yuri Watanabe pushed through the panicked crowd, her police badge glinting under the lobby's fluorescent lights. She approached Ace, who was still pinning Oliver to the ground. What happened here? Yuri's voice was sharp and professional. Ace looked up, his grip on Oliver remaining steady. He just attacked a customer with a box cutter, completely unprovoked. One moment he was standing behind the counter, the next he was stabbing someone. Yuri pulled out her handcuffs, her eyes scanning the scene. Did you see anything that might explain his behavior? He kept repeating kill over and over, Ace explained, like he wasn't in control of himself. Yuri's eyes narrowed. She'd heard similar reports of the precinct. Multiple cases of seemingly random violent outbursts, all with the same description of a strange buzzing sound and uncontrollable impulses. She efficiently cuffed Oliver, who remained unnervingly calm under her touch. This matches the other cases we've been investigating, she muttered, more to herself than to Ace. Ace's ears perked up at Yuri's muttered comment about other cases. Other cases? He glanced at her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Before he could ask for clarification, a nervous voice cut through the chaos of the lobby. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, the voice said. I was hoping he would have been more effective. Ace turned to see a strange, fidgety creature standing near the edge of the lobby. It was me, Ivyba, the fly Grongi, wringing its hands apologetically. Its compound eyes darted around the room, looking simultaneously nervous and disappointed. They couldn't understand him in the Grongi language. I'm terribly sorry, Ivy continued, bowing slightly. The human was supposed to eliminate more targets. La Balva will be so displeased with me. The Grongi's voice trembled, a mix of anxiety and frustration. Yuri's hand instinctively moved to her weapon, her eyes narrowing at the unexpected newcomer. Ace tensed, recognizing the potential threat from his previous encounters with the Grongi. Nico and Birdo, who had been standing nearby, suddenly froze as they spotted Ivy. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the strange, insect-like creature standing casually in the lobby. I'm so sorry, Ivy mumbled, wringing its hands nervously. The human wasn't very efficient. I'm a bit behind on my killing quota, and La Balvada will be so disappointed in me. Berto whispered to Nico, "What is that thing?" Nico's voice trembled slightly. "I have no idea, but it doesn't look good." Detective Yuri Watanabe's professional demeanor shifted instantly. She drew her weapon, pointing it directly at Ivy. "Freeze! Don't move!" Without hesitation, Yuri began firing. Her bullets struck Ivy's chitinous body, but they barely left a mark. The Grongi flinched more from the noise than from any actual damage. "Oh dear," Ivy apologized, ducking slightly. "I'm really trying my best. I know I'm behind on my kills, but this is quite inconvenient." Its compound eyes darted nervously around the room. The creature seemed more concerned about disappointing its superiors than about the bullets flying toward it. "I'm so sorry," it repeated, "but I really must continue my mission. I'll try to be more careful this time." Yuri continued firing, each shot ineffective against the Grongi's tough exterior. Ivy shifted uncomfortably, looking increasingly anxious about the entire situation. Ivy's compound eyes suddenly locked onto Yuri. With lightning speed, the Grongi lunged forward, razor-sharp claws extended. Before the detective could react, Ace intercepted, throwing himself between Yuri and the creature. "Kid!" Yuri shouted, her voice sharp with concern. Ivy's trajectory shifted instantly. The Grongi's insectoid body twisted midair, targeting Ace with terrifying precision. In a blur of movement, Ivy tackled Ace, both of them crashing through the cinema lobby's wall with explosive force. Plaster and debris scattered as they burst through the wall, tumbling into the adjacent room. Nico and Berto rushed to the gaping hole, their faces etched with worry. "Ace!" Nico screamed, her voice trembling. Berto gripped the edge of the broken wall, peering into the darkness beyond. "Are you okay?" he called out, strain evident in his voice. The dust settled, revealing nothing but shadows and scattered debris where Ace and the Grongi had disappeared. Ace and Ivy crashed through another interior wall, tumbling into a dark storage room filled with old movie equipment. Ivy's chitinous body scraped against metal film reels and dusty projection stands. With surprising strength, the creature hurled Ace across the room. He slammed into a stack of wooden chairs, sending them clattering to the floor. "You must die. I'm so sorry about this. I really don't want to, but I have no choice." Ace struggled to his feet, wiping dust from his face. The Grongi continued speaking, its voice trembling with a strange mix of determination and anxiety. "I'm really trying my best," Ivy said, wringing its hands. "This is quite difficult for me." In a swift motion, Ace transformed. Henshin, the familiar red armor of Kuga's mighty form, materialized around him, the golden horn gleaming in the dim light of the storage room. Ivy's entire demeanor changed instantly. "Kuga!" the creature exclaimed, its compound eyes widening in recognition and surprise. The Grongi took an involuntary step back, clearly not expecting the young human to be a Kamen Rider. Its earlier bravado dissolved into a nervous trembling, hands wringing frantically. "Oh dear," Ivy muttered in its native language. "I'm so sorry. This is not what I—" Ace lunged forward, his Kuga armor gleaming in the dim light. His first punch sliced through the air, targeting Ivy's central mass. The Grongi twisted impossibly, its insectoid body bending at an unnatural angle. The punch missed by millimeters. Ivy skittered backward, bumping into old movie equipment. Film reels clattered to the floor. The creature's compound eyes tracked Ace's movements with inhuman precision. "I'm so sorry," Ivy mumbled, dodging another strike. Ace's kick swept low, aiming to knock the Grongi off balance. Ivy jumped, using a projection stand as a springboard. The creature's movement was liquid smooth, defying normal physics. Metal stands crashed. Dust exploded into the air. Ace pressed his attack, each punch designed to corner the nimble creature. Ivy ducked and weaved, its body moving like water between Ace's strikes. A sharp claw caught Ace's armored shoulder. He spun, using the momentum to launch a counterattack. Ivy twisted midair, avoiding the full force of the blow. The storage room became a chaotic dance of movement. Ace's powerful strikes contrasted with Ivy's slippery, unpredictable dodges. Each time Ace thought he had the creature cornered, Ivy would slip away at the last moment. "I really don't want to fight," Ivy said, ducking under a punch. "But I must complete my mission." Ivy's claw struck Ace's chest, sending him crashing through the storage room wall. Plaster and wood exploded outward as they tumbled into the main cinema area. Dust and debris rained around them. Yuri spun, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. Her eyes widened at the sight of the armored warrior and the insectoid creature locked in combat. Nico and Berto jumped back, mouths agape. The blue and gold armored figure moved with incredible speed, trading blows with the fly-like Grongi. Chairs toppled. Popcorn machines crashed. "What the hell is that?" Berto shouted. Ivy screeched, launching a series of rapid claw strikes. The Kamen Rider blocked most, but a few glancing blows sparked against his armor. He countered with a powerful kick that sent the Grongi sliding across the slick cinema floor. Yuri drew her weapon. "Freeze!" The combatants ignored her, locked in their intense battle. Nico pulled Berto behind a row of seats. Her eyes darted between the armored warrior and the monstrous creature. "This is insane," she muttered. The Kamen Rider grabbed a fallen projection stand, using it to block Ivy's next attack. Metal screeched. The creature's movements were erratic, desperate. Yuri shoots her weapon twice at the Grongi. Ivy's head snapped toward her, compound eyes gleaming with sudden predatory focus. The Grongi's body tensed, preparing to leap. Ace saw the movement instantly. He hurled himself between Ivy and Yuri, arms spread protectively. "Run!" he shouted at the detective. Ivy's claws slashed. The Grongi's movement was a blur of chitinous limbs and razor-sharp edges. Ace blocked the first strike, but the second connected solidly. Ivy's claw struck Ace's armored chest with tremendous force. The impact sent Ace flying backward. He crashed through several rows of cinema seats, wood and padding exploding around his tumbling form. Ivy lunged, chitinous claws reaching for Ace's armored form. The Grongi's movements were lightning fast, a blur of desperate predatory intent. Just as the claws were about to connect, Ace's body erupted with energy. Chohenshin. Ace changes into dragon form. With a powerful motion, Ace used both legs to kick Ivy backward. The creature tumbled across the cinema floor, chairs and debris scattering in its wake. In one fluid motion, Ace grabbed a nearby projection stand. His hands moved quickly, manipulating the metal object. The stand elongated and transformed into the dragon rod. The dragon rod hummed with energy, its metallic surface catching the dim cinema lights. Ace gripped the weapon, his dragon form stance shifting into a combat-ready position. Ivy scrambled backward, compound eyes tracking every movement of the transformed Kamen Rider. Ace lunged forward, the dragon rod extending with a metallic hum. He struck Ivy's side with precision, the weapon delivering a sharp, crackling blow that sent the Grongi skittering across the cinema floor. Another strike connected, this time catching Ivy's leg. The Grongi stumbled, its movements becoming more erratic. The enclosed space of the cinema worked against it, limiting its ability to dodge and weave. Ivy's compound eyes darted around, assessing the rapidly deteriorating situation. The blue-armored Kamen Rider blocked every potential escape route, the dragon rod spinning in a threatening arc. Each strike came faster, more calculated. Realizing the disadvantage of the tight, confined space, Ivy made a split-second decision. The creature's body tensed, preparing for a desperate escape. "I'm sorry, but I must take my leave." With a sudden burst of speed, Ivy turned and bolted toward the cinema's exit, crashing through the doors and spilling out into the street beyond. "Wait!" The streets echoed with the sound of shattering glass as Ace burst through the cinema doors. His eyes darted upward, tracking Ivy's insect-like form as it took to the sky. The Grongi's wings spread wide, catching the light like shimmering silk as it maneuvered between the towering buildings. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you catch me." Ivy's nervous voice called down from above. in his dragon form. Ace's body tensed with determination. He leaped with incredible force, using the buildings around him as stepping stones. Each movement was precise, bringing him closer to his airborne target as the dragon rod materialized in his grip. Ace studied Ivy's flight pattern, calculating the perfect moment to strike. But just as he reached the apex of his jump, the Grongi's compound eyes noticed his approach. The creature's body twisted with surprising elegance. "I'll try my best to avoid you." Ivy's apologetic tone carried through the air as it suddenly veered left. The dragon rod cut through empty space, missing its target by the smallest margin. Ivy caught an upward gust of wind, its movements as fluid as water, making it impossible for Ace to anticipate its next action. Without warning, Ivy struck back. Its claws raked across Ace's armored chest, sending him spinning through the air. The impact with the rooftop was violent, scattering broken tiles in all directions. Above the scattered debris, Ivy hovered with an air of nervous victory. "I'm so sorry, but you won't be able to defeat me in the air," the Grongi announced, its voice wavering between apologetic and confident tones. Damn it! Another vision rippled through Ace's consciousness. He witnessed Kuga adorned in emerald armor, wielding a magnificent bow as he struck down his adversaries with precise shots. When evil rises, behold it from the distance, and become the warrior who pierces it like a gale. Ace, with newfound clarity, knew what to do next. He called out, "Cho Henshin." The Arkle responded to his command, and brilliant energy washed over him. His armor shifted to a deep forest green, while his eyes and the Amadam stone in his belt gleamed with the same verdant hue. A distinctive shoulder pad materialized on his left shoulder, completing his transformation into Kuga's Pegasus form. Without warning, Ace's senses exploded into overdrive. Every minute sound became a thunderous roar, each scent transformed into an overwhelming tide of information. His vision stretched far beyond normal limits, allowing him to perceive details at impossible distances. The sensory assault proved too much to bear, and he clutched at his ears, desperately trying to shield himself from the crushing wave of enhanced perception. This was the double-edged nature of Pegasus form. While it granted him extraordinary sensory capabilities, the sheer intensity of these enhanced senses threatened to overwhelm him completely. Here's my rewrite of the target text to match the sample style while maintaining the same meaning. The fly Grongi hovered in the air, watching as Ace struggled with his heightened senses. Ivy's compound eyes reflected the city lights as it observed the suffering rider, its wings buzzing with nervous energy. "I apologize for this," Ivy whispered, wringing its hands. "But perhaps this is the opportunity one need." With sudden movement, the Grongi dove toward its target. Ace's enhanced Pegasus form vision caught a glimpse of the incoming attack, but his overwhelmed senses left him unable to defend himself properly. "Please forgive me, but I must complete my mission quickly," Ivy declared, its voice trembling between guilt and resolve. The Grongi's claws found their mark, striking Ace squarely in the chest. The force of the impact sent the armored warrior flying backward over the building's edge. His armored form plummeted toward the street below, a cry of surprise echoing off the surrounding buildings. "Oh dear, I didn't intend to strike so forcefully," Ivy called out, already pulling back from the scene. "I truly am sorry about this." From its position in the air, the fly Grongi watched Ace's descent, believing it had finally accomplished its task. Ivy's wings fluttered anxiously as it retreated into the night, muttering to itself, "Kuga is finally dead. Though I deeply regret it had to end this way." The Grongi flies away to continue adding more kills to his tally. Detective Yuri Watanabe raced through the streets, keeping pace with Kamen Rider Kuga and the fly Grongi as best she could. The appearance of the armored warrior had caught her by surprise. His reputation had already spread through the precinct like wildfire, giving Captain George Stacy more than a few sleepless nights. Her sharp detective instincts told her that this new creature, this Grongi, was connected to the string of inexplicable murders where ordinary citizens had suddenly turned violent. If she could just follow them, perhaps she could finally uncover the truth behind these tragic incidents and bring justice to the victims. Turning from a narrow alleyway, Yuri's eyes widened at the sight before her. There, sprawled on the cold concrete, lay Kuga in his pristine white, growing form. Yuri approached cautiously, her gun drawn but pointed downward. The white-armored figure looked vulnerable, unlike the powerful warrior she had glimpsed moments before. She remembered how he had saved her in the art house cinema, and something in her gut told her he wasn't a threat. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, her voice firm but not unkind. Ace groaned, his body aching from the Grongi's attack. He slowly opened his eyes, blinking to focus on the detective standing over him. The world seemed to swim around him for a moment. "Who are you?" he mumbled, trying to gather his bearings. "I'm Detective Yuri Watanabe," she responded, holstering her weapon and extending a hand to help him up. "You look like you took a beating. Can you get up?" Ace grunted and accepted Yuri's hand, pulling himself up slowly. His white, growing form flickered momentarily before stabilizing. "I'm fine," he said, brushing dust from his armor. Yuri's sharp eyes scanned him, then the surrounding alley. "Where did that flying monster go?" "It got away," Ace replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. She studied him carefully, her detective instincts working overtime. "I have some questions for you." Ace tensed slightly. "Are you going to arrest me?" Yuri's response was unexpected. "No, I should be arresting you, but I have a feeling that wouldn't help solve anything right now." Her tone was matter-of-fact, professional yet tinged with a sense of curiosity about the armored warrior standing before her. Detective Yuri Watanabe studied the white-armored figure carefully, her professional demeanor masking her curiosity. "First of all, who are you?" she asked, her voice crisp and direct. The armored warrior straightened, meeting her gaze. "I'm Kamen Rider," he responded simply. Yuri's eyebrow raised slightly. "Are you human?" "Human enough," Ace replied, his tone matter-of-fact. "Why are you fighting those creatures?" Ace's posture shifted, a hint of determination emerging in his voice. "Because it's the right thing to do. Those creatures hunt and kill people for sport. I have the power to stop them, so I will." Detective Yuri Watanabe studied the armored warrior, her professional curiosity piqued. "What exactly are those creatures you're fighting?" Ace took a deep breath, his white, growing form slightly shifting as he prepared to explain. "They're called the Grongi, an ancient race that predates human civilization. They view killing humans as a ritualistic game." Yuri's eyes narrowed. "A game? Not just any game," Ace continued. "Each Grongi has a specific method of killing and a target number of humans they must murder. It's part of their cultural hierarchy. They call it the Jedgel." The detective's hand unconsciously moved closer to her holster. "And their ultimate goal?" Ace's voice grew darker. "To achieve what they call the ultimate darkness. Once they complete their ritualistic killings and reach a certain threshold, they'll be able to commit total genocide against humanity." Yuri's professional demeanor cracked slightly. Her eyes widened as the full implications of Ace's explanation sank in. The casual way he described a potential extinction-level threat sent a chill down her spine. "Total genocide?" she repeated, her voice a mixture of professional calm and genuine alarm. "Yes." Yuri's professional demeanor shifted as she processed Ace's explanation about the Grongi. She muttered almost to herself, the fly Grongi could be responsible for these strange incidents. Ace's head turned sharply. "What incidents?" The detective looked up, her eyes focusing intently on the white-armored warrior. "A week ago, we started seeing a series of bizarre violent outbreaks. People with no history of violence suddenly attacking others. When we interviewed the perpetrators, they all described the same thing." She pulled out a small notebook from her jacket pocket. Each person claimed they heard a strange, buzzing noise in their head. They couldn't remember why they attacked, but felt compelled to do so. It was like something was controlling them. Ace's body tensed. The timing was too perfect. The worker at the art house cinema who nearly attacked people, the fly Grongi's sudden appearance. It couldn't be a coincidence. "The Grongi," he said quietly, "they might be manipulating people somehow." "I think so too. Letting a monster like that roam free is not good," she said, especially one that can manipulate people at will. Ace nodded, his white, growing form flickering with restless energy. He wanted to pursue Ivy immediately to stop whatever plan the Grongi was implementing. I need to find him, he muttered. Do you know how to track him? Yuri asked pointedly. Ace paused. His shoulders slumped slightly as he awkwardly admitted, No, not really. The detective raised an eyebrow, waiting for more explanation. Ace shuffled his feet, clearly uncomfortable with his own lack of information. The white armor seemed to dim slightly with his admission of helplessness. I just know he's here somewhere in the city, Ace added, trying to sound more confident than he felt. But the uncertainty was clear in his voice. Yuri pulled out a small notepad from her jacket pocket and scribbled her phone number. She tore the page and handed it to Ace. Leave finding the Grongi to me, she said firmly. I'll report this to the precinct and see if they can help track these creatures. Ace took the paper, his white, growing form flickering slightly as he studied her number. He looked up, genuine gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, he said softly, for believing me. Most people would have just arrested me. Yuri's expression remained professional, but a hint of understanding crossed her face. I'm doing what I think is right, she responded simply. These creatures are a threat, and if you're willing to fight them, then I'm willing to listen. Her pragmatic response hung in the air between them. A moment of unexpected alliance formed in a grimy New York alleyway. Ace nodded to Yuri, his white growing form beginning to shimmer. I should go, he said simply. Yuri stepped back, her professional demeanor unchanged. She gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. In a fluid motion, Ace leaped upward, his armored form silhouetted against the alley's narrow strip of sky. He moved with practiced agility, quickly disappearing from view, leaving Detective Watanabe alone in the quiet alleyway. The art house cinema loomed ahead as Ace approached. He knew Nico and Berto would be concerned about his sudden disappearance. Transforming back to his civilian form, he adjusted his clothing and prepared to rejoin his friends, hoping to blend in as if nothing unusual had happened. Ace walked back to where Nico and Berto were waiting, his casual stride masking any hint of the intense battle he had just experienced. Nico spotted him first, her eyes widening with concern. She rushed toward him, her hands already reaching out to examine him. Are you okay? Nico's voice trembled slightly as she began checking his body for injuries. I saw that monster grab you and crash you through walls. Are you hurt? Ace offered a confident smile. I'm fine, he said firmly. I'm tough, and the Cayman rider managed to save me in time. Berto stepped closer, looking worried. Maybe we should head to the hospital, he suggested, his tone serious. Just to make sure you're really okay. It's fine, Ace replied quickly, brushing off Berto's concern. As they walked away from the cinema, Ace chuckled and shook his head. What a night, he said, breaking the tension that had built up during their encounter with the Grongi. This has been one hell of a night. Nico nodded, her arms crossed, a wry smile crossing her face. You can say that again, she responded, her usual sarcastic tone returning. Berto let out a nervous laugh. Man, if my parents found out about this, he said, running a hand through his hair, they won't let me out late ever again. The trio burst into laughter, the absurdity of the evening finally sinking in. The tension of the monster attack, Ace's near-death experience, and the bizarre events at the cinema melted away in a moment of shared humor. We should probably head home, Nico suggested, glancing at her watch. It's getting late. Berto and Ace agreed, and they continued to chuckle as they prepared to part ways for the night. Ace stood on the rooftop, the New York cityscape sprawling beneath him. The evening wind whipped through his casual clothes, a stark contrast to the armored forms he'd recently wielded. His phone sat silent, waiting for Detective Watanabe's message about the fly Grongi. His mind drifted to the Pegasus form. The last time he transformed, the sensory overload had been overwhelming. Sounds, smells, and visual details had crashed into his consciousness like waves, nearly incapacitating him. But he knew he needed to master this form. Closing his eyes, Ace began a series of breathing exercises. He focused on controlling his perception, imagining himself filtering the incoming sensory information. The city's sounds, car horns, distant conversations, the hum of electricity began to organize themselves in his mind. He activated the Arcle, feeling the familiar energy pulse. The transformation into Pegasus form was instantaneous. Green armor materialized around his body, the helmet's compound, eye-like design giving him an alien appearance. Immediately, the sensory input flooded in. Ace gritted his teeth, concentrating on maintaining control. He could hear conversations happening blocks away, smell the various food vendors' offerings, see microscopic details on distant buildings. The world became an overwhelming tapestry of information. Ace's concentration intensified. The sensory input became a crushing wave of information, each sound, smell, and visual detail piercing through his consciousness like razor-sharp needles. His body trembled, muscles tense as he fought to maintain control of the Pegasus form. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The compound, eye-like helmet seemed to amplify every minute detail of the city around him. Distant conversations became thunderous whispers. The microscopic textures of buildings transformed into landscapes of overwhelming complexity. 50 seconds passed. The strain became unbearable. Ace collapsed. His green armor dissolved, returning him to casual clothes. He lay on the rooftop, breathing heavily. Despite the pain, a small smile crossed his face. He had lasted longer than his previous attempt, an improvement he recognized as crucial to his development as a writer. The transformation's aftermath left him drained. He knew pushing himself further would be counterproductive. With careful movements, Ace stood, gathering his balance. He couldn't transform again, not so soon after this intense experience. The best course of action was to return to Pole and rest. Ace pushed open the door to Pole, the familiar bell chiming overhead. Pops looked up from behind the counter, his weathered face breaking into a warm smile. "Looks like you've had quite a day," Pops said, already reaching for a coffee mug. "Sit down. I'll get you something to drink." Ace dropped into a chair, feeling the exhaustion from his Pegasus form training settle into his muscles. The cafe was quiet, with only a few late-afternoon customers scattered around. Pops placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of Ace. The rich aroma filled the air, and Ace wrapped his hands around the warm mug. He took a careful sip, feeling the hot liquid spread warmth through his body and gradually calm his nerves. "So," Pops said, leaning against the counter, "how's school going?" Ace set down a coffee cup. "It's been fine," he replied. "I've met some friends, Nico and Berto. They're interesting people." He paused, thinking about his classes. "I have some trouble with some subjects, but I found some people to help me." Pops nodded, listening attentively as Ace continued to sip his coffee. "That's good." Pops wiped down a coffee mug, his weathered hands moving with practiced ease. He glanced at Ace, who sat hunched over his steaming cup, shoulders tense and eyes distant. "Ace, have you been in trouble lately?" Pops asked, his tone casual but probing. Ace looked up, his eyes momentarily sharp with surprise. "Why do you ask?" Pops set the mug down and leaned forward, his gaze direct and knowing. "You have got this look that looks like you're carrying the entire world." Ace straightened, a flicker of something, tension, perhaps defensiveness, crossing his face. "Pops, I'm not in trouble. Trust me." Pops wiped his hands on a cloth, his expression softening. "I'm not saying you're in trouble. I'm saying you can rely on me. Whatever's happening, you don't have to handle everything alone." Ace straightened in his chair, his posture becoming more rigid. "I appreciate that, but I'm not in trouble," he repeated firmly. "And if anything happens, I can deal with it." The cafe's ambient noise seemed to pause for a moment, the tension hanging between Pops and Ace. Pops studied the young man, recognizing the familiar determination in his eyes, the same look he'd seen in countless young people who believed they could shoulder the world's burdens alone. "I can handle myself," Ace said, his voice calm but resolute. "Really?" Pops chuckled, a distant look crossing his weathered face. "You know, when I was your age, I was quite the troublemaker," he began, wiping down a coffee mug. "Always getting into scrapes that would make your head spin." He set the mug down and leaned against the counter, his eyes distant with memory. There was this one summer in Osaka. I was working odd jobs, never staying in one place too long. Got mixed up with some local street racing crews. Dangerous business for a young man with more confidence than sense. Ace listened, surprised by the revelation. Pops wasn't just the calm cafe owner he'd always known. One night, I borrowed a friend's motorcycle and accidentally crashed it into a Yakuza-owned restaurant. Thought my life was over, Pops said, a wry smile playing on his lips. But my friends, Kenji and Hiroshi, they didn't abandon me. They helped me work off the damage, covered for me with the restaurant owner, made sure I didn't lose everything. He looked directly at Ace, his gaze serious but kind. I could have tried to handle everything alone. Would have been a disaster. But my friends, they share my burden. Made the impossible possible. Pops moved closer, his voice softening. Whatever you're carrying, whatever challenges you're facing, you don't have to do alone. There are people who want to help you, who will help you if you just let them. The lesson hung in the air between them, simple yet profound. Ace chuckled, leaning back in his chair. I didn't know you were such a delinquent, Pops. Pops let out a hearty laugh. Let's just say it took years to be as wise as I am today. The moment of levity was interrupted by a sudden vibration. Ace pulled out his phone, his expression shifting as he read the text message. The screen displayed a location sent by Detective Watanabe, coordinates that marked the potential whereabouts of the fly Grongi. Without hesitation, Ace stood up quickly. I have to go, he said, his voice urgent but controlled. Pops noticed the change in Ace's demeanor. Be careful, he called out as Ace rushed toward the cafe door. The bell chimed as Ace burst out onto the street, the text message clutched tightly in his hand. His mind was already racing, processing the location and potential strategies for confronting the Grongi. Pops watched through the cafe window, a concerned but knowing look crossing his weathered face. Be safe, kid, he murmured to himself. In a dimly lit warehouse on the outskirts of New York City, 4 men huddled around a makeshift table covered with blueprints and schematics of First National Bank. The room smelled of stale cigarette smoke and motor oil. Rick, a burly man with a neck tattoo, spread out the bank's floor plans. His fingers traced the security camera locations and vault positioning. We hit the east entrance. Carlos will handle the security system. Carlos, thin and wiry, nodded. He pulled out a laptop and began showing intricate diagrams of the bank's electronic security grid. I can loop the cameras in less than 3 minutes. Total blackout. Another man, Marcos, checked the contents of a duffel bag. Military-grade explosives gleamed under the single hanging light bulb. Plastic explosives, detonators, and several high-powered rifles were carefully arranged. Semtex charges, Marcos said, holding up a brick of explosive. Enough to blow through the vault door in seconds. No alarms, no mess. The 4th man, a veteran named Johnson, studied the blueprints with a critical eye. He wore a worn leather jacket and had the weathered look of someone who'd done this kind of job before. Timing is everything, Johnson muttered. We got a 17-minute window between shift changes. Any longer, and we risk patrol units. Rick slammed his hand on the table. We're hitting First National at 10:17 a.m. tomorrow. Bank opens, guards are fresh, cameras are cycling. We're in and out before anyone knows what happened. The men continued their meticulous planning, unaware of the potential dangers that lurked just beyond their hidden warehouse. The warehouse door creaked open. Ivy stepped inside, his nervous energy filling the space. Sorry for intruding, he mumbled. The 4 criminals froze, hands instinctively reaching for weapons. Rick's hand moved toward a pistol tucked into his waistband. Ivy's compound eyes shifted, reflecting multiple angles of the room. He locked his gaze directly on each man in turn. Something strange happened. Their muscles went slack, their eyes glazing over with a vacant stare. The fly Grongi's multifaceted eyes began to pulse with a subtle, hypnotic rhythm. Each criminal stood motionless, completely entranced by Ivy's penetrating stare. Sorry, but you all will have to do something for me. Flashback. Detective Yuri Watanabe walked briskly through the precinct, her determined stride cutting through the usual morning bustle. Captain George Stacy was reviewing some reports at his desk, his reading glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Yuri approached, her posture tense. "Sir, I have urgent information." George looked up, his weathered face showing mild curiosity. "What's so urgent, detective?" She glanced around the open office, noting the other officers within earshot. "Can we talk about this privately?" George nodded, understanding her caution. "All right." They moved together toward his office, George leading the way. He closed the door behind them, blocking out the ambient noise of the precinct. Yuri stood near his desk, her hands clasped tightly. George settled into his chair and removed his glasses. "So what is this urgent information you have?" Yuri recounted yesterday's encounter. She described the scene in vivid detail, how she had witnessed the strange creature, the fly Grongi, locked in combat with a mysterious Kamen Rider. Her voice carried a mix of professional detachment and barely concealed amazement. During a brief pause in their battle, she explained she managed to approach the armored warrior. The Kamen Rider had been surprisingly cooperative, sharing crucial details about these unidentified beings that had been terrorizing the city. Now, standing in Captain Stacy's office, she carefully relayed this vital intelligence to her superior. The captain's eyes remained fixed on Yuri's determined face, studying every nuance of her expression. Years of experience had taught him to read people well, and he could see the truth in her unwavering gaze. "Ignoring the fact that you let Kamen Rider get away, can this information be trusted?" he said, his voice measured and deliberate. Yuri met his gaze without flinching. "That is what Kamen Rider told me, Captain, and my gut is telling me this is true." George remained quiet, processing her words. His eyes narrowed slightly, considering the unusual circumstances. Minutes ticked by as he contemplated the potential risks and implications of her report. "All right, I'll trust you, good detective," he finally said. "Truthfully, I also think this Kamen Rider is not a bad guy. I don't want to rely on vigilantes, but he seems to be the only one who can deal with these Grongi." "Thank you, Captain," Yuri responded, a hint of relief in her voice. George straightened in his chair, his authoritative demeanor returning. "Since we know that these homicides are connected to an unidentified creature, I'll be letting the entire police investigate the Grongi's whereabouts." The NYPD Crime Analysis Unit worked meticulously, mapping out the Grongi's previous murder locations. Pinned maps covered the walls, with red strings connecting crime scenes across New York City. Forensic analysts and data specialists collaborated, examining geographical patterns, time intervals, and victim profiles. Detailed Geographic Information System, GIS, software tracked the subtle movements of the killer. Each murder site was carefully plotted, revealing a gradual progression through Manhattan's urban landscape. The killer's path wasn't random, but followed a calculated trajectory, moving from the Lower East Side through Chinatown and slowly advancing toward Midtown. Geographical analysis revealed a consistent radius of movement, approximately 2.3 miles between each killing. The murders occurred at specific intervals, roughly 36 to 48 hours apart. Researchers noted unusual characteristics. Each crime scene showed similar wound patterns and a distinct green residue that defied conventional forensic classification. Mapping algorithms predicted the next potential attack zone. Based on the established pattern, the killer would likely strike in the Chelsea or Flatiron district within the next 48 hours. Present. George stood up, his commanding presence filling the small office. He addressed the assembled officers with a stern, no-nonsense tone. "We've identified a potential attack zone in the Chelsea and Flatiron districts. Concentrate your patrols in those areas. Watch for anyone exhibiting unusual behavior, signs of hypnosis, sudden aggression, or unexplained mental distress." The officers listened intently, their faces a mix of determination and apprehension. "And listen carefully," George continued, his voice dropping to a serious register. "If you encounter the Grongi, do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. These creatures are beyond standard police intervention. Your priority is civilian safety and observation. Any direct confrontation will likely result in casualties. The officers nodded, understanding the gravity of the instructions. They filed out of the office, their movements purposeful and disciplined. Once they had left, George turned to Detective Yuri Watanabe. "Contact the Kamen Rider," he said simply. "We need his help to stop this." "Already did, Captain." The afternoon sun cast long shadows across Chelsea's streets as police cruisers methodically patrolled the designated zones. Yuri Watanabe sat in her unmarked car, her fingers tapping restlessly against the steering wheel. Radio chatter filled the vehicle's interior, officers reporting their sectors clear. Suddenly, a burst of static interrupted the routine communication. "Dispatch, this is Officer Moore. I've got visual on the—" "Wait, what the hell is—" The transmission abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Yuri's hand immediately grabbed the radio. "Moore?" "Moore, respond." Silence. She started her engine, tires screeching as she accelerated toward the last known coordinates. Her police training kicked in, adrenaline sharpening her focus. Something was wrong, and she knew it. The radio crackled with confused voices. "Lost contact with Moore. Last known location is 23rd and 7th Avenue. Yuri gripped the steering wheel, her jaw set. She was heading directly into whatever had silenced her fellow officer. Yuri's car screeched to a halt at the intersection of 23rd and 7th Avenue. The scene before her was chaos incarnate. Me, Ivy Ba, the fly Grongi, moved with impossible speed, its insectoid body a blur of motion. Police officers fired their weapons, but the creature darted between them like liquid shadow. Each movement was calculated, predatory. The Grongi's membranous wings vibrated at an impossible frequency, creating a high-pitched buzz that disoriented the officers. Bullets passed through empty space where Ivy had been milliseconds before. When the creature struck, it was devastating. One officer's weapon was sliced in half by razor-sharp appendages. Another was lifted and hurled into a patrol car, his body crumpling on impact. The Grongi's compound eyes tracked multiple targets simultaneously, making its attacks unpredictable and brutal. Green-black fluid dripped from Ivy's mandibles as it moved. Each strike was precise, not just killing, but strategically dismantling the police response. Officers who moments ago were prepared for combat now scrambled in pure terror. A sergeant charged with a shotgun. Ivy simply vanished, reappearing behind him. A quick slice, and the sergeant fell, arterial blood spraying across the pavement. The Grongi's movements were surgical, almost balletic in their deadly efficiency. More officers arrived. More officers died. Yuri watched in horror, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. The fly Grongi was decimating an entire police unit with terrifying ease. Ivy Ba paused amid the carnage, its compound eyes scanning the devastation. The Grongi's mandibles clicked rapidly as it spoke in its native tongue. "Sorry, but I need you all to die." Another officer charged. Ivy darted sideways, apologetic even as he sliced through the man's tactical gear. Yuri moved to assist her fallen colleagues, her tactical training kicking in. The movement caught Ivy's attention. Recognition flickered in its multifaceted eyes. "Oh, it's you from before. I'm so sorry for noticing you." Ivy launched the first attack. Yuri dove, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp appendage. Her dodge was precise, but not perfect. The second strike connected. Yuri crashed into a concrete wall, her body crumpling from the impact. Ivy hovered nearby, wringing its hands. "Sorry, I'll make it quick." The Tricacer 2000 roared through the street, its engine a thunderous challenge to the fly Grongi. In an instant, he rammed directly into me, Ivy Ba, sending the creature tumbling across the pavement. Ace leaped from the motorcycle, now transformed into Kuga's mighty form. The red and black armor gleamed under the city lights, a stark contrast to the destruction around him. His movements were fluid, purposeful. The Tricacer skidded to a stop, its engine still humming with residual energy. Ace stood between the fallen Grongi and the injured detective, his stance protective. "Detective, are you all right?" Ace's voice carried through the helmet, a mix of concern and determination. Yuri coughed, pushing herself up from the concrete. Cough, I'm fine. Ace charged at me. Ivy bah, his mighty form cutting a crimson streak across the devastated street. The fly Grongi's compound eyes tracked every movement, wings vibrating with anticipation. Ace's first punch sliced through empty air. Ivy had already moved, appearing behind him in a blur of motion. The Grongi's razor-sharp appendage struck, but Ace twisted at the last moment, blocking with his armored forearm. They exchanged a flurry of strikes. Ace's powerful punches met Ivy's lightning-fast attacks. Each time Ace committed to a strike, Ivy would vanish, reappearing from a different angle. The Grongi's speed was inhuman, a constant dance of near misses and calculated retreats. Ivy darted left, then right, then behind. Ace's helmet tracked the movement, but his body couldn't keep up. A quick slice caught his shoulder, sparks flying from the armor. Another strike grazed his side. The fly Grongi apologized with each hit. Sorry, just doing my job. Ace growled, frustration building. He knew Ivy was toying with him, using speed as the ultimate weapon. Every time he committed to an attack, the Grongi would simply not be there. Their battle continued, a brutal ballet of near hits and precise dodges. Neither could gain a definitive advantage. Ivy's speed matched Ace's strength in a perfect, deadly stalemate. Yuri sees Kamen Rider and the fly Grongi fighting, and she goes to support Kamen Rider, but the police radio crackled to life, breaking through the sounds of battle. Yuri's hand instinctively reached for the device, her ears catching fragments of urgent communication. Multiple armed suspects, downtown financial district, civilian casualties reported. She turned to Kuga, her voice sharp with concern. There's a major attack happening downtown. Armed group targeting public areas. Ivy, who had been locked in combat with Kuga, suddenly spoke in clear, precise English. My associates are doing exactly as planned. Kuga's helmet turned toward the Grongi, a moment of tension crackling between them. What do you mean? The fly Grongi's compound eyes seemed to glint with a strange satisfaction. I commanded some men to get more kills for me. Ivy explained, his tone almost casual despite the horrific implication. Ace quickly turns to leave to stop the assailants, but is stopped by Ivy. Sorry, but I can't allow you to leave. Damn it. The battle between Ace and Ivy continued, but Ace's focus was split. His mind raced with the potential civilian casualties downtown, each moment of hesitation giving the fly Grongi an advantage. Ivy darted around him, landing quick, precise strikes that sparked against Kuga's armor. Distracted, Ivy taunted, his movements a blur of insectoid speed. Sorry, but I can't let you leave. Ace gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his fighting stance. The detective's voice cut through the chaos, a lifeline of clarity. Ryder, leave downtown to me. You handle that monster. Ace was hesitant, but decided to trust her. Leave the fly to me, detective. Ace's focus sharpened, his movements becoming more precise and controlled. With a powerful kick, he sent Ivy tumbling across the pavement. The fly Grongi skidded and rolled, its compound eyes blinking rapidly in surprise. Detective, can you leave me a gun? Ace said, his voice steady and determined. Yuri looked puzzled. A gun? Trust me, Ace responded. After a moment of hesitation, Yuri nodded. She reached into her holster and pulled out her backup sidearm, tossing it to Ace. He caught it smoothly, tucking the weapon behind his hip. Turning to face Ivy, Ace's armored form seemed to radiate an intense energy. His voice carried a mix of anger and resolve. This is where you fall, you maggot-brained fly. Detective Yuri Watanabe's police cruiser screeched around the corner, tires smoking against the asphalt. The downtown financial district looked like a war zone. Gunshots echoed between skyscrapers, punctuated by the sharp crack of automatic weapons and terrified civilian screams. She pulled her vehicle behind an overturned delivery truck, drawing her weapon and surveying the chaotic scene. Several officers were pinned down behind scattered concrete barriers and abandoned vehicles, returning fire intermittently. Yuri moved quickly, sliding into cover next to a young patrol officer who was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. His hands trembled slightly as he reloaded his service weapon. "Status report," she demanded, her voice cutting through the ambient noise of gunfire and panic. The officer glanced at her, relief momentarily crossing his face. "5 heavily armed suspects. They've been shooting indiscriminately for the past 15 minutes. We've got multiple civilian casualties and injuries." Yuri's eyes narrowed, scanning the street. Broken glass and spent shell casings littered the ground. Several civilian bodies lay motionless, while wounded individuals crawled or were dragged behind whatever cover they could find. "How many of our people are hit?" The officer's face went pale. "Dozens of our people are down. They've rigged bombs throughout the district. Bomb squads working on most of them, but there's one last device strapped to a hostage. The shooters are guarding it." Yuri's jaw tightened. Her eyes scanned the chaotic street, calculating potential approaches. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the street. Concrete and debris rained down as both Yuri and the officer dove for cover behind the overturned delivery truck. The blast wave sent a cloud of dust and smoke billowing into the air. "I'm going around," Yuri said, checking her weapon. The officer grabbed her arm. "It's suicide. They've got clear lines of sight. You'll never." But Yuri was already moving. She low-crawled behind abandoned vehicles, using the smoke as cover. Bullets pinged off metal and concrete around her, sharp and precise. The shooters were professional, military-trained, possibly mercenaries. Each movement was calculated, each shot deliberate. Yuri weaved between parked cars, her police training kicking in. She moved in short, quick bursts, using every piece of urban terrain as potential cover. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her breath controlled and steady. The sounds of gunfire continued. Civilians screamed. The bomb squad's radio chatter crackled in the background, urgent and tense. Yuri was almost in position to flank the shooters. Yuri crept silently behind the group of armed shooters. Her movements were precise, calculated, each step measured to avoid detection. The sounds of gunfire and chaos masked her approach. One shooter stood slightly apart from the group, his back turned. In a lightning-fast motion, Yuri launched herself forward. Her arm wrapped around his neck, pulling him down and rendering him unconscious with a swift, professional takedown. The move was smooth, almost elegant, a perfect blend of technique and efficiency. Before the other shooters could react, Yuri was already firing. Her shots were quick and accurate, taking down 2 more assailants before they could fully turn. The remaining shooters scrambled, but Yuri's police training gave her the tactical advantage. Within moments, the threat was neutralized. "Clear," she shouted to the surrounding officers. "Secure the area and get medical support for the civilians." A young patrol officer nearby muttered to his partner, just loud enough for others to hear, "Man, she is so cool." His partner elbowed him, suppressing a laugh. Yuri rushed toward the hostage, her heart racing. The man sat slumped against a concrete pillar, his eyes wide with terror. A complex explosive device was strapped to his chest, a digital timer counting down with merciless precision. Red numbers flickered, 743, 742, 741. She knelt beside him, her voice calm and steady. "You're going to be okay," Yuri said, carefully reaching up to remove the tape from his mouth. "I need you to stay calm. Help is coming." Her hand moved to her radio. "I need bomb squad at my location immediately. Hostage with active explosive device." Repeat, active explosive device. Within moments, a bomb squad officer arrived, his protective gear making him look like an astronaut in an urban landscape. He moved with practiced efficiency, dropping to one knee beside the hostage. Yuri watched intently, her eyes locked on the timer. 622, 621, 620. "Can you disarm it?" she asked, her voice tight but controlled. The bomb squad officer examined the device, his hands moving carefully over the intricate network of wires and circuits. "It's going to be tight," he responded, "but I can do it." Yuri's eyes swept the area. "We need to evacuate the remaining civilians from the building," she called out to nearby officers. A team quickly moved to escort the terrified people to safety. The bomb squad officer continued his delicate work on the explosive device, his fingers moving with surgical precision over the complex wiring. The hostage sat trembling, sweat beading. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted. Two remaining shooters burst from a side entrance, their weapons raised and aimed directly at Yuri's position. "Get down!" Yuri shouted, pushing the hostage behind a concrete barrier. The bomb squad officer dropped low, shielding the explosive device with his body. Bullets pinged and ricocheted off the surrounding metal and concrete. Dust and debris filled the air with each impact. Yuri's hand moved to her weapon. "I'll handle them," she said to the bomb squad officer. "Keep working on that device." The officer nodded, his focus returning to the timer and the intricate network of wires. The hostage watched in terrified silence as Yuri prepared to engage the remaining shooters. Detective Yuri Watanabe dropped into a firing stance, her weapon trained on the two remaining shooters. The first shooter went down with two precise shots, his body crumpling against a nearby wall. The second shooter dove for cover, returning fire with rapid, desperate bursts. Bullets chewed into the concrete barrier where Yuri had taken shelter. Dust and fragments rained down around her. She pressed her back against the wall, quickly checking her weapon. The magazine was empty. Her eyes narrowed. The remaining shooter was advancing, taking advantage of her sudden vulnerability. Yuri tossed her empty weapon aside and prepared for close-quarters combat. As the shooter rounded the corner, she lunged forward. Her hands grabbed the barrel of his gun, forcefully pushing it away from her body. With a sharp twist, she knocked the weapon from his grip. The shooter recovered quickly, throwing a hard punch that Yuri barely dodged. She countered with a swift strike to his solar plexus, causing him to double over. They grappled at close range, each fighting for control. The shooter was larger and had a strength advantage, but Yuri's police training gave her a technical edge. She used his momentum against him, twisting and redirecting his attacks. They crashed into a nearby wall, trading blows in a brutal hand-to-hand struggle. Yuri blocked a punch and responded with a sharp elbow strike to the shooter's jaw. With a final, decisive strike, Yuri knocked the shooter unconscious. She spun around, her eyes immediately locking onto the bomb's digital display. The timer flickered menacingly. 9:58, 9:57, 9:56. The bomb squad officer remained hunched over the device, his hands moving with surgical precision. Sweat beaded on his forehead, droplets trailing down his protective gear. The hostage pressed himself against the concrete barrier, his breath coming in short, terrified gasps. 8:43, 8:42, 8:41. Yuri held her breath. The world seemed to narrow to that single blinking display, each second an eternity. 7:15, 7:14, 7:13. The bomb squad officer's fingers moved with incredible delicacy, carefully separating a series of intricate wires. His movements were slow, deliberate, each second a potential catastrophe. 3:02, 3:01. 3 o'clock. Almost there, the officer muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. 2:15, 2:14, 2:13. Yuri's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. 1:59, 1:58, 1:57. With a final, precise movement, the bomb squad officer cut the last wire. The timer stopped. Silence fell over the scene. The hostage let out a choked sob. The bomb squad officer slumped back, exhaustion written across his body. Yuri released a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. They had disarmed the bomb with less than 2 seconds to spare. The bomb squad officer looked up, his face covered in sweat and dust. Yuri approached him, her movements measured and controlled. "Good job," she said, her voice steady and professional. She extended her hand to help him up. The officer grabbed her hand, rising to his feet. He glanced around at the neutralized threat and then back to Yuri. "Good job on taking down the shooters." Yuri nodded, her attention already shifting to the surrounding area. Paramedics were treating the hostage, and other officers were securing the scene. The sounds of sirens and radio chatter filled the air. The bomb squad officer began carefully packing up his equipment, the tension of the past few minutes slowly dissipating. The battle raged across the urban landscape, Ace in his mighty form trading blows with the fly Grongi, meet Ivy Ba. Each strike resonated with raw power, concrete cracking beneath their feet with every impact. Ace's red armor gleamed under the city lights, his movements precise and calculated. Ivy screeched, darting between strikes with insectoid agility. The Grongi's compound eyes tracked Ace's movements, calculating each potential counterattack. Ace landed a solid punch that sent Ivy skidding across the pavement, but the creature quickly recovered. Suddenly, Ivy lunged forward, grabbing Ace with surprising strength. Before Ace could react, the Grongi's wings buzzed to life, lifting him high into the air. The cityscape shrank beneath them, buildings becoming tiny geometric shapes. At the peak of their ascent, Ivy released Ace, sending him plummeting toward the unforgiving ground below. Wind rushed past, buildings blurring in Ace's peripheral vision. With lightning-quick reflexes, Ace's hand shot out and grabbed a protruding ledge. His fingers gripped the concrete edge, stopping his descent mere meters from the street. In one fluid motion, he breaks the ledge, simultaneously transforming into dragon form. The severed ledge became an extension of his will, morphing instantly into the dragon rod as Ace's blue armor materialized around him. Ace landed gracefully, the dragon rod extending with fluid precision. His blue armor gleamed as he moved like liquid mercury, each step calculated and deliberate. The dragon rod became an extension of his body, sweeping through the air with deadly accuracy. Ivy darted and weaved, matching Ace's speed with frantic, insectoid movements. The Grongi's wings buzzed, creating sharp counterpoints to Ace's smooth strikes. For every attack Ace launched, Ivy had a rapid, twitching response. Their battle raged across the cityscape, neither gaining a clear advantage. The dragon rod struck sparks against Ivy's chitinous body, while the Grongi's claws scraped against Ace's armored form. "Are you not concerned about your human companions?" Ivy hissed, his compound eyes glinting. "My associates are moving through the city even now." Ace's response was calm and resolute. "I trust Detective Watanabe." Something shifted in Ace's stance. The dragon rod began moving faster, more intensely. He rushed forward with increased ferocity, each strike of the rod carrying more power than the last. Ivy found himself pushed back, unable to match the sudden surge of Ace's determination. The battle intensified as Ace's dragon form pressed its advantage. Ivy's movements became more erratic, his earlier calculated strikes dissolving into desperate, panicked movements. The Grongi's compound eyes darted frantically, searching for an escape route. Sensing defeat, Ivy's wings began to vibrate at an increasingly rapid pitch. He started to lift off the ground, attempting to flee from Ace's relentless assault. The fly Grongi's survival instinct took over, overriding its mission and pride. Ace would not let him go. The air crackled with tension as Ace raised his hand, determination burning in his eyes. Chohenshin. In an instant, his body transformed. The blue and black armor melted away, replaced by the sleek green form of Pegasus. His movements became fluid, precise, each motion calculated and sharp. The transformation complete, Ace's enhanced senses flooded his perception. The world around him sharpened. Colors became more vivid, sounds more distinct. Ace draws Yuri's gun, and it began to shift and change. Metal segments realigned, extending and reshaping. Within moments, the standard firearm transformed into the legendary Pegasus bow gun, a weapon of incredible precision and power. The bow gun is sleek and angular, with a black body, green gems, and golden accents. The Pegasus bow gun gleamed in the light, its green metallic surface reflecting Ace's determined expression. His heightened senses locked onto Ivy's position, tracking the fly Grongi's erratic movements with superhuman accuracy. Ace raised the bow gun, his grip steady, his aim unwavering. Ace's heightened senses and Pegasus form locked onto Ivy's erratic flight path. The fly Grongi darted through the sky, a blur of insectoid movement, but Ace's enhanced perception tracked every twist and turn. He raised the Pegasus bow gun, the sleek weapon gleaming with green and gold accents. His fingers traced the trigger, muscles tensed with precision. The bow gun hummed with energy, a low vibration that resonated with Kuga's power. Ace pulled the trigger. An energy arrow erupted from the bow gun, cutting a sharp green trajectory through the air. The projectile moved with impossible accuracy, guided by Ace's heightened senses and unwavering focus. The arrow struck Ivy squarely in the back. Upon impact, the symbol of Kuga, a distinctive tribal mark, blazed across Ivy's body. The Grongi's Garuto, the belt-like device controlling its existence, began to crack under the energy's assault. Ivy let out a final, terrified screech as the Gerudo shattered completely. The fly Grongi exploded in a spectacular burst of light and energy, marking the end of its deadly mission. Ace lowered the Pegasus bow gun, its green energy dissipating into the night air. With a subtle mental command, his form shimmered and transformed back to the familiar red mighty form. The sleek, high-tech bow gun contracted and morphed, returning to a standard sidearm that he holstered smoothly at his side. The remnants of the fly Grongi's explosion faded, leaving behind only wisps of smoke and scattered debris. Ace surveyed the scene, his breathing steady, his movements controlled. The streets around him were quiet now, the chaos of the battle momentarily subdued. Ace decides to head to where Yuri is in downtown, still worried that there's still trouble. Ace revved the Tricacer 2000, weaving through New York streets with practiced precision. The motorcycle's engine hummed beneath him, carrying him swiftly toward downtown where Yuri had been heading. Concern etched his features. The potential for continued violence from the Grongi's coordinated attack weighed heavily on his mind. As he approached the financial district, the scene gradually came into view. Police vehicles surrounded the area, their lights casting rotating red and blue patterns across the buildings. Ambulances were parked nearby, medical personnel tending to the wounded. Ace slowed the Tricacer, scanning the area. Relief washed over him as he realized the immediate threat had been neutralized. The police officers nearby tensed at his approach, hands instinctively moving toward their weapons. Before tension could escalate, Detective Yuri Watanabe stepped forward. She raised a hand, signaling to the officers to stand down. "It's all right," she called out, walking toward Ace. "He's with me." The officers relaxed slightly, though their wary gazes remained fixed on the armored warrior. Yuri approached Ace, a hint of a smile crossing her professional demeanor. "Glad to see the situation is handled," Ace said, his voice calm and measured. "What? You didn't trust me?" Yuri asked, one eyebrow raised. "I was worried there for a second, but glad to see my trust was not misplaced." Yuri's professional demeanor returned. "Situations like these are police matters. It's nothing we can't handle. So what about that fly monster? Gone and dusted, and I believe this belongs to you. Thank you, by the way." Ace returns Yuri's sidearm. Ace tilted his head, studying Detective Watanabe. "Can I expect more collaborations like this in the future?" Yuri's professional demeanor softened slightly. "Probably," she replied, her tone pragmatic but not dismissive. "Thank you for your help today," Ace said, his voice sincere. Yuri nodded. "And thank you, Kamen Rider, for handling the Grongi threat." The Tricacer's engine roared to life, its sleek red and black frame gleaming in the urban light. Ace revved the motorcycle, the sound cutting through the post-battle silence. With a swift motion, he accelerated away from the scene. Yuri watched as the rider machine disappeared into the bustling New York streets, her gaze tracking its departure until it merged with the city's flow. The television flickered with breaking news. Reporters crowded around Captain George Stacy, their microphones thrust forward like eager spears. Ace, Nico, and Berto sat clustered around the screen in the school's common area, their lunch forgotten. Captain Stacy, Can you explain the recent string of violent incidents? A reporter in a crisp blue suit demanded. His voice carried a mix of urgency and sensationalism. George stood resolute, his posture straight and commanding. Years of police experience had prepared him for media scrutiny. The NYPD has successfully contained and resolved the recent criminal activities, he stated firmly. Each word was carefully chosen, designed to provide information without revealing anything substantial. But witnesses reported seeing strange creatures. Some online forums are talking about monsters in the city. What can you tell us? We've investigated all reports thoroughly. The incidents were isolated criminal activities, now under control. Behind him, other officers maintained stoic expressions. They understood the delicate balance between public information and potential panic. The reporters continued their barrage of questions, each more provocative than the last. George deflected with practiced ease, offering just enough information to satisfy their immediate curiosity without exposing the true nature of the recent events. Berto leaned closer to Ace and Nico. Weird how he's not saying anything about those creatures, right? Nico shrugged, her eyes still fixed on the television. Sometimes it's better not to cause a city-wide panic. Nico tilted her head, studying the press conference on the television. Those creatures look like something out of a horror movie. Berto nodded, leaning back in his chair. Seriously weird. I wonder what they actually are. Ace, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. We should drop this topic. It's not safe to talk about them. Berto's eyebrows shot up. What? You're the one who got attacked by one of those things. Shouldn't you be the most curious? That's exactly why we should stay away, Ace responded firmly. Getting involved is dangerous. Come on, Berto pressed, his curiosity clearly piqued. Don't you want to know more about what attacked you? Ace's expression hardened. No, because I got attacked. We need to stay as far away from these creatures as possible. Nico leaned forward, her gothic accessories jingling. Speaking of weird stuff, have you heard about that Kamen Rider everyone's talking about? Berto's eyes lit up. Oh man, yeah. He was at the art house cinema that night. Total lifesaver. Stopped that weird creature from attacking us. Apparently he's been running around the city, Nico continued, stopping criminals and fighting those monsters. Some people are saying he's like a modern urban legend. Ace listened, carefully maintaining a neutral expression. His fingers gripped the edge of the cafeteria table, knuckles slightly white. He hoped his friends wouldn't notice the subtle flush creeping up his neck or the way he was avoiding direct eye contact. Can you believe someone's actually out there fighting those things? Berto asked, turning to Ace. What do you think? Ace shrugged, his voice carefully casual. Sounds like something out of a movie. Nico and Berto exchanged a quick glance, sensing something beneath Ace's nonchalant response, but neither pressed further. Nico pulled out her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen as she navigated through various social media platforms. Blurry images of monsters and a mysterious armored warrior flickered across her display. The comment sections were alive with speculation and wild theories. Check this out, she muttered, tilting the screen toward Ace and Berto. The images were grainy, some taken from security cameras, others from shaky smartphone footage. Shadowy creatures within human proportions battled against a red or blue armored figure. Long threads of comments debated the authenticity of the images, with users arguing about everything from government conspiracies to elaborate viral marketing campaigns. Berto leaned in, squinting. Those look pretty intense. Nico scrolled further, her thumb stopping on a headline from the Daily Bugle. Jonah Jameson's face filled the screen, his mustache quivering with characteristic rage. Masked menace worse than the monsters, the headline blared. The accompanying article was a typical Jameson rant. He denounced both the mysterious monsters terrorizing the city and the armored warrior who fought them. This so-called hero is nothing more than a masked vigilante causing more destruction than he prevents. Jameson's words practically screamed from the screen. Who knows what kind of danger this costumed freak represents to our city? Ace remained silent, his expression carefully neutral as Nico continued scrolling through the sensationalist coverage. Ace watched the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Daily Bugle's sensationalist headline didn't bother him. He understood that rumors would spread, and public perception would inevitably shift as more people became aware of the strange events unfolding in the city. Jonah Jameson's dramatic accusations meant little to Ace. He wasn't fighting for recognition or fame. His mission was simple: protect people and stop the Grongi from causing more harm. The slander from a newspaper was just background noise to his true purpose. What mattered more was his growing connection with Detective Yuri Watanabe. If any complications arose with the police, he knew he could count on her support. Their recent collaboration during the Fly Grongi incident had established a tentative but trust-based relationship. Nico's sudden yelps, causing Berto and Ace to look up from their lunch trays. Her eyes were wide, fixed on her phone screen with an intensity that immediately drew their attention. "What is it?" Berto asked, leaning closer. Nico turned her phone, revealing a news article. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Tony Stark returns to America after mysterious disappearance." Ace studied the article, his mind processing the information. A subtle thought crossed his mind. Things are starting to get into motion. Tony's eyes flickered open, consciousness slowly returning. The darkness pressed against him, thick and oppressive. Unfamiliar sounds echoed around him. The distant drip of water, the low hum of machinery, and a soft, steady breathing nearby. Pain radiated through his body. Every muscle screamed with each slight movement. A figure shifted in the shadows, and a voice spoke softly. "Do not move," the voice warned. "You will injure yourself further." Tony turned his head, squinting through the dim light. A man sat nearby, watching him with careful, compassionate eyes. Something about the man seemed foreign, yet strangely familiar. His gaze dropped to his own chest. Bandages covered a section of his torso, with thick wires snaking out from beneath the white fabric. A car battery sat nearby, connected to the wires with a makeshift arrangement that looked more like survival than medical precision. Curiosity and panic began to rise within him. Without thinking, Tony's hands moved to the bandages. His fingers gripped the edges, pulling them away with a sudden, desperate motion. Beneath the bandages, something was attached to his chest. Tony's hand traced the metallic device embedded in his chest, a cold panic rising in his. "I saved your life." The words hung in the air between them. Tony's mind raced, fragments of memory surfacing like broken glass. "What happened? Tell me what you remember." Tony's voice was hoarse. "I was doing a weapons demonstration. My Jericho missiles. We were driving through the desert in Afghanistan." His eyes narrowed, focusing on a distant memory. There was an attack. Suddenly, his breath caught. "One of my own missiles. It exploded near me." Tony's hand trembled as the scientist explained his condition. The man's eyes were calm, clinical, almost detached as he described the severity of Tony's wounds. "The shrapnel is embedded deep in your chest," he said. "I've removed what I could, but many fragments remain." Tony tried to focus, to understand the gravity of his situation. The scientist's hands moved methodically, adjusting the electromagnetic device on Tony's chest. "These wounds, I've seen them before," the scientist continued. "In my country, in war zones, we have a term for men like you." He paused, his voice carrying a weight of experience. "The Walking Dead." A chill ran through Tony's body. "Walking Dead. It takes approximately 1 week," the scientist explained. "The metal fragments will slowly migrate toward your vital organs. Without this device," he tapped the metallic contraption in Tony's chest, "you would not survive." The room felt suddenly smaller. Tony could feel the weight of those words, the fragility of his existence hanging by the thin thread of this makeshift technology. The scientist's matter-of-fact tone did nothing to soften the brutal reality of his diagnosis. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the metal chamber. Tony tensed, his eyes darting toward the scientist, who gestured subtly for him to remain calm and follow his lead. The massive steel doors creaked open, revealing a group of armed Afghan men, their weapons glinting in the dim light. Tony's breath caught in his throat. He recognized those weapons instantly. They were Stark Industries models, weapons he had designed and manufactured. The irony was not lost on him. Weapons he had created were now pointed directly at him. The leader stepped forward, his weathered face etched with a mixture of contempt and calculated intensity. He spoke rapidly in Dari, his words sharp and rhythmic. The scientist beside Tony listened intently, then turned to translate. "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most famous mass murderer in America," he said, his voice neutral. "He is honored." The words hung in the air, heavy with accusation and bitter irony. Tony felt the weight of those words press against his chest, more suffocating than the shrapnel threatening his heart. The leader's words cut through the tension-filled room. His translator conveyed the demand: build the Jericho missile. Tony Stark's eyes narrowed, his mind racing, but his exterior remaining defiant. "Not going to happen," Tony said firmly. The men's faces darkened. In an instant, they seized him. Strong hands gripped his arms, dragging him toward a large water basin. Tony struggled, but the men were too powerful. They plunged his head underwater, holding him down. Seconds stretched into an eternity of suffocation. They pulled him up, Tony gasping and coughing. Water streamed down his face, his breath ragged. Before he could recover, they dragged him again, this time outside into the harsh sunlight. The car battery, his lifeline, was roughly pulled along with him, its cables stretching as Tony was forced to move. His chest burned from the earlier drowning, each breath a struggle. As his vision cleared, Tony saw something that made his blood run cold. Stacked around him were countless wooden crates. Each bore the distinctive Stark Industries logo. Weapons. His weapons, manufactured by his own company, now surrounding him like silent accusers. The crates stretched in neat rows, a testament to the global reach of Stark Industries' arms trade. Tony recognized some of the designs: missiles, rocket launchers, advanced weaponry that he had once proudly developed. Now they seemed to mock him, these metal and wood containers filled with instruments of destruction that bore his family's name. "You have 1 week to build the Jericho missile for us. All the materials have been gathered. Once the missile is complete, we will set you free." Tony's heart sank, but he knew he had no choice. He shook the leader's hand, feeling the calloused grip of a merciless killer. They both understood the truth. Even if Tony complied, they would still kill him at the end of the week. As they walked deeper into the cave, Tony's gaze fell upon a flickering fireplace. He stared into the dancing flames, his mind racing with the gravity of his situation. The scientist sat beside Tony. "What you saw is your legacy, your life's work in the hands of those murderers." Tony thought back to the crates, neatly stacked and branded with the Stark Industries logo. These were his creations, his inventions, weapons designed to protect and defend. But now they were being used to terrorize and destroy by the very people he had sought to stop. The realization was like a punch to the gut. His life's work, his legacy, had been corrupted and twisted into something horrific. The blood of innocent people stained his hands, even if he had never pulled the trigger himself. Anger and shame welled up within him, battling for dominance. How could he have been so blind, so arrogant to think that his weapons would only be used for good? The hooded man was right. This was his legacy, a legacy of death and destruction. "What are you going to do now?" Tony's shoulders slumped. "Why should I do anything? They're going to kill me, you either way. And if they don't, I'll probably be dead in a week." "Well, then, this is a very important week for you, isn't it? Or is this the last defiance of the great Tony Stark?" The words cut through Tony's despair. His eyes drift to the collection of weapons surrounding them in the cave. Something stirs in his memory, the image of an armored warrior he'd been investigating before his capture. Kuga, the mysterious figure who fought with enhanced strength and durability. Tony's mind kicks into overdrive. If that warrior could fight in armor, then maybe... His gaze sweeps across the missile components strewn about the cave. With the right materials, the right design, he could build something similar. Not just armor, but a weapon, a means of escape. His fingers start twitching, already sketching invisible blueprints in the air. The arc reactor technology could power it. The missile's metal casings could form the shell. He could build something that would let them fight their way out. Tony pushes himself up from his cot, new purpose flooding through him. He grabs a pen and paper and starts designing his plan to escape. Tony's hands moved with precision, sorting through scattered metal scraps and weapon components. The car battery connected to his chest felt like a ticking time bomb, a constant, menacing reminder of the shrapnel threatening his life. Ensign watched carefully, offering occasional guidance. His hands steady, he helped Tony sort through the materials. They worked in a rhythm, Tony cutting, welding, and assembling while Ensign provided tools and support. Hours passed. Sweat beaded on Tony's forehead as he manipulated delicate components. The makeshift workspace became a canvas of innovation, with metal pieces arranged like a complex puzzle. Finally, a circular device took shape. It glowed with a soft blue light, pulsing with an almost living energy. Tony held it up, examining his creation. "What is this?" Ensign leaned closer, curiosity etched across his face. Tony explained the device's function. "It's a miniaturized arc reactor. I got a large one back at home. Should be enough to keep the shrapnel from reaching my heart." Ensign nodded, clearly impressed by the ingenious solution. "What should I call you?" "My name is Ensign." "Nice meeting you, Ensign." Tony's hands paused in their meticulous work, fingers gripping a small metal component. He looked up at Ensign, a sharp question cutting through the dim, cave silence. "Who exactly are they?" Ensign's eyes, weary but focused, met Tony's. "They are your loyal customers, Stark. They call themselves the Ten Rings." The irony wasn't lost on Tony. Weapons he had designed and manufactured, sold to military contractors and governments worldwide, had now found their way into the hands of terrorists. The very machines of destruction he had once celebrated were now the instruments of his own captivity. Tony carefully arranged the papers across their makeshift workspace. Each sheet revealed intricate technical drawings, detailed schematics showing an armored suit with layers of mechanical complexity. "What are these?" Ensign asked, leaning closer to study the designs with keen interest. "Our ticket out of here," Tony replied. His fingers traced along the armor's outline as he flattened the papers, revealing a comprehensive blueprint of what would become the Mark I armor. The design was intimidating in its appearance. Heavy metal plating covered vital areas of the bulky, industrial-looking suit that emphasized protection over elegance. Various weapons systems were integrated throughout the frame. Flamethrowers, missile launchers, and multiple gun ports positioned strategically across the armor. The primitive nature of their workshop and limited resources meant the suit's systems would need to be operated manually. There was no room for automation in this design. Ensign's scientific mind analyzed every technical detail as he examined the drawings carefully. "Impressive design," he remarked thoughtfully. The armor's appearance differed notably from Tony's usual Iron Man aesthetic. Tony had drawn inspiration from the Kamen Rider's distinctive look. The result was a fusion of styles. The suit featured large, expressive eyes and small, angular horns that paid homage to Kuga's iconic design while maintaining its own identity. Days passed, and in the dimly lit cave, Tony Stark and Ho In-sun worked meticulously on the armor, their hands moving with precision across scattered metal components. The sound of welding and mechanical adjustments filled the small space, punctuated by occasional conversations that broke the monotonous work. During one of their breaks, they pulled out a worn chess set. Ensign carefully moved a pawn, looking up at Tony with a curious expression. "Tell me about your hometown," he said, his accent soft but clear. Tony leaned back, a wry smile crossing his face. "New York, but I'm guessing that's not what you mean." Ensign chuckled. "Where are you from originally?" "Before the big city. Malibu, technically," Tony responded, moving a knight. "But I've never been much of a hometown kind of guy." Their conversation drifted, and Tony found himself asking, "What about you? Where are you from?" "A small town called Gulmira," Ensign replied, his eyes momentarily distant. "I have a family there. My wife, my children. I will see them again after we leave here." Tony's hand paused over the chessboard. Ensign noticed the sudden silence and looked up. "And your family?" he asked. Tony remained silent, his gaze fixed on the chess pieces. Inson's voice was gentle but pointed. So you're a man who has everything and nothing. The workshop was tense with the sound of metal clanking and wires connecting when suddenly the heavy door burst open. The leader of the 10 rings strode in, his eyes scanning the workspace with a predatory intensity. How was the missile progressing? He demanded in a harsh tone. Tony looked up, maintaining a calm facade. We're working on it, he replied evenly. The leader was not convinced. With a sharp gesture, he ordered his men to grab Inson. 2 militants roughly seized the scientist, forcing him to his knees. One pulled out an anvil, positioning Inson's head near its hard surface. The leader picked up a glowing hot stone, speaking rapidly in his native language. He pressed the stone close to Inson's face, asking pointed questions about their true progress. Inson, despite the imminent threat, remained composed. We are working diligently on the missile, he insisted. The leader's hand moved closer, preparing to press the scalding rock against Inson's mouth. Just as the stone was about to make contact, Tony intervened. Wait, Tony shouted. I need him. Be my assistant. Without Inson, I can't complete the missile. The leader paused, considering Tony's words. After a moment of tense silence, he dropped the hot rock. You have until tomorrow, he growled. Finish the missile, or both of you die. After the 10 rings militants left, Tony rushed to Inson's side, helping him up from the ground. The scientist winced slightly, but remained focused. We need to work faster, Tony said, his voice urgent. His eyes scanned the workshop, taking in the scattered tools and metal scraps surrounding them. We have until tomorrow to complete the armor. If we don't, we're both dead. Inson nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. Tony and Inson worked with desperate intensity, their movements synchronized and purposeful. Metal scraped against metal as they welded, cut, and assembled components with precision born of survival. The dim cave workshop became a crucible of innovation and desperation. Sweat beaded on Tony's forehead as he manipulated intricate circuitry, his hands moving with a surgeon's delicacy despite the crude tools surrounding them. Inson worked equally hard, his scientific expertise complementing Tony's engineering brilliance. They knew the stakes were absolute: complete the armor or face certain death. Pieces of the suit slowly took shape. A chest plate here, a gauntlet there. Each component was carefully designed not just for protection, but for functionality. Their movements were economical, no motion wasted, no energy spared. The ticking clock of their deadline hung invisible but palpable in the air, driving them forward. The morning light filtered weakly through the cave's small opening, casting long shadows across the makeshift workshop. Tony and Inson looked exhausted, their clothes stained with grease and sweat, but a sense of anticipation filled the air. The armor stood nearly complete, a silvery gold prototype that would become Tony's first lifeline. Okay, help me get this on, Tony instructed, his voice hoarse from hours of work. Inson carefully assisted Tony, guiding each piece of the mechanical suit into place. The metal was cold against Tony's skin, each segment clicking and locking with precision. They had designed it to be both protective armor and a means of escape. Laptop, Tony said, pointing to a nearby computer. I need you to boot up the system. Inson moved to the laptop, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. He entered the complex initialization sequence Tony had prepared. A progress bar slowly appeared on the screen, its movement frustratingly slow. 0%. The bar inched forward incrementally, each moment feeling like an eternity. Tony stood motionless in the partially assembled suit, watching the screen with intense concentration. The metal gate rattled as heavy boots stomped outside. Harsh voices shouted in a language mixed with anger and impatience. What are you doing in there? A guard demanded in broken English. Inson called back calmly. Working. We need more time. He quickly grabbed a nearby workbench and wedged it against the gate, reinforcing the barricade. Tony remained focused on a laptop, his eyes locked on the progress bar. 30%. The guards began testing the gate's strength. First, they pushed and shoved, metal clanging against metal. When that failed, they started ramming the gate with their shoulders, each impact sending vibrations through the workshop. "They're trying to break in," Einstein warned, grabbing a piece of metal piping as a potential weapon. The guards switched tactics. Gunshots rang out, bullets pinging against the metal gate. Some rounds sparked as they ricocheted, but the gate held firm. The workshop filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and metal. The metal gate burst open with a thunderous crash. Einstein swung the metal pipe with precision, striking the first 2 guards squarely. They crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The progress bar flickered. 50%. More shouting erupted from outside. Heavy footsteps approached. Einstein quickly grabbed one of the fallen guard's weapons, checking its ammunition. Tony watched in shock. "What are you doing?" Einstein's eyes were calm but determined. "Buying you time," he said simply. "The suit needs to finish booting up. Stick to the plan." Tony shouted, panic rising in his voice. Einstein no, but Einstein was already moving. He knew what needed to be done. The sounds of approaching terrorists grew louder. He would ensure Tony's escape, no matter the cost. "Einstein!" Tony screamed, desperate to stop him. The minutes crawled by, tension thick in the air. Silence replaced the earlier chaos of gunfire. The progress bar on Tony's suit slowly inched forward, finally reaching its destination. 100%. Suddenly, the cave plunged into complete darkness. All available power redirected into the suit systems. The metallic suit hummed with barely contained energy, its internal mechanisms coming to full life. Footsteps echoed. Guards entered the pitch-black cave, blind and disoriented. Their weapons swept back and forth, searching for targets. They moved cautiously, unsure of what awaited them in the darkness. As they drew closer to Tony's position, he waited. The suit's enhanced strength coiled like a spring, ready to be unleashed. When the guards were close enough, Tony struck. His armored fist shot out with devastating precision. The first guard went down instantly, crumpling from the suit's superhuman impact. Another guard tried to raise his weapon, but Tony's next punch sent him flying backward. They fell easily, overwhelmed by the suit's raw power. The cave remained silent, save for the mechanical breathing of the newly activated Iron Man suit. Tony stepped forward, the metallic suit clanking with each movement. Memories of their intricate path through the cave system flickered in his mind. Every turn, every rocky corridor etched into his memory from weeks of careful observation. His arc reactor glowed a steady blue, illuminating the dark passageways. Sudden shouts erupted in Arabic. 10 rings guards appeared, their weapons raised. Tony didn't hesitate. Their bullets pinged harmlessly against his armored exterior, sparking and ricocheting in all directions. Some guards looked shocked. Others continued firing desperately. "Keep shooting," one guard screamed in Arabic. Tony's suit's targeting systems locked on. With precise, mechanical movements, he raised his arm-mounted weapons. Rapid-fire bursts erupted from his suit, cutting down the guards with surgical efficiency. They fell like dominoes, collapsing one after another. More guards rushed forward. Tony punched through their ranks, his armored fists sending bodies flying. Each movement was calculated, powerful, a far cry from the captured businessman they had imprisoned weeks ago. The cavern echoed with gunfire, mechanical breathing, and falling bodies. Tony continued forward, unstoppable. Tony can see the light of the exit, but nearby he can see Einstein covered in blood. Einstein lay broken, his body a testament to the brutal sacrifice he had just made. "Einstein," Tony's voice cracked, a mix of anguish and disbelief. "Stark." Einstein's response was weak, barely a whisper. Tony knelt beside his friend, the weight of the moment crushing him. "Come on, move for me. We got a plan. We're going to stick to it." Einstein's eyes, filled with a profound sadness and acceptance, met Tony's. This was always the plan, Stark. Desperation clawed at Tony's throat. "Come on, you're going to go see your family. Get up. My family is dead. I'm going to see them now, Stark." Einstein's voice was calm, almost peaceful. Tony fell silent, grief overwhelming him. The cave seemed to close in, the light from the exit feeling distant and unreal. "It's okay. I want this. Einstein continued, his breath growing shallow. Tears welled in Tony's eyes. "Thank you for saving me," he said, his voice breaking. Insun summoned his last strength. "Don't waste it. Don't waste your life." And then he was gone. Tony stared down at Insun's body, grief and rage battling within him. In that moment, something fundamental changed inside him. The metal suit clanked as Tony moved, each step deliberate. He emerged from the cave's darkness into blinding sunlight, surrounded by 10 Rings militants. Their weapons trained on him, a chorus of clicks as safeties were removed. They opened fire. Bullets pinged and ricocheted off the metallic armor. Tony walked forward unstoppable. Each impact meant nothing against the suit's reinforced plating. The 10 Rings soldiers continued shooting, their faces transforming from confidence to confusion, then pure terror. Their weapons fell silent. My turn. Flamethrowers erupted from the suit's arms. Searing heat consumed everything. Militants screaming, wooden crates exploding, Stark Industries weapons burning. The entire compound became an inferno of Tony's making. Weapons he had once proudly manufactured melted and twisted, becoming monuments to his newfound resolve. The flames reflected in Tony's eyes, a mirror of the transformation happening within him. Explosions roar around him, and Tony activates the armor's boosters in the legs. The suit's boosters roared to life, lifting Tony Stark away from the burning compound. Flames licked the metallic armor as he soared above the desert landscape, the heat of destruction fading behind him. The makeshift suit, a testament to his survival and ingenuity, hummed with mechanical precision. Suddenly, a sharp mechanical whine cut through the air. The boosters sputtered and died. Tony's heart raced as altitude dropped rapidly. The ground rushed up to meet him, and he braced for impact. The suit crashed into the sand with a thunderous crunch, metal twisting and breaking apart on contact. Dust billowed around the wreckage, obscuring Tony's vision. When the dust settled, he emerged from the broken suit, battered but alive. The armor was now a mangled shell of twisted metal and broken circuits. Tony looked back at the distant horizon, where smoke still rose from the compound he'd just destroyed. He was alone in the vast desert, surrounded by nothing but sand and scorching heat. Gathering what remained of his strength, Tony began walking. His steps were unsteady, each movement a challenge in the unforgiving terrain. Hours passed. The sun beat down mercilessly, and his water supply was long since depleted. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, a distant sound caught his attention. A helicopter's rotors cut through the air, a military chopper, its distinctive shape visible against the cloudless sky. "Hey!" Tony shouted, waving his arms. "Over here." His voice was hoarse, but desperation gave it strength. The helicopter seemed to be his only chance of survival in this endless desert. The helicopter's blades whipped up sand and debris as it descended, creating a swirling cloud around Tony Stark. As the dust settled, the door slid open, revealing a familiar face. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes, Rhodey, stepped forward, his military bearings softening as he saw his friend alive. Tony looked exhausted, his clothes torn and dusty, his body bearing the marks of his recent ordeal. Rhodey approached quickly, his eyes scanning Tony for injuries. The relief on his face was palpable. "Next time, you're riding with me," Rhodey said, his voice a mix of relief and gentle mockery. Tony managed a weak smile. The two friends moved closer, the desert's harsh landscape fading into the background as they embraced. It was a moment of pure relief, of survival against impossible odds. "Come on, let's get you home," Rhodey said, supporting Tony as they prepared to board the helicopter. In the fluorescent-lit classroom, Ace Yukio sat near the back, his biology textbook open, but his attention elsewhere. His fingers subtly tapped his phone screen, hidden beneath the desk. The teacher's voice droned on about cellular mitosis, a topic Ace had already mastered during his travels. A notification caught his eye. Breaking news: Tony Stark hosting an unexpected press conference. The classroom faded into background noise as Ace focused on the small screen. The video feed showed a bustling press room, reporters packed tightly, cameras flashing. Tony Stark stood at the podium, looking thinner than before his disappearance, but with an intensity that commanded attention. Ace focused on the press conference, forgetting he was still in class. The teacher's voice cut through Ace's concentration. "Mr. Yukio, is there something more interesting than cellular division?" Ace quickly looked up, a practiced apologetic smile on his face. "No, sir. Just checking the time." But his eyes drifted back to the phone, watching Tony Stark prepare to speak. The press room fell silent as Tony Stark sat down, gesturing for the reporters to do the same. In his hand, a half-eaten cheeseburger, a seemingly casual prop that contrasted with the gravity of the moment. "My father," Tony began, his voice steady, "was a brilliant man, but I've been thinking about something recently." He took another bite of the cheeseburger, chewing slowly before continuing. The reporters waited, their collective breath held. "I used to ask him about our company, about the weapons we made." Tony's gaze seemed to look beyond the room, into a memory. "I'd ask him how he felt. Did he ever have doubts about what Stark Industries was doing?" He set the cheeseburger down, his fingers tracing its wrapper. "I've seen young Americans, kids, really, killed by weapons we created to supposedly defend and protect them." The statement hung in the air, heavy with unspoken emotion, and I realized something profound. I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability. The room remained absolutely still, every journalist hanging on his every word. A reporter near the front raised her hand. "Mr. Stark, what exactly happened during your time in captivity?" Tony's eyes flickered with a momentary intensity. "I saw firsthand how our weapons were being used. Not to protect, but to destroy. My eyes were open to the fact that I can offer something more to this world than just creating things that blow up." He leaned forward, his voice clear and resolute. "Effective immediately, Stark Industries will be shutting down its weapons manufacturing division. I will be taking time to reassess our company's future, to develop a direction that I'm comfortable with, one that serves the highest good for our country." The press room erupted. Journalists started shouting questions, their voices a cacophony of confusion and excitement. Cameras flashed rapidly, capturing every moment of this unprecedented announcement. Tony simply stood, gave a brief nod, and walked off the podium. The reporters continued calling out, desperate for more details, but he remained unmoved. As he exited, the room continued to buzz with the magnitude of his declaration. Ace watched the press conference unfold, a knowing smirk playing across his lips. Tony Stark's dramatic announcement about shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division was exactly the kind of pivotal moment Ace had been anticipating. He's starting to change, Ace thought. The journey to becoming Iron Man has officially begun. In his mind, Ace was already calculating the financial implications. The Stark Industries stock was guaranteed to drop in the coming weeks, creating a prime investment opportunity. He pulled out his phone, quickly opening his investment tracking app and making a few careful notes. "Nico's going to love this," he muttered to himself, thinking about his friend's keen interest in financial markets. The stock was likely to dip significantly, making an ideal time to buy and hold. Tony Stark continued fielding questions, his confident demeanor unchanged despite the bombshell he'd just dropped. Ace knew that within a month, Stark would likely begin upgrading his first Iron Man armor, transforming from a weapons manufacturer to a technological super. The press conference continued, but Ace had already seen enough. He closed the video stream and started making mental calculations about potential stock purchases, his mind already strategizing how to turn this moment of corporate transformation into a financial opportunity. As the classroom emptied, Ace, Nico, and Berto walked together through the bustling hallway. Nico turned to Ace, her gothic accessories jingling slightly with her movement. "Did you catch Tony Stark's press conference?" she asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Ace nodded. "I watched the whole thing." Nico scoffed, shaking her head. "What an idiotic move. Shutting down the entire weapons manufacturing division? That's corporate suicide." Her fingers traced the edge of her dark jacket, as she spoke. But then her expression softened slightly. Though, I guess maybe he had his reasons, she continued, her voice becoming more contemplative. I can only imagine what kind of horrors he must have experienced during his captivity. Ace glanced at Nico with a mischievous grin. Wait a minute, he said, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Are you actually showing a hint of sympathy for Tony Stark? The same Tony Stark whose weapons company you've criticized countless times? Nico's eyes narrowed immediately. Absolutely not, she retorted, her voice sharp and defensive. I'm just stating an objective observation about human experience. Don't twist my words. Birdo, walking alongside them, chuckled at the exchange. Sounds like sympathy to me, he teased, joining Ace's playful assault. I do not have a soft spot for Tony Stark, Nico declared firmly, her gothic accessories jangling as she crossed her arms. Not even close. Nico's eyes narrowed, her gothic aesthetic radiating defiance as she launched into her critique. Look, just because Stark had some dramatic revelation doesn't mean he's suddenly a saint, she said, her voice cutting through the casual atmosphere. He's probably just rebranding. Companies do this all the time. Create a sympathetic narrative to pivot their image. She ticked off points on her fingers. First, weapons manufacturing is incredibly profitable. Stark Industries didn't just make guns. They were a global arms dealer. One press conference doesn't erase decades of profiteering. Birdo listened intently, while Ace watched her with mild amusement. Second, Nico continued, this could be a strategic move. Clean energy and tech development are the next big markets. He might be positioning the company for future growth, not out of some moral awakening. Her third point came with a sardonic laugh. And let's be real, Tony Stark's ego is legendary. This dramatic transformation, it's probably more about controlling his own narrative than actual change. He wants to be seen as a reformed weapons manufacturer, a tech visionary. Ace raised an eyebrow. You've thought about this a lot. I read, Nico retorted. Someone has to be skeptical in this world. Ace leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and calculation. With Tony's announcement about shifting Stark Industries away from weapons, the stock is definitely going to drop, he said confidently. We've been planning to buy in when the price dips, remember? Birdo nodded enthusiastically. I'm totally still on board. This could be our chance to get some cheap shares. Nico rolled her eyes, her skepticism evident. Are we seriously going to waste our money on this? She crossed her arms, the silver bracelets on her wrist jangling with the movement. Trust me, Ace said, his tone soft but firm. This is going to work. Nico studied Ace's face, trying to understand the source of his confidence. She couldn't quite pinpoint where his certainty came from, but something in his expression made her hesitate. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed. Fine, I'm in. Birdo grinned and high-fived Ace, while Nico just shook her head, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion gleamed in the late afternoon sunlight. Inside, Pepper Potts watched him carefully, her professional demeanor masking a deep underlying concern. She had seen Tony through countless transformations, but this felt different. Are you okay? Pepper asked, her voice measured and calm. Tony turned, a practiced smile crossing his face. I'm fine, he responded quickly, his tone dismissive yet familiar. He walked toward her, his movements slightly more deliberate than usual. The recent trauma of his captivity still lingered beneath his confident exterior. Tony's eyes flickered with a mix of determination and something else, a vulnerability he rarely showed. Are you worried about the stocks dropping? Tony asked, his gaze fixed on Pepper. Pepper met his eyes steadily. Whatever your decision, I'll follow it, she said. Her voice carried a weight of experience. I've tried to stop you before, and we both know how well that's worked out. A hint of a genuine smile crossed Tony's face, part amusement, part acknowledgement of their long-standing dynamic. Pepper had always been more than just an assistant. She was his anchor, his most trusted confidant. JRVIS interrupts them. Sir, Mr. Stain has arrived. Tony's demeanor shifted instantly. His relaxed posture stiffened, and he turned toward the entrance. Obadiah Stain walked in, his large frame filling the doorway. Something was different about him. A mix of worry and barely contained anger etched across his face. Stain's eyes locked onto Tony, his voice carrying a pointed tone. "You pulled quite a stunt." Tony leaned against his desk, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Did I just paint a target on the back of my head?" he asked Stain, his tone casual but with an underlying edge. Stain's eyebrows furrowed. "Your head? What about my head?" The tension in the room shifted, a familiar dance of corporate sparring between the two men. Stain moved closer, his massive frame casting a shadow over Tony's more compact figure. "So," Stain said, changing the subject, "what do you think the over-under on the stock drop is going to be tomorrow?" Tony considered for a moment, his mind already calculating potential market reactions. 40 points, he replied with an optimistic shrug. Stain nodded, a hint of a smile crossing his face. "At minimum," he responded. Obadiah, Stain's massive frame, loomed over Tony, his voice carrying a mixture of frustration and genuine concern. "Why did you shut down the weapons manufacturing?" he demanded. Tony crossed his arms, meeting Stain's gaze directly. "We're a weapons manufacturer," Stain continued, his tone matter of fact. "That's what we do. I don't want our legacy to be just a body count," Tony responded firmly. His mind flashed back to the weapons he'd seen in Afghanistan, the destruction they'd caused. Stain's expression hardened. "What we do keeps the world from falling into chaos," he argued, leaning closer to Tony. "We are ironmongers. We make weapons." Tony's eyes narrowed. "Not based on what I saw," he replied, his voice low and resolute. The tension between Tony and Stain crackled like static electricity. Tony's eyes gleamed with a mixture of frustration and determination. "We're not doing a good job," Tony said bluntly. "We can do better." Stain raised an eyebrow. "Oh," he challenged. "What exactly are you suggesting? That we start making baby bottles?" Tony leaned forward. "I think we should take another look into arc reactor technology." A heavy sigh escaped Stain. His exasperation was palpable. "The arc reactor is nothing more than a publicity stunt," he declared. "It was never cost-effective. We knew that when he built it. Arc reactor technology is a dead end." Stain continued, his voice growing more dismissive. "We haven't gotten a breakthrough in 30 years. Tony's response was measured, almost contemplative. "Maybe," he said simply. The silence stretched between Tony and Stain, thick with unspoken tension. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. "You've got a lousy poker face," Tony finally said, breaking the stillness. His voice was casual, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. He turned to Stain. "Who told you?" When Stain didn't immediately respond, Tony pivoted toward Pepper. "Did you tell him?" Pepper shook her head, her expression neutral, but her eyes watching the interaction carefully. Stain waved a hand dismissively. "Never mind who told me. Show me." Without hesitation, Tony pulled open his shirt, revealing the glowing arc reactor embedded in the center of his chest. The blue-white light illuminated the room, casting stark shadows across their faces. Obadiah, Stains reached out and carefully buttoned up Tony's shirt, covering the glowing arc reactor. His touch was almost paternal, but his voice carried an edge of controlled frustration. "We're going to take a lot of heat from this," Stains said, his tone serious. "I need you to let me handle things. Promise me you'll lay low for a while." Tony looked at Stain, his expression a mixture of defiance and acquiescence. "I'll try," he responded, the words carrying just enough ambiguity to suggest he might not fully comply. Stain studied Tony for a moment, seeming to weigh whether to press further. Then, apparently satisfied, he turned and walked out of the room. The moment Stain departed, Tony moved directly to his lab, his mind already racing with potential innovations and next steps. The school bell rang, signaling the end of another day. Ace gathered his backpack, glancing at Nico and Berto as they packed up their things. "So," Nico said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "you're finally going to show us where you live?" Ace chuckled, understanding her playful jab. "Don't get too excited," he warned. "I'm boarding in a small, cozy cafe. Nothing glamorous." "A cafe? Really?" I was expecting something else. Ace's expression softened. Pops, the cafe owner. He took me in when I had nowhere else to go. I'm grateful for that. His voice carried a hint of sincerity that made Nico pause, her usual sarcastic demeanor momentarily replaced by genuine curiosity. Berto, who had been listening quietly, nodded. That's cool. Sometimes family isn't just about blood, you know? Nico raised an eyebrow, her gothic accessories catching the afternoon light. Sounds like there's a story there, she said, her tone more interested than accusatory. The trio continued walking, the conversation light and easy, heading toward Café Pol Pol. As they approached Café Pol Pol, the familiar bell chimed when Ace pushed open the door. The warm, inviting atmosphere of the cafe enveloped them immediately. Pops looked up from behind the counter, his eyes immediately focusing on Ace. "Welcome back, Ace," Pops called out, his voice cheerful and welcoming. He noticed the two unfamiliar faces and tilted his head slightly. "Are these friends of yours?" Ace smiled, stepping forward. "Yes, Pops. This is Nico," he said, gesturing to the Gothic-styled girl. "And this is Berto," he continued, indicating the other teenager. Pops leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with curiosity and warmth. "Nice to meet you both. Friends of Ace are always welcome here." As Ace and his friends entered Café Pol Pol, a group of young women near the window began whispering and giggling. Their excited glances were clearly directed at Ace, who seemed oblivious to their attention. "Ace," Pops called out with a knowing smile. "Could you help serve those customers? They have been waiting for you all day." Ace nodded and turned to Nico and Berto. "I'll be right back. Just need to change into my work uniform." He disappeared into the back room, leaving Nico to observe the scene. She leaned closer to Berto and muttered, "Wow, Ace sure has a lot of fans." The women continued to steal glances and whisper, their excitement palpable as they waited for Ace to return and serve them their coffee. Ace smoothly navigated between tables, his movements practiced and efficient. He approached the group of women, notepad in hand, with a warm smile. "What can I get for you today?" he asked, his voice friendly and professional. The women exchanged excited glances, each trying to catch Ace's attention. They placed their orders, a mix of lattes, cappuccinos, and pastries, which Ace carefully noted and prepared with practiced skill. Meanwhile, at the bar counter, Pops chatted with Nico and Berto. "So you're friends of Ace?" he asked, polishing a coffee mug. "He's quite the popular one around here." Berto chuckled. "Seems like it," he remarked, watching Ace serve the women. Nico rolled her eyes, observing Ace's interactions. When he finished serving the women and approached the counter, she couldn't resist a playful jab. "Wow, Mr. Perfect Gentleman," she teased, a smirk playing on her lips. "Those women were eating out of the palm of your hand." Ace looked slightly embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm just doing my job," he mumbled. Berto pulled out his phone, scrolling through the stock market app with intense concentration. His eyes widened as he noticed the dramatic shift in Stark International stock prices. "Holy crap," he muttered, turning the screen towards Ace and Nico. Stark stock just dropped over 40 points. Ace leaned in, a calculated look crossing his face. "This is exactly the moment we've been waiting for," he said confidently. "Time to buy." Nico raised an eyebrow. "You're seriously thinking of investing right now?" "Absolutely," Ace replied. "When everyone else is selling in panic, that's when smart investors buy." Berto nodded, already pulling up his trading app. "I'm in for $100, he declared. He quickly executed the trade, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Nico shrugged. "I'll throw in 50, she said, making her own purchase. Then Ace casually pulled out his phone and entered trade for $1,000. Berto's jaw dropped. "Wait, what? $1,000? He stared at Ace in disbelief. "Where did you even get that kind of money?" Nico looked equally shocked. "That's a massive investment for a high school student," she said, her voice a mix of surprise and skepticism. Ace looked up from his phone, a calm smile spreading across his face. "I've been saving up since I started working at Pol Pol," he explained matter-of-factly. "Every shift, every tip goes straight into my investment fund." Nico's skeptical expression deepened. "That's way too risky," she warned, leaning forward. What if you don't see a return? You're throwing away all of your savings. I'm confident, Ace replied, his voice steady. It's all in for me. Berto watched the exchange, his eyes darting between Ace and Nico. The tension was palpable. Nico shook her head, looking at Ace like he had lost his mind. You're crazy, she muttered, her voice a mix of disbelief and concern. Ace kept his confident smile, revealing nothing about his true motivations. He knew exactly what would happen when Tony Stark made his announcement, but he wasn't about to share that insider knowledge with Nico or Berto. Sometimes you have to take risks, Ace said simply, his tone casual and noncommittal. Berto nodded, impressed by Ace's boldness. I respect that, he said. Go big or go home, right? Nico rolled her eyes. More like go broke or go home, she muttered, but there was a hint of admiration in her voice.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.